Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start in the next few minutes. About 5 minutes, we shall be kicking off at 9:30. So we would like to encourage you, if you are having a cup of coffee and tea, you wrap up your cup of coffee and tea. If you are having a conversation, let it continue for the next few minutes. But you are all welcome. We shall be starting in about 5 minutes. So we would like to ask you to take your seats so that we can kick off on time. Welcome. This is the second Uganda annual SDG conference. As you all know, this is the second time we are convening here, and I'll be telling you more in terms of background. But for now, it is just to alert you that we are starting soon. So please take your seats, and we'll start in the next 5 minutes.
right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for sparing your time to be with us. And thank you so much for making it here. We do apologize because probably what you see on the program is not the time that we are managing or working with. But we kindly seek your indulgence for another not more than 10 minutes. We will be having our Prime Minister coming through, and we will also be having a Minister and focal point person for the Sustainable Development Goals joining us. And thereafter, immediately, we will have a prayer and be able to start. We'll have a bit of a change in program because our chief guest is coming a little later in the afternoon, so we'll also have the opening session pushed to the afternoon. So for the morning session, we're going to have the first presentations, and then we'll have a little more time to indulge with the panel. We'll have our panelists who are all already here, and thereafter we'll have a plenary. Then go for lunch, which will just be 1 hour, and then when we get back in the evening, or in the afternoon rather, we'll have our opening session start, because then the President, His Excellency, delegated the Vice President to be here in his capacity. So in the afternoon is when we'll have. So do not get amazed at the changes, but that's a bit of what we'll be having. But in the next less than 10 minutes, we should be kicking off. Thank you so much for your patience. We'll be starting in a few.
Bye. To be Sele mote mananga iwa waringo Ebongi ya deside ya mwamoti do wana Sele Bata mi beko mana ko pesa yo Soki yo bebi sile lo bango paseka Kama tilu balinga na ligina kanse Tiena ni baselanga na yo Bonsoma 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 Mongoliena 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 kufana mabaya Montona monto bakutani Mazari sako benda bolingo na makanisi Yeah 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 Ganasila Yeah 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 Ganasila Naligina ye banso kitolingana Naligina ye baba susu basala Sele mote mananga iwa bolingo Ebongi ya deside ya mwamoti do wana Sele Bata mi beko kana ko pesa yo Soki yo bebi sile no bango paseka Kama tilu balinga na ligina kase Tia ni bonse langana yo Bonsoma Bonsoma Bonsoma
Good morning. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have you. The person who has just arrived is the Minister, General Duties, and also the focal point minister for Sustainable Development Goals, Right Honorable Justine Kasule Lumumba, who is a Minister General Duties in the Office of the Prime Minister, which is also the reason why we are here this beautiful morning. So welcome, Honorable, and thank you so much for sparing time to be with us. We can now be able to get seated. And ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. Hey, good morning. Do we still need some more caffeine? There's still a bit of coffee outside if we need to be energized a little bit more. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yeah, that sounds a little bit better. My name is Mildred Tuhaise, and I will be working with Mr. Sewachirianga, who will be coming up just shortly to help us go through this very beautiful event. I want to officially welcome you to the second Uganda Annual SDG Conference. We started here. It's interesting that we've made this a permanent place, right? This is the permanent venue for the Sustainable Development Goal Conference. We started last year in 2022, and it was quite an interesting one, and this clearly shows that it's going to be continuous as we struggle, as we make all efforts to ensure that we can realize the Sustainable Development Goals. And this year's theme is on promoting inclusive national and continental actions for accelerated delivery on the SDGs and the Agenda 2063. We clearly know that the Sustainable Development Goals are as well echoed in African Union's 2063 agenda that was okayed, I would say, for lack of a better word, 10 years ago in 2013. We get to ask ourselves, how far are we? That is the biggest question for the day today. Even when it comes to the Sustainable Development Goals, the biggest question is, how far are we on the road to realizing those Sustainable Development Goals? But I want to say a special thank you to the efforts that have been done by the various ministries, departments, and agencies, particularly the Office of the Prime Minister. Thank you so much for the work that has been done, because through their coordination, together with partners in the United Nations family, the civil society organizations are not forgetting the private sector, because in Uganda we always use the statement that it is a private sector-led economy. I want us to give a round of applause to Uganda particularly, because we've managed to move from position 143 to position 136. A round of applause to the OPM, the Office of the Prime Minister, for all the efforts they've done to ensure that there is localization, because one of the biggest gaps in realization of this agenda, even when we look at the 2063 agenda of the African Union, is the fact that the greater percentage of the citizens tend to look at this as an elitist kind of conversation and discussion, yeah? We speak a lot of our English in such beautiful places, but do these messages, does this information trickle down to the last person? In Uganda, we call them Omuntu wa wansi. Does it trickle down to them? It's only when we get to that point that we'll see a faster realization of many of these discussions that we normally have. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to take a lot of time. Allow me for our opening prayer. Like I said, our opening session is going to be pushed a little bit later to the afternoon when our chief guest arrives. But of course, we cannot start off this without handing it over to God. And allow me invite the religious leaders who are available, who are also the Interreligious Council of Uganda Council Presidents, led by the Metropolitan, Hieronymus Mosei. I'm kindly requesting that you lead the team to come and give us an opening prayer right now before we can be able to start. Bishop Serada, thank you so much for making time. I will expect, together with Mama, you come up, and also His Eminence, the Second Deputy Mufti of Uganda, Sheikh Mohammed Waiswa. I am kindly requesting that you come and give us an opening prayer. So we hand over this conference in the hands of God.
Let us pray. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, Amen. Our Lord Jesus Christ, the Savior, We know that you want every man and woman in this world to be saved and to know the truth. At this gathering, we thank you for the gift of life and for the interest we have in this country, Uganda. Our Lord, the God of the living and the dead, rest the souls of the students who were killed in cold blood in Kasese. Give comfort to the families that lost their children. Strengthen the security forces of Uganda in giving the peoples of this nation the needed hope that peace and security will prevail. Our Lord, come among us in this gathering or meeting and bless us. Guide and enlighten us in all our deliberations. Give us wisdom and knowledge in our approach to the complex and development challenges of this country. Empower us with the grace to quicken the transformation of this country towards sustainable development. In your loving care for mankind, stay with the leaders of this great nation so that they may steer this country from heights to heights in a development struggle. May your name ever be glorified, now and ever, and into ages of ages. Amen.
A round of applause to our religious leaders. Thank you so much, Your Eminence, Metropolitan Hieronymus Mosei, for that brief prayer and very insightful as well. Now, before we get to know what the 2 days will look like, allow me invite the Permanent Secretary in Acting Capacity, Office of the Prime Minister, and that is Rose Alenga, to come and give us welcome remarks and make us feel welcome here before Mr. Richard Sewachirianga takes us through what the 2 days are going to look like. We're here today and tomorrow, and then we will have a presentation of our overview, how we are performing from the SDG Secretariat, some of the key findings, and probably we'll be able to know what do we need to do to get better, so that in the next year we'll come to report that we've also moved from 136 to a much better number. Madame Rose Alenga, please come and speak to us. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. The Right Honorable Justin Lumumba, Minister, General Duties, Office of the Prime Minister, the Head of Public Service and Secretary to Cabinet, Permanent Secretaries present today, the UN Resident Coordinator, Madame Susan Namando, heads of diplomatic missions and agencies, representatives from private sector, media and civil society, our religious leaders, distinguished delegates, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to join you at this second Uganda Annual SDG Conference 2023, which has been organized under the theme Promoting Inclusive National and Continental Actions for Accelerated Delivery of the SDGs and Agenda 2063. We have gathered here to review the midterm status of implementation of the SDGs, review the sub-national and regional actions and commitments for the integrated implementation of the SDGs and Agenda 2063, share experiences, good practices, and lessons learned in the implementation of Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. I would like to extend my appreciation to the government of Uganda
which through the National SDG Secretariat in the Office of the Prime Minister organized this conference. Thank you so much. I would also like to thank our partners, including the UN country team, especially UNDP, World Health Organization, UN Women. I also thank the Royal Danish Embassy, World Vision, Save the Children, Bank of Uganda, Uganda National NGO Forum, and the SDG champions, among others, who are supporting the second SDG conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate all stakeholders who may not have financially supported this conference, but are in many other ways working towards achieving the 2030 agenda. These include ministries, departments and agencies of the government of Uganda, development partners, the private sector, and the civil society organizations, among others. This conference has been preceded by regional SDG festivals and forums in Barara City, Jinja City, Mubende District, and Lira City, where we planted thousands of trees and engaged about 10,000 people in other activities such as SDG walks and citizen parliaments. The conference has also been preceded by side events organized by various partners focusing on various issues relating to the SDGs. All the discussions from these regions and the side events will feed into this conference today. Ladies and gentlemen, the Office of the Prime Minister, which under Article 108A of the Constitution is charged with the coordination of government ministries, departments, and agencies to ensure effective delivery of services to the people of Uganda, will continue to supervise the implementation of the SDG coordination framework, coordinate monitoring and assessment of implementation and progress of the 2030 agenda, and build strategic partnerships on financing and innovation for the SDGs. The Office of the Prime Minister will also continue to provide technical support, advice and expertise to ministries, departments and agencies, the private sector, the civil society, and academic institutions to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 agenda, as well as serve as a convergence center and a hub for SDG information for the government and other stakeholders. I hope that this conference will serve as a platform for discussions that will produce actions and recommendations to accelerate the implementation of the SDGs. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Acting Permanent Secretary, for your kind remarks and for setting the scene for this conference. So what I'll do is to just quickly give you a rundown of how the program would look like. All of you should have received a booklet that looks like this. If you go to the 11th page of that booklet, you will find the way we are going to run for the next 2 days. My name is Richard Sewakirianga, the National Partnership Coordinator at the Office of the Prime Minister, who is also supporting the emceeing and the session here. Now, we are going to first of all move directly into the presentation on the SDG Progress Report. There is a report that has been done on leaving no one behind. It's an assessment which Dr. Byamjisha, the head of the SDG Secretariat, will be taking us through. After that report, we shall have a high-level panel that will be speaking about leaving no one behind through the SDG localization and partnerships. And that will be moderated by Dr. Fred Muhumza, and we will have a number of panelists that will be introduced when the panel starts. The wrap-up of that session will also be taken on by the Ministry of Local Government. That panel is going to take us through till lunchtime. because after that, in the afternoon, that's when we shall have the official opening ceremony. As we had told you earlier, there is a bit of a change in the program, and that official ceremony will have the statements by the different stakeholders that are part of the process of SDG implementation in the country, including the Interreligious Council, the NGOs, the United Nations system in Uganda, and also we will be honored to have a speech by Professor Jeffrey Sachs, who will be introduced, but he's the Director for Sustainable Development at the Columbia University, and one of our global think tanks on the SDGs. Within the opening, we shall also be hearing from the Prime Minister, and there will be a keynote by His Excellency, the President, and then official opening of this conference. We shall have another panel in the afternoon on leveraging science and technology and innovation for accelerated delivery of the SDG agenda and the African Union Agenda 2063, and that will be moderated by Dr. Victoria Sekitoreko, and a number of panelists are also listed there, which will be introduced at the time. And that will end the day, and of course, in between all those, there will be a chance for the plenary to give some feedback and also add to the sessions. So that's how we shall finish the whole of today. And then tomorrow, we will then move on to the next session, which will be starting off with some exhibitions. As you look out there, there are a number of people who have started setting up some exhibitions of some SDG innovations and other things. And there will be a few videos that we shall be showing here. Those of you who didn't go, for example, up country, will have a chance to see what was discussed and the deliberations that happened in the different regions of the country. There will be a high-level panel tomorrow morning on financing frameworks and opportunities for regional cooperation and accelerated delivery of SDGs and Agenda 2063. We will be having a keynote speaker, the Chief Economist of the Regional Bureau for Africa for UNDP, Roy Gilpin, kindly accepted to be here in person. So he will be giving us a keynote, and then we shall have the panel moderated by the resident representative of the UNDP with a number of panelists, the PSST, Bank of Uganda, PS Trade, and the private sector expert at the World Bank. We will then have a few statements from the floor, from young people, from the private sector, and also from the children. We expect to have the Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, Right Honorable Anita Among, who will be also coming to grace this occasion. And then in the afternoon, we will have His Lordship, the Chief Justice of Uganda, Alfonso Owinidolo. Then in the afternoon, we will have another, and that will be the last panel, that will be looking at the SDGs in focus, the SDGs that will be reviewed this year at the high-level political forum that will be happening next month at the UN. Those include SDGs 6, 7, 11, and 17. And those, we shall have a few people giving us some insights around the progress that we have made as a country, the PS Ministry of Water, the PS of Energy, of Lands, a member of Parliament who chairs the National Resources Committee, Natural Resources Committee, and also the Permanent Secretary of Foreign Affairs will be speaking to us, and we shall have a wrap-up by the Honorable Minister for State for Planning, the Ministry of Finance, on partnerships and how they can help to revamp and accelerate the delivery of SDGs. We will then be having the closing ceremony where the Right Honorable Minister of General Duties will be speaking to us and giving us some of the key messages from the 2 days, and the closing that will be officiated over by the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Her Excellency Jessica Rose Epel Alupo. And that will be the 2 days that we shall spend here. This time round, we shall all be in this room, so most of the action will be here. So without any further ado, we will then move on with the rest of the program and invite the advisor on SDGs, Dr. Albert Byamjisha, to give us his presentation on the Leave No One Behind assessment that has just ended. Over to you, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you, our Master of Ceremony this morning. Your Excellencies, I carry the same protocol in the interest of time. My presentation will be on the study we have conducted on leaving no one behind, and I will just give a short background. Leaving no one behind, who are the people left behind per goal in this country, then the key findings of the study, conclusion, and then end up with the recommendation. As a short background, as you are aware, Sustainable Development Goals were adopted in 2015 by the UN member states, and they aimed at addressing social, economic, and environmental challenges to end poverty, protect the environment, and ensure that all the people enjoy peace and prosperity through partnership by 2030. It has 5 key principles: universality, integration, and the key one is leaving no one behind. And these goals are interconnected and indivisible. They are inclusive and carry a multi-stakeholder engagement, which we have now. So I will concentrate on the people who are left behind. Now, there are 17 goals. Out of the 17 goals, of course, the targets are 169 with 231 indicators. And for the case of Uganda, it's only 201, according to Uganda Bureau of Statistics, the indicators that can be measured. But currently, we have 121 data points with the indicators, which can tell us the story in this country. Now, leaving no one behind is central transformative promise of the 2030 agenda. And it does not entail reaching the poorest of the poor, but also requires combating discrimination and raising inequalities within and amongst countries. People get left behind when they lack the choices and opportunities to participate in and benefit in the development progress. And in this respect, the government of Uganda, with support from the UN Women, conducted a study on leaving no one behind, a study looking at all the 17 goals, who are left behind per goal. And there is a framework, according to the UN, which describes the categories of these people we are talking about. And briefly, there are people who are discriminated. There are those, of course, discriminated because of geography, where they stay. And then there are those who are vulnerable. The other one is the governance, and then socio-economic status. But briefly, I will look at that. Now, on the discrimination, the subgroup identified as having suffered discrimination in the development and humanitarian interventions, which include people with disabilities, and we have been able to put the data of the people who are disabled. Approximately, for the case of adults, we have 16.5%. For the children, for the younger people between 15 and 17, they are 7.5, and then children below 4 years, 3.5. These ones here are disabled. need support, and they are left behind. That's what they are saying. They are left what? Behind. Then there are older persons who constitute 4.1% in the population. There are women and girls, and the majority of them are saying they are left behind, and they constitute 51% of the population. Then we have refugees who have come from other countries and have taken refuge in this country, and approximately we have 1.5 million persons who are there. But there are people who are usually forgotten, who are scenic minorities. They live in the forests, as you can see, and as we shall highlight when we look at the data. Now, for the case of geography, in this country, there are people, communities living in mountainous areas. We have the pygmies, we usually call the Batwa, in Chisoro, and some in the Bundubujo district, the Tepes in the Moroto district, and the Kabong district, and the Benet in the Queen district, plus many others who live in the mountains, in the forests. And then the nomadic communities, like the Karamajong. We used to have also the Ankole cattle keepers, now that they have started settling, but somehow, because they follow animals, they are somehow discriminated. That's what they are saying. Then lastly, we have the fishermen and women communities like in Karangara, Buvuma, etc. Now, for the case of vulnerability to shocks, the assessment identified such a subgroups to include the refugees, they are still in that category, persons affected by COVID-19, Ebola, HIV/AIDS, plus very many other diseases. But these were the most common ones who have affected those people who are left behind. And then the scenic minorities still are in that category. But the study has also identified the urban poor. We have about 4.5 million people almost going there in Kampala city. And when it comes to night, of course, you don't see any person. Where do they disappear from? They are just there looking for survival, so they are also left behind. But even we have the working class. People working, they are employed, but they are left behind. Their salaries are low. There are even some working without contracts. So they are categorized in that area. Then the governance. In the governance, the report gives groups, of course, the youth. You have the persons with disabilities, refugees, older persons, and in the governance here, we looked at the 4 thematic areas of governance. The first one is the democratic political governance, where most of the people were affected because of politics, where you find in some areas people have not voted for their relatives, their friends, and they are ignored. And they are left behind and they suffer for all that particular period. Persons with disabilities, again, they are finding it a problem. Refugees, and then older persons. Socio-economic status also is one of the categories in the framework that most of these people who are left behind are in. We have the persons with disabilities, who have indicated the others, for example, 16.5. We have the working poor, the older persons, the youth, the scenic minorities. All of these are affected. And of course, socially, you are looking at education, you are looking at health, water and sanitation, etc. And what are the key findings? And very quickly, in the interest of time, I will rush through the key findings. For the case of no poverty subgroup, the people living with HIV/AIDS, rural and urban poor, persons belonging to ethnic minorities, disabilities, older persons, is it. So you can see the trend from 56.4 in the early 90s to 20.3 in the last 3 years. So while Uganda continued to register moderate economic growth in recent years, poverty reduction has been slow. But what has the government done to solve the issue of poverty? The records indicate that the government has done quite a lot. There is Bonabagagawale program, which, of course, was there for some time. The Youth Livelihood Program, the Social Assistance Grant for the Elderly, the EMIOGA, the parish development model, which is there. Government has sunk in a lot of money. So what have we done to end this, to end the poverty, when the government has put up all the strategies, all the money? So there must be something wrong, which in our discussions must come up with actions, with strategies to make sure that we utilize what is already available. Then for the case of hunger, the persons affected are almost the same people. And you can see when you look at the percentage of food poor households. I have picked some few areas in this country where you start, for let's say Kampala, 20% of the people don't have enough of the food they are eating. And then nationally, you see 37. The previous year, and this year it is 39. And the highest, of course, Acholi, followed by Karamoja. And what does that mean? It means that from the figure, as you can see, 3 in every 10 households don't consume sufficient quantity of food, and that's important. They are in the rural areas, and that category of people I've been talking about who are left behind, the youth, the women, the elderly, they are eating food, but it is not sufficient. It is not even nutritious. When you go to some areas, you find the children, they have eaten food, the stomach is just very high, the buttocks is flat, and the head is so big. Now, what do you expect from this younger person? When you grow up and produce children, how the children look like? But there is a national food and nutrition strategy which has been put in place by government to improve the nutrition status of the undernourished children. Then for the case of the good health and well-being, people affected are pregnant mothers, women and girls, persons belonging to ethnic minorities, fisher folk, and pastoral communities, the youth, refugees, IDPs, and the working older people and the younger people, and mostly the diseases affecting people. Mostly we have malaria, HIV, AIDS, against others. But the government has put strategies like immunization policy, and it's good that, of course, with this policy, it has generated some results which are positive. We no longer have many people suffering from polio. If they ask you to look for one, you may take years to look for that particular person, which is okay. Distribution of treated mosquito nets, national policy guidelines on ending HIV have been on. So what have we done to ensure health lives for all? And of course, here we are looking at the people who are left behind, which may not include us here. We are not affected. You are not among that group. We are looking at the other people I have been talking about. Then for the case of quality of education, the people affected, mostly women, adolescent girls, people with disabilities, children, pastoral communities, etc. And the data there indicate, if we look at literacy rates for this country, we are now at 73, with 80 males and 66 females. Of course, still now, we noted at the beginning that we have 51% of the females, and yet, when we look at literacy, the males are higher, so something must be worked on. But again, we need to make 100%, make sure that people are functionally literate. They can read, can add, and do whatever. But the government has put on good programs for both younger people and older people to make sure that people are functionally competent. There is early childhood care and education policy. There is universal primary education, which allows all children of eligible age to go to school and study free. Universal secondary education, functional adult literacy. Those programs are running in villages for people who didn't get a chance to go to school. And religious leaders are doing quite a lot to that one there for SDGs. We thank you so much. And then skilling the youth TVT program, which is there for people who have dropped out. They can join that one. So if we have all of these strategies, facilities, then why is it that when you look at the functional competencies of our younger people at different levels, they are average, some are below average. And yet we have these strategies. Should we develop other strategies apart from these ones here? Or concentrate on these ones here, and we all work together and make sure that it works out. Then, the gender inequality, the ethnic minority plus people with disabilities are mostly affected in this one here, girls and fisher person. You can see a lady there, this gender, women with disabilities experiencing more physical and sexual violence, a man fighting with a woman. And what we discovered in the study is that even now women have started beating men. They are very strong, they have come up, not like those days. The other issue of religion is that don't touch your husband, no way. It can't work. You disturb her, you see what happens. We have gender policy strategy and women emancipation strategy, but most of the women and the girls were saying that they are left behind. And as the emancipation, government has done well from the top. You have heard of the vice president, the prime minister, the right honorable is here. She's a woman. Then we have the speaker of parliament and even the local leaders. When we were in the regional meetings, you saw that actually women were taking leadership and were doing very well. But now, the other women from the other subgroups are complaining they are not included. From the ethnic minorities, we are not having a minister from there. They are saying now why? Why don't we have such? 6 is the water and sanitation. People suffering, mostly ethnic minorities, people with disabilities, older persons, women, working group. And according to the sanitation and the environmental development plan, government has been able, I think, to provide water, urban 90%, in the rural 75%. But then the other group, the subgroup suffers because they are not able even to utilize the water which is around. If you go to the slums, they have to pay for that water. And they cannot even cheat because they put a padlock on every tap. So they are saying they need to be considered so that they are not left behind. Then for the case of the 7th one, on energy, subgroups suffering under that one are older persons, ethnic minorities, fisher folk, pastoral communities, they are suffering. So the problem is the high cost of electricity, averaging to about 25,000 shillings, which is too high. For the other living behind, because we are talking of people who are left behind, can they manage electricity? And you can see that high power voltage, government has provided infrastructure, but then where it goes in rural areas, they don't see that power. But there are other strategies, of course, like using the solar, biogas, etc., which they can use, but they can't manage. The one on the on economic growth, subgroups, of course, mostly people affected are women and girls, and then people with disabilities, youth, and working poor. Now, according to the graph, you will notice that government has been able to commit efforts to eliminate the child labor. Child labor, very important, especially in the worst forms. However, child labor is still high, especially in northern Uganda, younger people. And you will notice that according to the National Labor Force Survey report which came out last month, a high proportion of the youth, which is 41%, were not employed. 41% not employed. They are not even educated. And they are not attending even any training at all. And it is 41%. So we need to look at this category. But the government has put strategies which can alleviate that one there. The National Employment Policy, which does not allow child labor, though it is still on. The presidential skilling on a girl and a boy child. And results, I don't have data, but for this skilling project of the president has generated some good results, where younger people who have passed through this one here are able now to generate income. So I think we need to support that program and make sure that we have more younger people trained. Then the one, number 9, on innovations and infrastructure. The group suffering most is the older persons, women, girls, ethnic minorities, fisher folk communities, slum dwellers, and working poor. Now here, we will find that government has made tremendous infrastructure development projects. In the past years, we have many roads coming, which have come up, factories and industries coming up. But then again, we are looking at the people left behind. And these people left behind, you will find that the infrastructure we have put on to support value addition, especially agriculture production, is a bit low. And that's why we have put a diagram there, which is modern, of course, irrigation, which is modern. And we have water, I think a lot of water here, which we can utilize to irrigate so that we can generate food. But on the diagram, again, you see a lot of agriculture, which is like animals, products, honey, you have tractors, whatever, but those cannot be used to generate the outputs which we are talking about. But there is agricultural value chain development projects which are up. Now, the other one is on inequalities. People are suffering here, people with disabilities, employment, poor ethnic minorities, pastoral communities, and the fisher communities. And on the budget there, they are saying that, of course, there is a budget, but it does not cater for the other people who are left behind, the elderly, people with disabilities, etc. And you see that person with a cake, eating it alone, and the others are wondering. But then somewhere in the middle, you see, of course, girls and boys are equal, and that's what now some of the strategies are. They are all equal, but in practice, when it comes to employment, you will see the woman ending up in the kitchen, cooking, and the other man just walking in a briefcase, getting work. So employment, again, becomes the problem. So government has put in an Equal Opportunity Commission, which I think has done some good work, and then certificates of compliance. Even the NPA has developed that, and it has generated some positive results. But there are development and pacification programs which government have put in place, like for northern Uganda, to make sure that the people who are left behind are supported. Now, with the sustainable cities, people suffering with the cities, people with disabilities, elderly, urban poor, youth, women, and the streets. And of course, you will notice that there is failure of the city authorities to include the living nowhere behind when they are planning. There is limited walkways, limited gazetted green zones, and then limited garbage disposals in most of our cities, as you can see on the left-hand side. But the government has established more cities. We have extra 10 cities now, as you notice. And there is also a strategy on green growth. So how do we make sure that these cities can provide for the other people whom we have mentioned? Number 12, on consumption, the people left behind are women and youth, almost the same people. And mostly on this goal, number 12, on consumption and production, the key indicator we are looking at is procurement. Why procurement? Because almost 60% of government's money goes through procurement. But when we are procuring, these people are left behind. They don't get contracts. They are eliminated. So they are saying, why don't we be included and be given some projects, some surprise, small consultancies, so that we can also survive. That's why now you see that motorcycle with no tires, it cannot move. Procurement, it cannot move because they are left behind. These are the other younger people. Number 13 is climate change. People mostly suffering, almost the same people, older persons, women, children, people with disabilities. And you can see the country has faced disastrous moments that have led to deaths as a result of extreme weather conditions. For example, the number of deaths, missing persons and directly affected persons attributed to disasters have increased from 103 in 2018 to 130 in 2020 by 100,000 people. So there is limited awareness of the climate change amongst the people, and this is a strategy the Ministry of Water has put in place, and our permanent secretary tomorrow will be telling us exactly how is this strategy going to work to make sure that the climate change issue is worked on. Then the life underwater, the government of Uganda has escalated efforts in restoration and degraded fragile ecosystems. But then you can see that is just near the land sites where there are bottles, empty bottles, etc. And there is a problem which needs to be worked on. But here we only have one indicator we are measuring because we are not near the oceans and so of course where majority of the countries are affected. Then number 15, this one here is life on land. And of course, life on land, we are talking of deforestation and desertification caused by human activities still remains a challenge. In Uganda, for example, Uganda has an annual loss of 2% of the trees being cut by human beings. And as you can see, this one affects tourism industry. It affects also because the forests provide 81% of the energy, and this one is it. But of course, there is a national climate strategy which has been put in place to make sure that one is alleviated. I'm about to finish. Then the other group on peace and justice, we have people affected there, women, refugees, elderly people, and of course, there is delayed justice for victims of sexual and gender-based. And of course, this subgroup has been receiving support to access legal assistance and legal remedies, but still it is not enough in the courts of law. We shall hear from the Chief Justice tomorrow what strategies they have to make sure that people left behind in this category are left behind. And I think they have developed strategies, so he will tell us tomorrow. And lastly, on number 17, on partnerships, the same grass are the same which are affected. And one indicator that is prominent is actually mobile phones. They are very, very important because if people are connected, they are able to know exactly what is happening and they are able to engage in the trade. So these people, if they can get mobile phones, know how to use mobile phones connected to the internet, then the rest will solve itself. Conclusion, for most of the subgroups I have mentioned, continue to suffer inequality and discrimination due to policy, legal, and institutional dysfunction affecting the inclusion in the development and humanitarian delivery mechanisms. However, a number of government strategies still exist to address, as I have mentioned, per every goal. We have enough strategies which can solve that one. So what do we recommend? We recommend that we increase awareness among the subgroups we have talked about and tell them about the opportunities which are available, like the parish development model, and their rights and their responsibilities. That's why the Prime Minister has invited all the arms of government so that we handle the problem together. Then there is inclusion of this category in the budgeting, planning, and implementation. That's why even the planning issue is. And I hope National Planning Authority does that when they are planning to make sure they are not left behind. Then increase the funding, infrastructure expansion and rehabilitation, and finally strengthen the partnerships across the stakeholders. And that's why now this conference has invited all of the people, who have a mixture of all of the people who are actually implementing the SDGs. So I thank you so much, and we are saying leaving no one behind, the strategy we won't have. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Dr. Byamjisha. I think he has helped us to set the stage by doing an analysis of the people who are being left behind. And I think this is very helpful because the next panel will be talking about leaving no one behind through localization and partnerships. The UN Secretary General, I think, has been very emphatic that this year at the SDG Summit of 2023, the one happening in September, we should be talking about a rescue plan for the people and planet. And clearly that means that even for us as Uganda, probably from this data, we should be thinking what should be our rescue plan. Because there are several areas that, as the study shows, we need to do something about. So for the panel, we are going to be having the moderator, Dr. Muhumuza Fred, who is an economist and is at the Makerere University Business School. Please, moderator, please come forward so that they know that the panel will have a real moderator. So you are welcome to take the stage. And the panelists, we have a number of them from the academia, someone who will be speaking about the academic perspectives, representing Professor Barnabas Nawange, the Vice Chancellor, will be Professor Hisali. So please come forward and take your seat. You will have to give them a small hand clap so that they feel energized to come to the front. Sometimes walking without noise is very complicated. The other one who will be speaking will be from the National Planning Authority, speaking on behalf of Dr. Joseph Muvawala, the Executive Director, will be the Deputy Executive Director himself, Honorable Charles Olenyi Ojok. You are welcome. Please come forward and take your seats. I haven't seen any panelists. They are waiting for the moderator, so please, moderator, come and take the panelists, bring the panelists with you. We will be then followed by someone from the UN Women. UN Women to represent Dr. Paulina Chiwangu will be Evelyn Letio. Please come forward. Welcome. She will be speaking to us on issues around the SDG 5 and fast tracking, that's the SDG. That will be, and the next panelist will be Dr. Chris Mukiza, the Executive Director of the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. Dr. Mukiza, you are welcome to come forward and we start. And then we will have, lastly, High Excellency Signe Winding Alberg, the ambassador of Denmark to Uganda, who will be also on the panel. So you are all welcome, the panelists. Your moderator is going to come. He's just doing a housekeeping issue, but please sit on the panel and he will be with you in half a minute. I think he's taking an urgent call or something. So this panel will be, as we said, speaking about leaving no one behind, through the SDG localization. And the way we have agreed is that this panel, as you can see, is a very high-powered panel, will be helping us to shape and take some of the issues that have been mentioned in the different slides that were shown by Dr. Byamjisha, but also we have specific questions that they will be touching on. So the moderator will be taking us through that. So thank you very much, and over to you, moderator. You stood behind me and I was looking for you in front of me. So you can come and then you take over. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. I didn't want to come because I wanted to use the same space he was using. So until he leaves the space, I was not able to come in. But I'm supposed to have a seat there. I will strategically use it for social distance between the other side and this side.
Between the men and the women.
Thank you for inviting my panel. Right Honorable Minister, you welcome everybody to this meeting. I will observe all the protocol and get ready to get into the discussions of people I know. They have just done me one favor of not letting the Vice Chancellor of Makerere come. Being my boss, I wouldn't know how to stop him. This is not to say Professor Hisali is not my boss, but that's a different level. We can see how we solve that one. The other one is a higher level engagement. We have questions for them, but quite often I always want to give professionals and practitioners a blank check. to say in 1 minute, add whatever introduction that were made, anything that might have been left out that you want to tell us, but also take that minute to speak to the theme of the day. Before I give you my own guidance, why don't you speak to the theme of the day and let me run from the nearest to the farthest. So Deputy ED, you know the theme. I'm sure you came with something itching on your mind that you want to tell us.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fred. All protocol observed. I am here to represent the Executive Director, Dr. Mugaola, who was not able to make it. But first and foremost, let me, on behalf of the National Planning Authority, associate very much the importance of the conference, because it brings into the perspective the progress that we as a country in Uganda are making towards the achievement of the Agenda 2030, but also Agenda 2063. And if you'd like me to mention very quickly that as a country, we are very proud to be one of the highest ranked in terms of the alignment of our development planning processes to, first of all, the Agenda 2030 itself. Then you come down to the Agenda 2063. And in this regard, allow me to thank the UN resident coordinator, who just about 2 weeks ago was able to support the National Planning Authority with an expert, whereby we are developing the national planning and the reporting tool. You supported us from, rather with an expert from the UNECA, United Economic Commission for Africa. And in his assessment, he told us that Uganda has the highest alignment to those development frameworks, ranked at about 70%. We are the highest among the region. So therefore, Dr. Fred, today as we reflect on the progress that has been made, we should also be proud to say categorically that in terms of our planning processes, we are doing very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in talking about alignment, I want to withdraw the blank check from my professor and straight away take him into the deeper end of the waters. One of the alignment programs of government is parish development model. And I'm told you have been working on policy labs at the Makerere University's College of Business and Management Studies. What is the focus of the university in these PDM labs?
Thank you, my colleague, Dr. Muhumza. With the support of the United Nations Development Program in Uganda, we are working on an initiative that we have called the PDM Lab, the Parish Development Model Policy Laboratory. Now, what is this whole idea of the laboratory and what are we doing in it there? Just like any other lab, we are just providing a platform for testing and recommending those interventions that we think will improve the implementation of the parish development model. So where do we get these preliminary ideas that we are sending to the lab for testing? We commission studies so that we generate preliminary evidence from background papers. But we also take advantage of international experience. Some of these initiatives have been rolled out elsewhere on the continent and in other places. But we also want to benefit from emerging issues. The PDM has been around us at the implementation stage now for slightly over a year, and there is feedback that has started coming in, and we want to put that to discussion and try to make sense of what is coming in. So yes, we provide that platform. We have the source of the raw information that then we subject to deeper analysis, to stakeholder engagement, and out of that, we should be able to get, suggest improvements that require to be made as we continue with the implementation. So that's the brief background to the lab. And in terms of the structure, we have an oversight structure called the Steering Committee, headed by Office of the President, Professor Ezra Suruma, and then we have the Technical Committee that Makerere University is currently chairing, but with a number of MDAs, including the Bureau of Statistics, the Ministry of Local Government, our development partners, and the National Planning Authority.
Thank you. I hope people are taking observations of what is happening to talk about the 70% alignment. We need the other 30% covered, and the labs are supposed to help us not to lose ground on the 70, but to also gain on the 30. Now, before I get to the statistics, people, I know what comes out of labs quite often is statistics. Let me use the prerogative of the blank chair I left there to take a break and recognize the following. No, it's not right, Honorable, these are protocol things. Honorable Margaret Muhanga, Minister of State for Health, welcome. We appreciate your presence here. Honorable Muruli Mukasa, Minister of Public Service. We appreciate the time you have given to this event. These are at the central focus of delivering the SDGs. I'll be asking the SDG people, remember this is the second annual Sustainable Development Goals Conference. What happened in the first one? I don't know whether we have any statistics yet, but let me cross over to my friend. The Bureau of Statistics, Dr. Mukiza. Out there are many things that are happening in the statistics world, and we are told that in inclusive data systems, they have never been important than today. When it's to leave no one behind, then the data must be inclusive. It's those individuals and communities who are farthest behind, and I'm not talking about the people farthest behind there because the microphones are reaching them, that are likely to remain voiceless and invisible. Question is, how our national development plans that we develop based on your statistics, what is UBOS doing to build inclusive data systems and ecosystems to ensure everyone has a voice and is visible to the planners?
Thank you, moderator. Good morning all, protocol observed. As you've seen from the presentation from the Secretariat, much of the discussion was premised on the data. And you have seen how we have progressed gradually but steadily to 121 indicators out of the 2001 that we promised to provide for monitoring the performance of SDGs. By the end of this year, we shall be able to provide 150 indicators. Now, when SDGs came to the fore, We, of course, aligned our statistical production and dissemination to NDP 3. NDP 1 and NDP 3 by developing a plan for national statistical development that covers the entire national statistical system. National statistical system involves all the producers, users, academia, as we have heard, and private sector. And those members in the plan are developing strategic plans for statistics in order to cover all indicators in the indicator framework of the NDP, which we have been told is aligned 70%. At the Bureau, our strategic plan for statistics has a theme of transformation using digital technology and innovation, so that we move beyond the traditional data sources. The notable ones are censuses, surveys, and administrative data, to harnessing other non-traditional data sources, using geospatial technologies, artificial intelligence, and data science. I want to mention that even those traditional data sources, we don't leave anyone behind. All the categories, the other subgroups that are vulnerable and left behind by policymakers are covered by statistics, and data exists. The main challenge to all of us is how we intentionally must use these statistics to inform decision making. We know that you cannot manage what you can't measure. Or the other way, you cannot, in order to manage it, you should first measure. So, even the retro indicator, the few indicators we have, how are we using them in decision making and the policy formulation to reach those people that are being left behind? And that's the challenge I'm giving to all the users of statistics. Now, in the non-traditional data sources, we also worked with the development partners to develop citizen-generated data handbook, because as they operate, they generate a lot of data. Citizens include those minorities and vulnerable groups. We are soon conducting the National Population Housing Census. I think this will be an announcement. And many of the indicators and those people that are normally left, especially minority tribes, minority communities, those in refugees and refugee host communities will be counted. And once we count them, we know where they are, how many they are, how they live. Then it will be upon the decision makers and policy people to ensure that they use that statistics fully. I think I have attempted to answer your question.
You've not only attempted, you have answered it, but in the process excited me to create another question, which will come to you in another round. You said we can't manage what we can't measure, but these days I know we can't measure what we can't manage. They call it big data. Even as we are here, Google knows I am here. Surely you can't manage Google. But between me and Google, we are generating data. I've just paid my electricity bill, so my people home can go back or avoid going off. Google knows that payment. Umeme might know about that payment. So when I get back to you, I will be looking for conversations on how can we harness, harvest, analyze, and draw lessons from big data. People are right now doing lots of things. And that data is needed for us to understand. There are those who have not been left behind and who must not be left behind, but there are those who are already in front. Quite often we lose them. And they are running ahead of us and we can't manage them. But we need information about them. That's a question we shall have in our conversation. Madam Evelyn, Letio is the other name.
Yes, please.
Why don't you tell us more about yourself, the subject, but also I want to hear from you. There's that finding from the Global Gender Social Norm Index of 2023 that is saying close to 90% of the people, both women and men, have at least one bias in gender social norms. What are the implications of this toward the achievement of SDGs in Uganda? First of all, what are these social norms? Tell us, because some of us may not know them, and those biases in those social norms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's always hard to talk about myself. I have many things to say. But anyway, my name is Evelyn Letio, and I work with UN Women. I lead the thematic area of work on ending violence against women. But today, I wear very big shoes and sitting in for the representative from UN Women, Dr. Paulina Chiwango. She's in New York for a leadership conference and couldn't be here, but she's monitoring us. And hopefully one day I will wear the shoes permanently and not just for a few days. Regarding the theme, I think the words that stand out for me are inclusive, and I hope that by the end of the 2 days, we can really unpack what that inclusiveness means. And as we try to move away from the 17% we have in terms of our report card on how we are performing, that inclusiveness, if we unpack it, really gives us the answers and the directions that we are going to take moving forward. But you've asked me to speak a little bit about the Gender Social Norms Index. And the 9 out of 10 people globally that have at least one bias, gender bias. So I'm looking at the numbers here, and I don't know, maybe we are 300. And what that tells us is that about 270, so almost all of us here have some gender bias in us. This data is drawn from 4 broad areas. It looked at biases around political participation, biases around education, biases around economics, employment, and biases around physical integrity that are related to issues around physical violence and sexual reproductive health. And so I think for me, while it's depressing, because we know that we have not registered significant shifts around biases in the last 10 years, I think it points us to what needs to be done, but also the criticality of addressing social norms if we are going to achieve the SDGs and also our national development goals. So just, I think to put a few things into perspective for me, there is an illusion, and when you speak to very many people, there is the feeling that lives of women have really changed. And that sometimes the efforts that we are putting, particular entities like us, UN Women, around gender equality are over-exaggerated. People are quick to say, but there are so many girls in schools. If you look at the architecture of the government of Uganda, there's so many women. Oh my God, it's actually the boy child that is now being disadvantaged. And sometimes, especially for us who are very Kampala-centric, that almost starts to make sense. But when you look at data that globally is saying 9 out of 10 have a gender bias, in those indicators. And when you pack it further, it says, for example, that 60% of people believe men make better leaders than women. So basically, as women are going to the ballot boxes, as women are going for job interviews, as women are going, in the public sector, there is the bias over 60%, that woman is not good enough. So as we are seated here, 60% of us are thinking, the vice president of Uganda shouldn't be a woman. A man could do better. We don't actually think Anne is doing a good job at Stand Big. A man could do better. Just, looking at that. And equally, same number of people are thinking, in terms of economics, women, they can do something, but they need to stay more at home and take care of the family. And that's where the unpaid care work and all those things are taking place. And 30% of the same people are saying, university education, not necessary for women. So while we have made progress in terms of enrollment of girls in school, I think we start to see the norms that are affecting retention and the norms that are affecting transition of girls into higher echelons of education. And then when you come to physical autonomy, 70%, 75% whooping believe it's okay for violence to happen. It's a small issue. People can talk about it. And when it comes to sexual reproductive health, really do not even go there. So what does this exactly mean for us in terms of the SDGs and delivering on them? And bringing home to Uganda, those statistics resonate with our statistics in country. So when we start to question why are girls not transitioning through schools, it's because we hold those norms that education, it's okay, but not too much education. When we start to even ask, I remember sometime we were discussing why we are not having gender parity when it comes to women's representation in politics. And we were asking, there are women that are so seasoned. They've been in politics for so long, 20 years in parliament. Why are they still on affirmative action? Why can't they stand out with the men? And I think this index helps us to see that it's tough to go for that with men. You have your own voices and your own value systems that are saying, let me not go there. But you also have the society that is saying, really, should you be going there? And so you start to see, the adage of the sticky floors for women and the glass ceiling. As I want to jump, but something is really holding us here. And so I think in terms of really SDGs, what we see here is all the 17 SDGs, as long as we don't address social norms, as long as all this that we are holding, 9 out of 10 of us here, do not start interrogating those deeply held values that we have, attitudes that we have, then we are not going to be on track for SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for that explanation. Look at your table. 9 out of 10. Now, some of you, the figure is bigger because you are not 10 on that table. So it is possibly 1.5 of you has a bias, more than you. Question is, which bias do you have? Is it about the women? Is it about the children? Is it about a certain tribe? Is it about a certain height? Is it about a certain, what bias do you have? Because these are social biases, and there are quite many. And leave no one behind. Some of us, we work with our research minds. And 2 weeks ago, I looked through my students' list as I was beginning to compile their coursework results. And one student had done the first coursework, but not the second. So I called the class representative. I said, I don't want to leave anyone behind. What happened to this person who didn't do the second coursework? He had dropped out of school even before the semester could close. This is a third-year student, left with 1 semester to finish, dropped out of school. So these things are real. We're talking about real human beings. Behind the numbers are people out there, and many of the partners who have helped us move on, and we can't wind up. You know why I've only zeroed in on that name. Not only the other names hard for me, but this one also speaks to, we are not going to wind up this business of SDGs. Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Denmark, you have been a key partner in rolling out these and localization of the SDGs. They are global, but we've been localizing them in Uganda. I want you to share with the people here some of your reflections on the recent SDG localization efforts, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much for that, and thank you very much for inviting me here. It's a great honor to be here. I've been asked to speak a bit about the SDGs and localization and what we have been doing. And I wanted to speak about two different ways in which we've tried to support localization of SDGs in Uganda. One is about the awareness raising and the information and the involvement, and another one is more practical in terms of how we do it in but first of all, I think it's important to realize that with the SDGs, also coming from what we just heard presented of how far we all have a role to play. So it's not a job of one government or one institution. It's really the global goals. That's also why we call it the global goals. So even for us as development partners, we have a role to play in supporting the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals in Uganda. And the way we do it has a big impact on how well we can actually achieve it. So something is about the way we are working with the SDGs. One of the priorities for us in terms of localization is really looking globally as how can we shift power and resources towards local actors. Local actors, especially in the global south, in countries like Uganda, how can we make sure that our support actually enhances the capacity of local actors and not just central actors? And how can we ensure that the needs and the interests of local actors are at the core of what we do, in terms of identifying needs, in terms of identifying priorities, in terms of planning and implementation. And one of the things is the more, you could say, popular and festive way, what has been going on in Uganda for the past weeks, the local SDG festivals that Denmark has been supported. We heard the PS speaking about it. We went to Jinja, to Mbarara, to Mobende, to Lira, in what was called the Joint Initiative for Accelerating the SDG Implementation in Uganda. That initiative, or that partnership, actually originated from 23 Ugandans coming to an SDG course in Denmark. The 23 became SDG champions. Many of them are here today. I've met several of you now. And one of the things they identified in this course was a need to strengthen the SDG awareness and localization in Uganda. As we also heard from the presentation, the awareness of the SDGs at the local level were not very high. This is true for my country as well. Although we've been speaking about SDGs for so long since it came out, there's still limited knowledge. So the need to actually go out there in the whole country to speak about the SDGs was identified. And then this idea of organizing these festivals with the purpose of engaging people in a, as we heard, in a fun way, in an engaging way, and getting people to think about what do the SDGs mean for us, what are our needs locally, and getting people actively involved at the local level, and starting to think about how can we actually use these SDGs that are for all of us to ask our local governments, ask our local councillors, ask our government to focus on us, to hold them accountable as well. So we are looking a lot forward to August, where there'll be a national festival, bringing in all the information, all the ideas from the local festivals into the national level. So that's one of the things that we do. Just creating awareness, starting conversations, using it to understand that this is something that belongs to all of us. Then a little bit more about the more technical in terms of how we do our programs, because it's also quite important that we take localization very seriously in the way we support Uganda in our development engagements. We have a lot of bilateral programs at country level. We are developing a new program, 2023-2027. And one of the things we do as development partners as Denmark is that we align these programs very, very closely with the national and local policies. We look at the choice of implementation modalities and the choice of partners in deciding how can we get as close as possible to the local levels. I give you a few examples. We have a program targeting refugees and host communities in northern Uganda. We've been having programs like that for many decades. One program is building resilience and climate and supporting climate-smart agriculture and jobs. The other one is providing sexual and reproductive health and rights to the communities. And in these programs, we put the support of local capacity and leadership at the core. So we are utilizing existing local structures and systems to the extent possible, working with the local district governments at Paris level, working with the local district plans, the local authorities, not just working with them in terms of planning, but really utilizing the local structures to understand what are the needs, what should be the plans, but also involve in implementation and in monitoring. And I think it speaks to what he's talking about in terms of data. We do joint monitoring with the local district authorities, with the local CSOs, with the local private sector to actually go and monitor the progress of our projects so that we make sure that jointly we have accountability for what we are delivering on the ground. Wanted to speak to two other really important actors to support in terms of localization, and one is the local civil society organizations. Civil society organizations has a crucial role to play in realizing SDGs and localization. Luckily, Uganda has a very strong, very active civil society who are very engaged at many levels, especially also local level. So in our programs, we've supported numerous civil society organizations, and the vast majorities of these have been local organizations. And this is something that we continue to push for, that we push more and more funds directly to local organizations and try to look for new ways of funding so we get closer to the ground. Another important partner that we often forget and we don't talk about is the private sector. The private sector has a huge role to play as well on the localization agenda. We are also pushing for very strong local involvement and leadership and ownership. So one of the core organizations that we co-funded is Abbey Development, a local-led financial organization supporting local financial institutions, and through that creating hundreds and thousands of jobs in the agriculture sector. So going through the local financial institutions and trying to work with the grassroots levels, that can be through SACCOs, VSLAs, all the way down. So we try to work with localization in our programs. I also want to share with you that I think we can still do a lot better. This goes for us as Denmark, and I can only speak for myself, but we are also pushing our UN partners and others to continue to do better on this. And I wanted to share just a few of the challenges before I finish. I think one of the things we should do better is to continue to work on new ways, more ways to find suitable and direct funding modalities to local actors. This is always difficult. There's a balance in terms of capacity and accountability, but we need to continue to work with our modalities. We also need to continue to strengthen the inclusion of all, and the mutual accountability in our programming. And one of the things we will aim to work more with is the local-led organizations or the constituency-led organizations, exactly those that you have pointed out in your analysis that are left behind. So these are organizations left by youth, by women, by refugees, or people living with disabilities or sicknesses. Trying to work directly with the constituency-led organizations will allow them to have a stronger voice, and hopefully we can work together on leaving no one behind by working with them as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for saying thank you. By those claps, they could have been louder and harder. I appreciate that. Let's leave no one behind. I'm still waiting for UN men so that I can get myself a job. That's the 9% and the 1%. Some social biases out there. But I think she's raised, and the conversation is really raising an important thing of localization. And I'm going to come to the NPA, Honorable Jock, soon to speak about what came out of the midterm review of the NDP. I hate it when the entire conversation about girl child dropping out of school emerges after UNEB releases results. And then we say, where are the girls? Oh, they entered 8 million. Where are the others? Yet we know the teachers do roll call every day. Every day. What do we use that data for? Growing up, would always know this child who sits next to me didn't come on Monday, didn't come on Tuesday, and the teacher would be informed he's sick, or lost a relative, or changed schools. Do we use this community data to really blend in? I've just given my own experience. When one child didn't submit coursework, I said, where is this one? And I took an effort and discovered it. So before they even drop out of school, what has happened to them? Localization of this conversation is key, and one of the key actors in that is civil society. The voices of the people being left out behind there. I can't forget my auntie. She's now a practicing doctor in her possibly 70s, but she was admitted in Gayaza many years back in the 70s and did not turn up, because the father felt Gayaza was so far away from Bushenyi. Why do you go to Gayaza? So he took her to Maryhill, didn't drop out of school. The head teacher in Gayaza said, where is this girl? Wrote a letter to Bushenyi, find me this girl. The next time, she was in Gayaza. Are we that serious in leaving no one behind, or is it just terminologies and languages? These are real people we are talking about here. We did the midterm review. Somebody here was asking, do we even need an NDP 4? Why don't we just print the midterm review and move on for the next 5 years? You've had the Danes already revising up to 2027. You've already given them signals they will use. Now they don't want to produce their document today, and in NDP 4, 3 years from now, you have written something different. What lessons really came out, especially in terms of reducing vulnerabilities and inequalities? What did we learn from the midterm review? These people need to listen and capture that in order to synchronize with government. Honorable Jock.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fred, once again. I think in order to anchor my discussion in this conference, I would like to start from qualifying the fact that our planning process, as I said earlier, is highly inclusive. Secondly, in terms of understanding our national development planning framework, we are guided, as I said, by the global targets, by the continental, the regional, and the national vision 2040. So to that extent, planning in this country is very highly inclusive. Why do I say this? As a process, when we are formulating our plans, as you all know, we are now in NDP 3, but I can as well take you back to say, we came from NDP 1, NDP 2, now we are in NDP 3. The formulation of a development plan for Uganda is highly participatory for all citizens of the country. Of course, by this I don't mean that we would ideally meet everyone to get their views, but we interact to a large extent with the representatives of the different sections of society. Number 3, I want the conference to take note of the fact that our planning is also human rights based. Actually, we have some very good support from the GIZ to this extent. We do highly include all the different groupings that were referred to by Dr. Albert Biamugisha in his presentation. NPA has gone to include the minority groupings, the different members of society, the private sector, the development actors, as well as the civil society. We always engage. And then the process goes even up to parliament, actually cabinet, parliament, and the plan is approved. So to that extent, I want you to be rest assured that NPA does not sit in a corner to have a document that we call a plan by itself. No, it's all inclusive. And by the theme of the conference, promoting inclusive national and continental actions, so this is really, we are qualifying this. We are guided by that framework. In other words, we can say National Planning Authority collates the formulation of this process. But it understands the fact that we think globally, but act nationally. Or you could say, think globally and act locally. So to that extent, I want this to be underlined, that we are all inclusive in terms of the intentions of the plan. The fourth point is now to come to the midterm review. Yeah, the midterm review was commanded by our development framework, which compels the National Planning Authority at the midpoint of the implementation of the plan. We do need to ask ourselves, how have we moved? How have we progressed? Just like we did for NDP 1 and NDP 2, we did the same. We did the midterm review. We also carried out the end-term evaluation. So, Doctor, you quickly said, why should we even have the next plan? Our legal framework provides for a 5-year plan. But that does not mean we do not carry what we were doing in one plan to the next plan. But as a matter of complying with our requirements in executing the planning function, we will remain guided by our legal framework. So that's the reason we will need to do NDP 4. Now, the conference needs to note that why do we have a plan? We have a development plan because it articulates the clear understanding of the issues that we face as a country. And I will use quickly one proxy of the measure of vulnerability, poverty. In developing and formulating the plan, the analysis is done to show what is our level of poverty. If you use poverty as a proxy measure for vulnerability, it will show you clearly that within the country, there are sections of the society that are more poor than others. We have the poverty maps, thanks to the work of our colleagues from the Bureau of Statistics. We have the poverty maps. Now, it therefore means, as we design the plan, we are informed by our understanding of poverty across the country. You will refer to the theme of the current plan. The current plan, its theme is sustainable industrialization for inclusive employment and wealth creation. Now, it will tell you, therefore, we intend to be, the plan aspires to have an inclusive approach to addressing the development issues of the country. But also, we quickly will agree that the design of the government programs in terms of interventions, in the plan we currently have 20 programs. When you look at all of them, they are focused at addressing the issues that have remained as the key drivers or the key triggers to poverty within the country. So these programs are designed, therefore, to mitigate, and they also prescribe government interventions that will be addressing issues that, if addressed, we hope to improve on our poverty numbers. Moderator, you'll allow me, you know, being a panelist, you are between a fast-moving train and a slow-moving train, in order to keep, first of all, your audience engaged, but also providing the adequate information. So you'll allow me, therefore, to be picking my issues across the midterm review. They are quite wide, but I will try and focus on a few. Now, the midterm review was an assessment. In doing this assessment, we consulted with many of you. You all know this and you remember this. Now, the findings were clearly that we had suffered some shocks. During the implementation of the plan, we all remember the locusts. We remember the COVID-19 pandemic. You do remember the floods. You do remember the most talked about, the Ukraine-Russia war. This clearly had an overall effect on the performance of the plan implementation. The plan had targets. Now, for instance, we had targets to improve on our income poverty. We had targets to generate, through the private sector, decent jobs. We had targets to reduce the extent of vulnerability across the society. But all of these we found out, they were negatively affected. But nevertheless, allow me to say, from within the region, you remember the lockdowns. We had 2 serious lockdowns. But in spite of that, the midterm review findings were interesting, so to speak, because we are one of the few countries in the region that still registered positive growth. There were countries in the continent that went below zero growth and went into negative. I will not quote them since this is a global conference, but you can check. There were countries that went that low. But for Uganda, I think the lowest we came to was initially 2.8 growth, that went to 3.1, 3.3, and we kept coming up. What does this show? The plan in its implementation had the right focus, and so government interventions were able to render our economy resilient. You all remember how we were able to do a very quick import substitution replacement. Sanitizers came from within. Even though most of the enterprises, the factories, had to close in terms of the lockdowns, but government, in its wisdom, undertook to guide that we did not need to close the factories, we did not need to close the enterprises, we did not need to close the markets. I think, Dr. Fred, this was one of the things that positively impacted overall in the performance of our economy. And the other thing that I would like to point out, okay, time is of negative essence to me. Now, so what then are we saying as National Planning Authority? We had, as a result of the findings of the midterm review, we had to switch on a reprioritization gear. Government reprioritized, it cut down on unnecessary expenditure, there was a budget suppression. We focused on those key growth areas which were meant to revamp the economy. And I think we have done well. Now our current growth rate is standing at about 5.2, going to 5.3, hopefully, by the end of this financial year. So the midterm review, therefore, is going forward, is going to further inform us on how we are going to focus on key priorities in formulating the NDP4. What do you may ask yourself, what would we like to see in the formulation of the next plan? We would like to see the government continue to invest in areas where there will be multiplier effects. We also we hope to see government continuing to reduce its appetite for debt financing of the plan implementation. You know where we are on the debt numbers. We have remained vulnerable, and so we are saying, and we do hope in the next plan, we should cut down our appetite and work with what we have. We also think that the fourth plan should take into account the ongoing projects. Even though of course, we thank Cabinet and they have taken a decision to stay any new projects, but have laid emphasis on continuing to implement those key strategic projects, even if it's through loans, that will have a positive effect on the overall performance of the economy. So we thank government for that we have, in a way, taken steps to already say we do not need to take excessive loans. We also want to see, Dr. Fred, that as we do the plan, the fourth plan, we need to scale down. Maybe the NDP3 was very ambitious. We want to see a reduction in the scope. Many things are right in the NDP3, but given our limited fiscal space, we clearly see we need to scale down on those projects that will have very high impact. And I think since you've looked at me 3 and this is the 4th time, I just have to be fair enough and stop it there for now. But thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jock. He had actually entered into my other question to him. That's why I wanted him to keep it for that time. The Baganda called it kubobeza. Don't serve the food before it has spent some time on the fire, but he has served it. And thank you very much, because it helps us to further the conversation, knowing what the future holds. I really want to appreciate that knowledge and sharing, but also scaling down the appetite. I hear that conversation. The technocrats are planning for $55 billion, Uganda size of the economy soon. The president is saying, no, 500. There is some appetite there to harmonize within the government circles. This meeting and conversation is also about you. So where are those microphones? Where are those hands of those who want to make interventions? We didn't have questions for you, so you can answer your own question or you can ask your own question. It's only those two things. You either want to ask your own question to the panel or even to anybody. We shall capture the question and find the right person to answer it, or even take it back to chew the card on it, or you may want to make a submission. Over to you, our beloved audience here. Do we have an audience online as well? I don't want to miss them out. I see a hand over there, that's number 1. I see number 2. I see number 3. I really wanted to push up to number 7 for the obvious reason, but let me first say 1, 2, and 3. There is 4. All right, let's first deal with those 1, 2, 3, and 4. I hope you remember your numbers. Please mention your name when you stand, where you're coming from, your comment, and be brief so that I can pick as many as possible.
I am Patrick Okela, Commissioner Human Resource Management in Office of the Prime Minister. My first question is to National Planning Authority, and really to seek clarification on to what extent our current national planning framework is responsive to the implementation of the SDGs. And secondly, to seek further clarity on how we can motivate the local population to appreciate and participate in the implementation of the SDGs. The second goes to...
That is the third one, actually.
The third goes to the Vice Chancellor. He talked about the PDM lab in Makerere, and I wanted to know the relationship between this PDM lab with the PDM Secretariat and the Strategic Coordination Department in Office of the Prime Minister. I am raising this issue because having various implementation centers raises the question of high cost of implementation. Isn't all these causing high costs of running out PDM, taking into account the fact that already we have our members of parliament and our ministers monitoring the implementation? Then again, we go and duplicate. So thank you, Derek.
An interesting question that raises other questions. This is Office of the Prime Minister in charge of coordination. So when they are concerned about the too many different centers, that requires really a conversation and who should be doing what. But you have also touched something for me that is fundamental for Honorable Margaret Muhanga here, being in charge of primary health care, the human resource. We don't want to debate the issue of health care workers. I hear questions there that we are failing to resolve. Yet that is at the center of the SDGs. She should be interested in hearing from even you at Office of the OPM, how you are supporting her to deliver the health care at the primary level. This conversation is true. You have the floor, sir. If your microphone doesn't work, we can always change to the one that worked.
Thank you. My name is Noah Omuya, and I represent young people in the Uganda Youth Coalition for SDGs. I am the regional coordinator for Eastern Uganda. First, a comment to the National Planning Authority. During the formalization of NDP3, you had young people included in the planning process, and a thank you to you and the UN in Uganda. Now, to Your Excellency Ambassador, thank you for having the SDG champions in Uganda, but 23 is a small number. Uganda is one of the countries with high rates of, in a population, we have more than 75% of youth. And most of these youth are so engaged in the localization of SDGs. We now have what we call the Uganda Youth Coalition for SDGs under the SDG Secretariat. We have a constituency of young people all over the country. And if I am to begin counting for you how many I know in Eastern Uganda where I coordinate, there are so many. Since we are talking about partnerships for the localization, have you thought of having more engagements, maybe with the SDG Secretariat and the Youth Coalition for SDGs? Maybe tap into this potential that we have in the Youth Coalition for SDGs and extend what you're doing with the SDG champions and add even the number, because 23 is really small. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I had a hand over here. Let's take the microphone right over there. Glad that the lady will help me to punctuate these two men, but also to blend in the views of the ladies. They are always quite interesting views.
Thank you so much. My name is Irene Kagoya, and I work with World Vision. Mine is only a comment and a reflection on this conversation this morning. I think one of the major things that we would need to do as stakeholders to ensure that we leave no one behind is to work on the approach of positive mindset change. This is very important because for many communities,
I think there are some people to be left behind, Bafere. They are disturbing our microphones.
Thank you. This is because for many communities, it's not that they do not have the capacities, that they do not have the resources to be able to change and improve their well-being, but rather it's because of the mindset that often is holding them behind. And at World Vision, one of the things that we're doing and the approaches we're undertaking is to work with religious leaders, is to work with communities to be able to understand that they can use the resources around them and build and empower themselves economically and socially. So even when we look at government putting mindset change as a critical pillar in the PDM framework, I think it's important that more investment is made in that area. Thank you.
There was a hand this side, but as the microphone makes its way, I really want to add some conversations to that. I have a history with World Vision. Not only were people struggling not to leave no one behind, but also leaving nothing behind. So from our World Vision programming, we would come and see what was left behind. And quite often you'll find government built a health facility, but the health facility is just lacking water. So we'll get into that, support just for water. And not that they ignored it, but many times you find the water tank was put in and somebody vandalized the tap, just the tap. So as the water is flowing in, it is also flowing out. Can these communities on, talking about localization, they must see that tank as theirs. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Sam Atul, the mayor of Lira City. I want to thank the organizers for this opportunity and platform. Two comments. One is going to the National Planning Authority. I heard you saying that the midterm review for NDP3 was done and many stakeholders were involved. But at a local government level, I'm hearing it for the first time in this space. How I pray that the involvement will come down to the local government level so that we understand what is going on. And the same again applies to the PDM lab. I'm also hearing about it for the first time in this platform. Now, when you say the feedback you're getting is coming from down, at the local government level, I've not interfaced with the PDM lab, and we have a number of issues that are coming from down. And right now, as we speak, it's like we have now too many cooks around PDM. And for us in Africa, when there are too many cooks, then you can be sure what is meant to be Malakwan will now become something else. And now I pray that this could be corrected so that we all move together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lira. That will be taken care of. It's okay to have too many cooks, but there must be a chief cook who tells the others what to do. That's the coordination aspects. I see another hand there, but as coming through, I want to give my experience of Lira when I came in a few years back on my research program, and I found one school was asking for money to construct classrooms because they had 2,000 children. But there was a school the other side which had 200. So this is not a classroom issue. This is not a distance issue. All these children are in the same city. So there must be something to sort out on the management side. So real understanding of what are the issues can help us leverage the NDP 4. So emphasizing the point of consultations. What are the real issues? I've seen a hand somewhere, right where the microphone is, and then you'll be another one, and then another one. I've lost out my numbers. So you're like number 5, number 6, and number 7. I've finally gotten there to 7.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rose Othieno. I work with civil society, specifically Center for Conflict Resolution. I just want to re-echo on what the mayor and the moderators just said. For us in peace building, we term that conflict sensitivity. Very often we are trying to do things, but without consulting the people we are trying to help. And instead, things become negative. That example of the school is very, very vital. They usually call it white elephants. Mine is a concern, and probably it is to us all, part of which has been also re-echoed by the mayor about the consultations on national issues or even SDGs. As an organization, we have also been working on looking at SDGs because we are a peace-building organization. Our specific area has been SDG 16, but we take it as 16 plus because 16 is not a standalone SDG. When we are talking about leaving no one behind, I wanted to reflect back on the national consultations and festivals. I'm not sure whether these are the same regions that were consulted last year, but the mention of Lira, Mobende, Jinja, and whichever was, I just saw the Rwenzori missing. I saw the Great Northern and West Nile missing. I saw the Great Karamoja missing. And I don't know whether there are things that are being done in that area and how we are going to move this SDG to success, especially when you look at the area of Karamoja, because as an organization we have several engagements there. And looking at the targets that were highlighted, all of these are affected. Talk of energy, education, health, hunger, we all know what happened last year. Really, I don't know where the decision was not to take a festival to a region like this one that is so fragile. But since we are here to reflect and see a way forward, I really believe we shall have some recommendations that will take us forward and leave no one behind. Thank you.
Quite an interesting submission. And I have been in these spaces for some time with my friend Richard Sewachirianga. As a researcher, as a practitioner, what do we mean by consultation? What is the whole purpose? Sometimes we meet people, and every time I would sit in consultative meetings at budget frameworking level, they would always come and say, we gave you views, you never took them. That was when I was doing my tour of duty at the Ministry of Finance. And even next year, we would plan another consultation and never take their views. And never explain to them why. Data sometimes speaks. There is a district in the Lango sub-region which had 4 children who got 5 children who got first grade in PLOE, primary living examination. 5 first grades. 1 girl and 4 boys. If that is the situation at primary level, what do you expect at O level, leave alone A level? Those are already left behind. Because without a primary living certificate, where are you going? Now, do I need to go and consult that district when your neighbor has already told me there are issues there? Yes, I need to go and consult them. But the conversation now changes. What are the issues? We are really formulating this not just as a conference. As I've said, this is the 2nd annual. We want to come back for the 3rd, and we have things to report. NPA, you should be taking notes, and I hope your teams are here. Policy labs, it's not just a lab. Everything that happens in a lab brings us something. That's why we are here. The COVID fellows, their lab produced a vaccine. By the 3rd, I really want to see where is the vaccine for some of these things. Who was my number 6? Are you sure you're number 6? Please proceed, you have your minute.
Thank you, sir. My name is Dennis Odota. I'm a lawyer and an SDG champion. Mine goes to NPA. It's indeed commendable that we've integrated the Sustainable Development Goals into the planning frameworks. And this goes to show that if we put our minds to it, we can actually make this work. We can realize the agenda. Of course, planning has to go hand in hand with the necessary resources. We don't want to be that nation that has all these beautiful plans on paper, and yet when it comes to our position in terms of realization, we're still above 100. So I think our work is cut out for us. You mentioned towards the tail end of your second question that perhaps NDP 3 took on too much, and that's a good lesson. So as we go forward, I agree with you, we need to see what we can actually do, plan for what we can actually do. And also, when it comes to localization, the plans need to trickle down. I was part of the regional festivals, and across the regions, one of the issues was, where is the money? They talked about the budgets, and 50% of their budgets were going to the wage bill, paying the staff. So what remains for service delivery, according to them, is really minimal. So as we plan, let's plan both centrally and locally, if we are to take the localization message down to Omuntu Wawansi, like someone earlier mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this was really our challenge at the Ministry of Finance. Where is the money? So when the local government were asking, where is the money? Even us at the Ministry of Finance were asking, where is the money? It's going to boil down around the money issues. And none of you is even going to tell me you have money. If I came to you to lend me some 10K, you'll tell me you don't have, and yet you are sitting on some amount of money. Is money hidden somewhere? Where was the other hand? Yes, you were the right one there. And then I'll come to you, and I'll end here. Oh, she has the microphone. After her, you just proceed. I'll cancel the man, and then we go and understand each other after the meeting.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Patricia Shemeire. By designation, I'm a special representative of the International Municipal Corporation of the BRICS. But by profession, I'm a nutritionist, and I'm also in food systems. My question goes to the ED from UBOS and the ambassador from Denmark Embassy, right? And I'll keep in copy the Minister of General Duties, Mama Justine, because she's the most pragmatic leader that we have in Uganda. She has seen many things come to pass. We thank her. And the State Minister that is here, for health. Health information is one of the core functions of the health system and subsequently supports the country's ability to progress on the reporting of development goals. Now, I read a cancer statistic from UGANDA'S in Kampala, and they said that about 80% of the registers that they sampled between particular years had all the demographic information. Like, you know, a patient visited a facility, they are male, they are 33, they have these underlying complications and all that. It means that the 20% were lacking where they come from, what their age is, and other important information. Now, while I would not want to completely vindicate this statistic, I would like to say that down in the health facilities, in the sub-regions, in the sub-health regions, it is even worse. And yet this information is what we use to feed into the central information system to be able to get these statistics and simultaneously track the progress of our goals. Now, my question is, what interventions does UGANDA'S and the speaker that talked about shifting resources to local actors, is this one of the areas that you're looking at? Because the quality of data supports our decisions that we make and will help us realize these goals. Then also, the question of cancer. I would like to say that in the near future, I looked at the progress of the goals, and I looked at HIV. In the near future, cancer is going to be part of those people that are left behind if it doesn't actually displace HIV. And yet now, we do not have a referral pathway, a clearly outlined referral pathway for people that have signs or symptoms or that have already been diagnosed for cancer. It's just self-referral, and they come at later stages. We think that's an area that we need to look at. And lastly, as I said, I'm a nutritionist, and our motherland continues to be ravaged by high percentages of malnutrition. I've just read the UGANDA'S 2023 June report, and our stunting rate is 29%. It means that about 3 of 10 of the children are short for their age, and 1 in 10 of the children are not growing properly or are underweight. And only 15 have the right diet when they start feeding after breastfeeding. Minister Mama Justin, I would like to request you, and I would like to urge the government of Uganda to put a lot of effort on nutrition in this country, especially in the areas of human resource, nutritionists in health facilities, but also to support the behavioral change activities that are going on. Like, there's a program of Mother Mark, making sure that a woman deep in the village can be able to use a mark tape to measure to be able to know the nutrition status of their child, and then know when to refer them to the hospital. Because as a developing country, if the burden of malnutrition increases and the only people we have in health facilities are those with severe acute malnutrition, it will be even bad for us because we cannot handle. But if we prevent it, it is cheaper and not expensive, like if we have to treat severe acute malnutrition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I liked it when he mentioned, I think it was Vyamugisha, food and nutrition. We don't just eat food. I keep telling my students, your body is not looking for meat, it's looking for proteins. They can come in form of beans, the body won't know. So the hunger, I haven't eaten meat for weeks, is your own imagination. The body is happy, the nutrition, the proteins are coming through. How do we keep the two linked up? But she raises also an important point. Again, my constituency from World Vision, we went into Karamoja, and what we're looking at, breastfeeding mothers. Because those children can only find their nutrition in that breast. It can only be in that breast if the mother ate. So when we went in the times of hunger, we looked for those breastfeeding mothers and families and took special attention on them. But as the dilemma of policy making, when you do consult a lot, I hear conversations of milk for school-going children. And I'm like, wait a minute. The people who really need milk are not yet in school, 0 to 5. So don't feed the 5, 6 to 13. But government can really come up with such a policy, put a burden on parents, you must feed the children in school. I think I need my 0 to 2. So can we do more consultation, policy labs? My professor will resolve that. There was somebody with a microphone, and then somebody I'm going to agree with after, because you are coming next. So our conversation is sorted out. Madam.
Thank you so much. Mine is just simple. I'm Rashida Namowa, District Chairperson, Butambala. It goes to you and women. Let me take this opportunity to thank you for the great work that you are doing to support women out there. But allow me to ask, what efforts have you put in place to support women who always fear to stand with men and to stand with men in positions whereby some of them think that those positions were taken by, are supposed to be filled by men? A case in point is the position of Erosifan chairperson. They always call them chairman, not chairpersons. Thank you.
Or even chairwomen. When we go to women, you call it person. When you go to men, you call them men. But I think your notes will be very critical. How did you make it? We need to steal those notes from you and share them with women. UN women you've had. The answer is in the question. How did she make it? We want to replicate her. One more this side, and then I'll get back to my panel. I'm juggling a few things. From the cyberspace, I'm hearing noises that also need to be addressed.
Thank you very much, Doctor, and Protocol Observed. My name is Robert Kanusu. I'm the Deputy RCC of Mbarara City, but born from the source of the Nile in Jinja. My concern is a general one, which is about the core objective of the SDG story, reducing on the income gap between the very, very poor and the very, very rich. Dr. Albert has been very soft on referring to the very, very poor as those who are not included on the agenda or who are less included on the agenda. But to be straight, the issue is about how are we dealing with the poor communities, which number seems to be increasing against the number that is slightly okay, well off, and doing better. I think my observation on this, as I will seek more guidance from you, is how do we enforce the compliance of the SDG amidst the increasing income disparities? I work as an RCC in Mbarara, and the issues that come to our office really concern this. They are between two things. The very, very poor complaining about the very, very rich. We are being evicted from the wetlands, as the directive of the president is. What's the settlement plan of these people who are being deprived of a living? You have a pillar of the SDG about decent housing. Now these people end up there because they have nothing on themselves, and they end up seeking refugee or habitat where they can at least be, especially in urban areas. The slums have been increasing, especially in these new cities. The term has now come up to, they have come to know that they are now not safe. The cities came as a blessing in the first phase. Now they are feeling the impact, the social cost of the city elevations. Now my concern is on, you want to fight poverty, People are trying to fight poverty by planting trees. At the same time, by growing rice in the wetlands. As you evict them from there per the directive, you are depriving them of another key pillar of survival, fighting hunger. Extreme poverty, again, increases. National Planning Authority, what is the plan? My question is a bit vague, but I hope you have understood exactly the complex matter that we are facing and which may derail the progress of the achievements of the SDGs. We have seen the statistics as raised by Dr. Albert and the people from the UGANDA'S. I believe the challenge is upon us, living a very comfortable life against an increasing number of the youth who are above 40 something as being mentioned, who are poor and who can easily sabotage the achievement of those who are well off. So can we focus on that? God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And on that note, I really want to appreciate the organizers for bringing the local leaders in this conversation. I've had a mayor, I've had a district chairperson, I've had an RCC. This is about localization. I needed the civil society from down there, but they are going to come through cyberspace. I would like at this point to invite the people online. This was not about us here. Some people online, please, the people moderating, allow some 1 or 2 people online to submit. Mention your name and take a minute to make your submission, else you run short of data.
Thank you very much. This is David. I would like to know, how can someone deep in the village get to know about the programs or the committee that runs the programs of the SDGs, such that whoever is there and is capable of doing something can also give a hand, or him or herself get involved in the programs? Thank you.
Thank you. Another voice from online. Honorable Minister Amos Logorobi, you're welcome. Bishop, you are welcome. I owe you coffee as you owe me tea, so we'll agree on which one comes first. Some online voice, please. Okay, there are no more online voices. We have packed a lot of questions. And having done computer programming, I always say short jobs first, in order to clear the queue. So who among you had the list of the questions? Let me begin from the extreme. Not that because they had the list of the questions, but this time I just want to start from the other side, coming this side.
Thank you very much.
Her Excellency.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be brief. Wanted to respond to things. The first was to Noah around youth engagement. Mostly I just wanted to thank you for what I heard was an invitation to engage, and we'll be very happy to engage. So thank you for that. Youth is a cross-cutting priority in our programming, but it's also a specific target group. The Danish Embassy has established a youth sounding board where we've picked youth from all of our programs and all of the regions, and we use this group to bounce off ideas, but also to give us feedback on our programming, on our implementation, how we're doing, and they're challenging us in looking at our programs and seeing how we can better target youth. Also, I mean, through that as well, we'll be happy to engage and have similar conversations with you. I would also like to say that as I mentioned before, youth-led organizations will be one of our priorities for funding civil societies in the next round. So we'll be announcing calls for proposals, and of course we are happy to see suggestions. The other I wanted to respond to was Patricia in terms of whether interventions to support data is also part of localizations and shifting power to local organizations and actors. And I would definitely say, yes, this is one of the areas that are extremely important. One of the things we would like to support, and I believe you should support if you support localization, is finding ways to empower local civil society organizations and other actors to bring evidence-backed advocacy towards government. One thing is doing advocacy based on rights and principles. That is also important. But can you back yourself up with strong evidence and data and stories? You have come much further. So this is definitely an important area. I wanted also just to take the opportunity to respond to one thing that was asked, but I wasn't able to answer, and my colleague from the National Planning Authority really alluded to a key principle I believe that the government could apply to really push leaving no one behind further. My colleague mentioned the human rights-based approach, and this is an approach that we also apply in our development programming. And it's something where I really think we, together with the government of Uganda, if this is applied, could take this even further in terms of leaving no one behind. We have good plans at the overall level and so on, but how do we really push that forward? And the key of leaving no one behind, as we also heard here, is really inclusive development, inclusion of all areas, of all people, of all groups. And what the human rights-based approach asks you is to really look at a couple of key principles for all your interventions or your priority setting. And one, of course, overall principle is that all human rights are for all human beings. That is a very simple principle, but when you apply it in practice, it's always difficult. You do that with the human rights-based approach, the way we implement it, and hopefully this is true for what the government is planning as well, through four key principles. One is participation, meaningful and inclusive participation. I think you have come a long way in the discussions here as well. The discussions have happened at local level. We have the local authorities engaged. This also means meaningfully including youth. The Danish youth in Denmark has developed through their organization this principle of saying nothing about us without us. I think this goes for all groups. If we are talking about women, we can't talk and not involve the women. If we're talking about youth, we need to involve the youth. If we are planning interventions for refugees, we need to involve the refugee-led organizations and so on. And it has to be in a meaningful and inclusive way where you are actually not just going around talking, but you are really listening and changing from what they come from. The second principle is non-discrimination and equality, that you apply the human rights, the development, the services to all, and this means no discrimination based on gender, age, sexual orientation, wealth, residence, health status, and so on. This is a key principle, and unless it is applied, you will not manage to leave no one behind. If you are discriminating, you are by definition leaving someone behind. So this is a key principle. Thirdly is accountability and rule of law for all. This is also what colleagues here has alluded to, that we need to be able to hold to account for what has been promised and planned and delivered. Somebody was asking where's the money? That can also apply to development partners. So it's not just holding governments accountable, it's also holding development partners accountable. It's also holding citizens accountable. If a government has, we have examples, for instance, where we help the government fund roads and then the citizens have promised to maintain. If they're not doing maintenance, you should also be able to hold them accountable. So the accountability goes all ways. But of course, mainly, how do we ensure that the citizen can hold the governments and the implementers accountable? And then the last one is the transparency and access to information, that we need to understand what's going on. We need to know what the plans are in our districts. We need to know what money is flowing where, so that we have the knowledge to actually take part of the planning, to take part of the implementation, and take part of the accountability. So I just want to say, I really think that if we are to push the leave no one behind, what the colleague from the National Planning Authority is mentioning is really the key. the human rights-based approach. If we apply it as governments, as development partners, as local actors, we will come a long way in leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. You've really answered the question I was asked to ask you. That shows how much in charge you are of the space. This question was how government can leverage partnerships with development partners. You have already outlined the issues and the principles. The moment the principles are not clear, football cannot flow. We must all know what are the principles. And my professor boss here has been kind enough, I no longer teach principles of development economics. I leave others to teach them, then I say, how do we apply them? So mine is, how do we apply the principles? And my colleagues help me to do the teaching of the principles. So in the planning process, they have already told you where they are, and the other development partners. I'm happy there are good conversations between government and development partners. We just need to see how do we bring them in. Mr. RCC mentioned about the very rich and the very poor. Some of these things in our principles, we talk about intergenerational poverty. We talk about chronic poverty. In that district where there were 4 first grades, what do you expect? That generation is already going to be poor. And the next, that's the intergeneration. So if we do not apply the principles that come from the policy labs, we will have lost it at that level. We can't cure poverty next year, but we can lay the foundations this year of curing poverty going forward. That's what the planning is all about. Evelyn, you had them. We'll discuss the UN men later. For now, there were questions for you. And maybe your closing remarks as well.
Okay, I thought I would not get the chance. I was worried I'd been left behind. So we had one question that came from the chairperson for Butambala. I think we might, have lunch together and talk a little bit about that. What I can simply say maybe for now is that as UN Women, we have a whole thematic area on women's political participation, because we fundamentally believe that when we have more women in decision-making spaces, right from local government up to the highest level, then perspectives of women, needs of women can be addressed, but also issues around inclusivity can be put there. So in this program, we work with women aspirants, starting to prepare them to, including confidence. How do you speak? How do you start building consensus? If you're going to stand for a political position, we work with the Electoral Commission. So a whole program area, and I'm happy to speak to you about that. In terms of closing remarks, and I had hoped that we would have a second round of questions, but I will try to summarize what I had hoped to talk about. We spoke elaborately about the Gender Social Norms Index and said that perhaps it's one of the big puzzles that is missing and holding us back in achieving our aspirations for the SDGs. I have a colleague, I think, from World Vision who did say that we have a pillar on mindset change in PDM, and in different ways we try to do work around social norms and mindset change. But I think we sometimes throw around the words on social norms and do not really unpack what they mean. I think we sometimes even trivialize them when it comes to prioritization, because we have so many issues, and so we try to sometimes deal with the bigger issues before we come to this. But I hope that from this conversation we will realize that we could put in place all the formal processes. Yeah, we could put in place the judicial systems, could put in place the schools, we will put in place the hospitals, but when the value systems that people hold are still not addressed, there will be the white elephants that we start to see. And two things for me around addressing social norms. One is, in the bid of addressing social norms, we usually focus on changing the old norms. So we are looking for the hardcore people and saying they must change. But what are we learning from the field? That while it is good to change those norms that are old, what actually works more is when new norms can be created in a way that starts to overcome and question the old norms. So as you're working, for example, with the men that are using violence in your communities, saying you must change, you must do all this, when you start working with young people, to start to see a view of equality in relationships and alternatives to violence, you start creating a generation that starts to grow, and gradually they start saying, I don't want to be like that. So how do we do social norms work? How do we do mindset work would be critical. The second one is around recognizing that for social norms to change, there needs to be a tipping point. And so isolated instances, few radio programs here and there, may not necessarily change these deeply held norms. It is important to build a critical mass of people that reach a place where we recognize the consistency and people start saying, really, this needs to end. And I think for me, it takes me to the issues around inclusiveness that we are hoping to, and we're engaging on today. And sitting here, for example, and looking at religious leaders, very, very critical partners that people listen to, even those who object to very many things on Sunday, go to church and pay attention. How do we start working with different categories of people so that there is a consistency, there is a critical mass of people, as I said, that can help us to tip the point to change social norms. Of course, a host of many, many other issues that can be addressed, including strengthening social protection so that we don't leave people behind, issues around working with the private sector, strengthening insurance, increasing access to economic opportunities for women and girls, to be able to address the social shocks and economic shocks that the groups that we spoke about experience. So I want to end there, but to just say that it is possible to shift norms. We have seen norms shift. They are difficult, but when we are strategic in how we do that, and I think we can be strategic. This space is one where we can start to be more strategic in how we engage social norms. And I think perhaps our next report card will be better than 17%. Thank you very much.
A round of applause to Evelyn about the social norms, and she mentions very critical things regarding all things must be put in place. That's inclusiveness. Leaving no one behind will require many programs. I know we have talked about issues of SME recovery. In the ministry, we planned for 200 billion, and then only less than 10 billion was taken up. I said maybe the word recovery was not inclusive. There are those that needed SME resuscitation, not recovery yet. There are those that needed SME resurrection. They died in these shock things. So if you're only coming to recover the living, you are going to leave some people behind in the mortuary and in the graveyard. What plan did we design to resurrect them, resuscitate them, and then they can recover? These processes have to be very inclusive. And one of the people doing that is Jeffrey Sachs. I will tell you my story. Are we ready? Okay. But my experience with Jeffrey Sachs, we were in the business of restructuring the National Planning Authority, and rest in peace, Honorable Monio Jok. We decided to go and visit one of those millennium villages. You remember them, men? And when we went there, we found government had done everything. A health center 3 with solar energy, with an ambulance, with everything there well fenced off. I had gone with the minister in charge of planning as we improved the plan, and we're bringing in the NDP1. While we were there were journalists. We had the district chairperson. This is Isingiro. And to our surprise, a media person came and said, there is a woman delivering there. Somebody was delivering just outside the fence of the health facility. What happened? It wasn't about access. She had come at 3 a.m. Labor pains, they graduate. By 11, she was ready to give birth. And she found a safe place outside the fence. Had to leave the hospital to go and deliver outside the hospital, because the midwife comes at 12. And the maternity ward is locked until she comes. Small issues, but they really matter. Here I was with the minister in charge of planning. It informed our NDP1. How do we make sure the last mile matters? And when we asked the midwife finally, when she turned up, say, the man I get paid, I can't buy food. I'm supposed to be here 24/7. You know what that means? So I begin in the morning when I'm still energetic in my gardens. Remember, women don't have an agenda on what time to deliver. The last mile matters. Leaving no one behind is going to ask us to ask the questions we've never asked ourselves. And this is the question of the midterm review. Let me go to the policy labs as we plan for a transition into... That was my experience with Millennium Development Goals. But what it means is to go down to consult and find out what are the real issues. It is very easy to say absenteeism of health workers. Put clock in and clock out. You're paying them 200,000. It includes their lunch, fees, and their own medical treatment. Policy labs, is this part of the labs? Don't get biased by my opinions. You had your views, but please incorporate them along the way as we write a report about this conference for the 3rd annual SDG conference.
Thank you, moderator. Now, let me just start by giving you our journey. We are a fairly young outfit. The technical work on the lab began in December 2022. And up to this point, our first step, because this is a multi-stage process for the lab, our first step has been to put together the ingredients that will eventually end up in. Number one, we've prepared background papers to inform, which we think will inform the discussion. And we've done this so far across 9 different areas, spanning from community profiling, spanning from access to markets. We have issues of which enterprises can do well in which parts of the country, and what size of land do you need to do for what. All these things, at least at the first stage, have been put together as part of preparing the ingredients that go and that should go into the lab. And even as part of this background work and the ingredients, we can already see certain things emerging. And at the technical level, we are looking at 3 different things for now. One is to come up with an implementation strategy for the parish development model, which I think we will all agree is missing up to this point. And up to this point, we have a draft implementation strategy, which should be subjected to further scrutiny. So that's one key output coming through. Number 2, we also coming up with the emerging issues. Remember, so far it is over 1 year of implementation, and there are certain things out there. And I think one interesting example is that much of the attention is moving away from all the other pillars of PDM only to the financial inclusion pillar. And even in financial inclusion, only the parish revolving fund. And there are many things that the PDM intended to do. So we are putting together the emerging issues. We are not waiting for mid-term review of PDM. The emerging issues should be attended to as they come, so that you don't wait for the mid-term review. It might be too late in our view. That is the second broad area that we are interested in addressing. But then number 3, given that we have the 7 pillars of the parish development model, we think that it's important that for each of these pillars, we come with a focused strategy for each pillar. If it is financial inclusion, for example, is what we are doing the best delivery mechanism, or is it possible to do it differently? So for each pillar, we need to be looking out for these answers. And then the strategy should be telling us the linkages, how do you sequence, and what implementation structures do you require. So this is where we started from, stage one, prepare the ingredients. Then number two, we'll now graduate into the stakeholder engagement and consultations. Give us your feedback and insights on these emerging issues, on what we are proposing as the strategy. So at stage two, we should be able to do the engagement, the consultations, which should begin in this month of July that we are going to start. And then that should be followed by validation. And once we've gone through all these, then we enter the lab with a few technocrats, a few policymakers to tease out the issues, incorporate the political economy issues, and come with the product. So this is how we are sequencing our work. Now, to answer then the question from my friend Patrick Okello, we are not an implementing outfit at all. We are just picking information and which we think can help improve the implementation. But in doing that, yes, we have now representation from the OPM delivery unit. We have representation from there, Mr. Joseph Enyimu and the team. We have all these agencies that we are working with. And the other question then was about the consultative engagements and that we have not been seen out there consulting. So the reason is that we had to, at least at the technical level, start off with some ingredients, some preparations, and then we come when we have some preliminary ideas, then that we can consult on and debate for refinement and then final destination to the lab. Maybe the last thing I should say then is that the lab then should be a continuous process, because the issues will not stop after one round of consultations or even after our midterm review, but issues keep coming up. We need to study each of the pillars, propose strategies, but as you implement, issues emerge, and you have to incorporate these, if possible, as quickly as possible, so that you don't wait at the end and then begin to think that we wish we had done, we wish we had given this attention in real time. So I think, Mr. Moderator, that will clarify on what we are doing and how I wish we could have such a platform to consult with after we have received our ingredients in the near future, so that we benefit from all the insights that are out there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Hisale. A round of applause to him. Blending the academics and the practice, the policy and practice and the academia is a very critical space that I'm glad the UN has supported this. Well, in 1990, when I walked into Makerere University, they told me your lecture for geography is in theater number 2. I said, but theaters are for medical students. What am I going to do in theater? So when you hear lab, we are not talking about the biology lab. This is a conversation of laboratory where ideas and chemicals, these are chemicals from the brains, meet and come up with results. And what I've liked about this is real-time issues. Because you're discussing, and the politicians here have 2 years left to the other year. So Honorable Kasule Lumumba here will be wondering, are you for me or are you against me? But as you've said, you keep incorporating because she needs those views to go along. I have just listened to the president telling us, why don't people begin to pay back after 2 years? So what you thought was a revolving fund, it will go and stay there for 2 years. There is nothing coming back. So how do I add more people? Those conversations get into the lab and they actually come out. Because the politicians are the owners of these programs. We just want to make sure we feed into those conversations as they go along. Science must inform our practice and the very many things we do. I don't want to stand in between you and your lunch, because it's 1 o'clock and lunch should be served soon. But allow me to finish with the 2 people remaining on the panel so that we all go for lunch knowing the afternoon is a different session. You deal with the statistics. Dr. Mukiza, there were some questions for you. There are things you may want to wind up with in this conversation. We've talked about the data and its importance really for us to get in there. Your closing remark and maybe some end responses to the questions that came to you.
We received one question from the audience, and I got one question from you, moderator. So I'll start with Patricia. Is it Patricia? On the intervention UBOS is doing to strengthen the health information systems. I want to start by saying that one of the difficult tasks is coordination. Coordinating the national statistical system is one of our mandates. And we discuss with all stakeholders, including MDAs and local governments, on how we can strengthen the administrative data. Of course, our conversation with the Minister of Health, in as far as HIMS is concerned, has gone very far, and we're happy that we can now access the health information system real time, online. And when we do that, we look at how we can strengthen the administrative data registers from the Ministry of Health. Those other indicators we are talking about, we are also working with those agencies dealing with civil registration and vital statistics to ensure that we have robust registers and records. Of course, these administrative data that are generated by the ministries and agencies, sometimes they collect these out of their day-to-day work, and eventually it forms part of the statistics. So we are trying to see how we can standardize and also address the demands from the public, how the information that is missing can be collected. In the morning I was discussing with the moderator that the Ministry of Health, to allocate resources, they look at number of beds, is it? Or bed occupancy. Yet, you may have, a hospital may have beds, but there are no patients. Or there may be more patients than beds. So if you target beds, then you don't get to the people who are utilizing the hospitals. So the issue is that we need to strengthen the administrative data sources and also must stress them with the regular surveys and censuses. Regarding the nutrition status vis-a-vis food availability, it's clear that there are other correlates beyond food availability that determine the nutrition status, the stunted-ness of people. You may be consuming enough food, but the water, access to clean water, jeopardizes the benefits, the proteins you are getting may be jeopardized by the dirty water you are taking. So also water and sanitation becomes an issue. So there it is not the Ministry of Agriculture and Health alone. Then also the education. The education contributes, access to education contributes to the nutrition because you would know what kind of food. Then of course the economic pressure. One of the districts I will not mention, which is in Southwest, produces a lot of food. But the number of stuntedness is high because people are looking to sell, to get money, and they leave the children starving. So, and that's where now the question of mindset, you are saying we are throwing mindset just like that. We need to go deeper and explain that it's not the real money that matters. First feed your household, homestead, and then the surplus should be used for the resources. I think that's, we are trying to coordinate and standardize the administrative data sources from the agencies that generate them. Moderator, you asked about the big data.
Yes, yes, quickly.
The big data and how we want to press ourselves in harnessing the big data. Yes, at the Bureau of Statistics, we have now taken in consideration that there is a lot of data being generated down there, and we have set up a structure that will be able to address that. We have data scientists now. We are going to establish a data science laboratory, but this one is different from the laboratory of the universities. This is a real lab that will be generating, harvesting all the big data, and we use it and see how we can mainstream it into the official statistics. And I'm happy that the minister has come here, supported us in trying to go towards that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for Dr. Mukiza. The reason we're looking at big data issues really is very important. Uganda's GDP this year or thereabout was 163 trillion shillings. Momo alone last year transacted 92 trillion. Big data, that's what I heard.
Can I correct you?
I'm looking at the other year, not this one that you're on.
Okay, so why are you giving all data?
No, I'm not showing the all data, but I'm trying to emphasize the big data, the electronic data. So for me, the interesting part is when more than half of your GDP is moving on Momo alone, leave alone the other one of Airtel, there is that cap provision of what is the money doing. Remember reason? You want to go there and say, what was the reason for this movement? What are people doing? The data is in there. So we are going to work with you, boss, to see how do we mine that data to understand. But he has also talked about beds. I know the doctors have what they call a bed occupancy rate. So why don't we use that? Planning. You don't have to answer all the questions, there were many, but because you are planning NDP4. So carry them along in NDP4. So what is it, as they call it, a katalekeka? Because I have 2 minutes for you, sir.
Thank you, moderator. As you've already stated, I have quite a handful, but allow me also to inform the conference that I do in a special way recognize the arrival of the Honorable Minister in Charge Planning, who was a key leader during the midterm review process. Welcome, sir. A few questions were around issues of how have we domesticated the SDGs in our NDP3. I think I spoke to this earlier, but what I can promise is that in the future, we now need to demonstrate to you by mapping all of these 17 Sustainable Development Goals into our NDP3, and it does fit. They can all be fitted there. So the quick answer to Patrick is that yes, our development planning framework is highly responsive to the SDGs. You asked further question on how can we popularize the participation of the local population in the implementation of the SDGs. Remember, once we have aligned our national development plan to the SDGs, then the participation of the local population in the national government programs is intended in a way to also ensure their participation in the achievement of the SDGs. So that is taken care of through the different programs that we have designed. And so I can just mention, for instance, the PDM. The conference participants will know that this is one of the implementation architecture, which is meant to ensure the localization of the population's participation in our own development, but also overall addressing the SDGs. Allow me speak to one of the programs in 1 minute. Okay. We have a big problem, and I want this conference to be alive to this issue. You alluded to it, that the government put in place a stimulus fund for the SMEs. The uptake of this particular stimulus facility was low. Why? Because we have yet to hustle and struggle with our private sector. So the private sector development program needs to come to terms with how we reduce informality around how we do business. The reason the uptake was low is that the conditions were asking for information, for records, and Dr. Muhumza, these were not available with our enterprises. So reducing informality going forward is going to be a very key issue, even into the NDP4. Finally, the issue of participation is important, and we did discuss this earlier. The Honorable Mayor from Lira questioned whether, I want to say that again, within the resources available, the National Planning Authority was only able to have representative participation of different local governments. For instance, we had the urban centers or the urban authorities represented. We had the peri-urban. We had the rural local governments representing the rest. So, but sorry, we did not come to you particularly, but you were represented. Also, Dennis made a very important point, and I think for the benefit of this conference, it is good for you to note, how are we aligning budgets to the plan? All of you would be asking this question. I can tell you that this process has been enabled by the provisions of the law. NPA produces, in accordance with the amended act of the Public Finance Management Act, section, I think 17, subsection 3, directs the National Planning Authority to make an assessment on how the budget of the country is aligned to its plan. So we do issue these certificates of compliance to inform, especially the critical decision makers, such as Cabinet and Parliament. And this we issue to Parliament. The honorable members of Parliament do receive this, and it is aimed at helping them in their oversight role to keep the implementation of the plan accountable to that process. So I want to conclude by saying, Patricia alluded to something that is again very important. What are we doing around service delivery standards? The question she actually posed is to say, as we deliver government services, do we have standards which we hold ourselves accountable to? currently, there are some MDAs have their own and so on, but the ministry, I'm happy the minister himself is here, of public service, is working with the National Planning Authority to develop these service delivery standards. And we do believe it will also go a long way to enhance the delivery of government services. The final one, National Planning Authority coordinates planning at the national level, at the MDA level, and at the local government level. So it means that at all levels, when we have done the alignment, the SDGs are therefore accounted for up to the local government level. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Jock. Another round of applause for my panelists, and I'll ask them to take leave of this so that they too can get your view of the room. They will be able to see the different sponsors, and we really appreciate UN Women, UNDP, Save the Children, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Denmark, and World Vision, Save the Children, quite a number of them as you can read them. My panelists, thank you very much. Over there or over here, as they come through, I heard the president give a remark and he said, your budget. Now, if these guys are doing harmonization of a plan and a budget and the president is not owning it, we have a problem. So the politicians, this is about the politics of the day. You take lead. This your people gave you the mandate to lead this period, and we really can't end this conversation without asking the politicians to give us a remark of what they have heard, what they want us to hear. Honorable Kasule Lumumba, I want to invite you to give a remark, and then we'll get back for the closing guidance, but you come and give us a remark on any of the things you need to have. And on that note, I want to use a Ugandan-made sanitizer to make sure the president is safe and yourself. Thank you, everybody.
Let's clap for Dr. Muhumuza once again. Let's clap for the panelists. Good afternoon, everybody. I welcome you all. Allow me to give special recognition to Honorable Muloli Mukasa, Minister for Public Service, Honorable Margaret Muhanga, Minister of State for Health, Honorable Amos Rugolobi, Minister of State in Finance in charge planning, but also the Minister in charge of the African Agenda 2063. Welcome. I work with him closely. I want to also request you, let's clap for our panelists. I will welcome you in details later, but I wanted to make a comment about what Dr. Hisali Eria from Makerere University, representing the Vice Chancellor, about the discussions in the lab and the outcomes. From his explanation, it looked like we as government have not provided space or a platform to have the discussion of the outcome so that it is incorporated and taken on both by government and private sector, development partners, and the NGO world and the Interreligious Council, all those who are implementing, the local governments. I think I take this up. Once you are ready, let's have a discussion, invite the relevant authorities, and we can have a discussion. We may not have to come here where we have all these bright lights and the tent, but we have facilities. We have the hall at President's office. What is important is for us to have the platform. So I promise we shall provide the platform so that we continue taking advantage of the outcome of the products from your lab. I commit myself on behalf of government. Then the issue raised by Patricia, the one to do with the nutrition. I want to start that it is very costly and very expensive to have a stunted population, because that means nothing or less can go forward when you have such population. So what does that mean? Actually, after her submission, I kept sharing with Honorable Margaret Muhanga, who is a minister of state in the Ministry of Health. I said, do you know this girl has challenged us? Where are we? when it comes to nutrition. Yes, we have a nutrition project under the office of the Prime Minister and funded by, I think, European Union, but what were we doing in schools does not address what she has raised and does not address what Dr. Muhumza has raised. We're now looking at those in school, but we're also not only messaging, not providing the food. So I was asking her, where are we? I remember we had Mwana Mujimu when me and her were still in school. They are no longer there. What has replaced Mwana Mujimu? Those who don't know Mwana Mujimu, because the one who raised the question is also young, Mwana Mujimu was like a nutrition unit at every health center. When you would take your child to get the health services, then the health worker would lead the mother and the child in that unit to be given what was needed in terms of nutrition to both the mother and the child. But we have realized we didn't replace it. So now this one advises us to go and inform policy on issues to do with health so that nutrition is part of the health we are providing in our health facilities. We have agreed to take it to the next level as a team because it is something that we must pay attention to as leaders, but also the children are growing. So if we bring it much later, they would have missed out and we will not have the opportunity to bring them back and make sure they take advantage because time is gone. I want to welcome you. It's time for Team Dr. Albert Byamugisha. That's what I wanted to commit myself on, especially on issues of those two policies. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you recall in the program, we had told you that Professor Jeffrey Sachs has kindly accepted to give us a keynote for this meeting. Professor Jeffrey Sachs is a renowned professor who works very closely on issues of SDGs. He's a university professor and the director of the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University in the US. Where he directed what is called the Earth Institute from 2002 to 2016. He is the president of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network. That network actually yesterday released the SDG Progress Report, which I hope you'll share something from. He's a co-chair of the engineers for the energy transition, a commissioner of the UN Broadband Commission for Development, an academician of the Pontifical Academy of Sciences at the Vatican, and also at the Tansiri Jeffrey Chair, Honorary Distinguished Professor at Sunway University. He is also the special advisor, and I think that is critical, and has been a special advisor to 3 United Nations Secretary Generals, and currently serves as the SDG advocate for the Secretary General of the UN. He has spent over 20 years as a professor at Harvard University, where he obtained his BA, MA, and PhD, and he has received 42 honorary doctorates, and his recent works and awards include the 2022 Tang's Prize in Sustainable Development and the Legion of Honor by decree of the President of the Republic of France, where he will be speaking from today, and also the Order of the Cross of the President of Estonia. His most recent books, for those who want to read, there's one called The Ages of Globalization, Geography, Technology, and Institutions, and then another one which was published last year, Ethics in Action for Sustainable Development. So as you can hear from that CV, we have the right person to give us a keynote for this conference, and would like now to hand over to Professor Jeffrey Sachs to give us his keynote address. Over to Professor Jeffrey Sachs.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that very warm introduction. Thank you for having this SDG summit for Uganda and for including me. I am indeed today in Paris. President Macron of France and Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados have jointly called for a new global pact for financing the SDGs, and the meeting is today and tomorrow. And the idea is the right one, and that is that the Sustainable Development Goals are an investment agenda. In other words, investing in our children, investing in roads, in power, in water and sanitation, in agricultural upgrading, and so forth. And investment requires finance. And yet the global financial system is not providing the financing needed for countries like Uganda to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and the climate urgency of adapting to ongoing climate change and building a fully green energy infrastructure. So that's the purpose of the meeting in Paris, and it's the remarks that I'd like to share with you and some ideas for Uganda, and hopefully in any way that I can help, you can count on me and the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network to provide support. The SDGs are an integrated agenda covering economic, social, and environmental objectives. And so they're not an easy agenda. They require investments at large scale in several areas. And I've tried to think about the SDGs in terms of 6 major areas. The first is education. And it's first because, to my mind, it's the most important. Having every child in school and achieving at least an upper secondary diploma, but for those who can, to continue on to tertiary education as specialists in various fields, a bachelor's degree or a skill-based degree, or an advanced degree in business or law or medicine or some other area. So that's the first investment. It's expensive. It may be the biggest single investment. Think of all of the young people in Uganda that should be in class with a quality education. Second is health. SDG 3 calls for universal health coverage, and we know we need that because there are so many preventable or treatable diseases that are not prevented or are not treated. And the problem, of course, is the health sector costs money, and a lot of money. And this is typically beyond the budget of most countries, actually, or at least most low-income and lower middle-income countries. The third area of investment is energy and industry, but now especially green energy and industry. Building out a power sector that is based on wind, solar, geothermal, biomass, and other renewable energy sources, being able to convert to the coming future of electric-based transport, having an industry that can play an important part in the green transformation. For example, making solar modules or PV cells in Uganda, or building the wind turbines and so forth. The fourth area of investment is sustainable agriculture and land use. Obviously a high priority for food security, but a desperate need also for managing ecosystems which are really threatened with pollution, with depletion of fresh water resources, with deforestation, and with the effects of other species of global warming. So sustainable agriculture, climate resilient agriculture is the fourth area of investment. The fifth area of investment is urban infrastructure. Every country of the world, I would say, without exception that I can think of, is going to be a predominantly urban society in the future. The world as a whole is now 57% urban. This will rise, according to the UN's estimates, to 68% urban by 2050. I think it'll even be higher. And in Africa, which has been more rural than urban, of course, throughout history, the rate of urbanization is astoundingly fast, the fastest in the world. And Africa will add 1 billion people to the urban centers of Africa between now and 2050. The sixth area of investment is digital technologies and universal access to digital services, because we're moving to a society in which payments are made online, of course. Government services are provided online. Healthcare, to a significant extent, will be provided online with telemedicine. A lot of education will take place online. I like this by and large because we can do a lot with these new technologies, but people have to have access to them. They have to have devices. They have to have tablets or computers. They have to have the data access in order to be able to gain these services. And of course, governments need to put their services on digital platforms. We made, actually, ironically, a lot of advance during the pandemic period because a lot went online, but we did not achieve an end of the widening digital divide, not even close. Okay, my point though is the following. Education, health, energy, land use, urban, digital, these are big ticket items. For most of these areas, government inevitably is going to play a significant role. For the education sector, by far the predominant role. If you leave education to the private sector, well, rich kids get educated and poor kids don't. We need universal access. Similarly with the health sector, this is by and large a public sector responsibility. For energy, probably about half and half, because independent power producers can finance big solar fields or power in the Rift Valley, but the transmission systems, the distribution systems are largely public utilities. When it comes to urban infrastructure, of course, the cities need financing, which is a big, big challenge. They don't even collect the bulk of the taxation. But the cities need to put in local roads, sewerage, drainage, water systems. It's all expensive. And the sixth area of digital connectivity, the private sector, the telecoms, for example, have been pretty good at providing finance, but not at bridging the digital divide. Now, here's been my basic idea for many, many years. We need governments to make calculations, not of the money that they have or what the IMF tells them, but actually what is needed to achieve these goals. How much would Uganda need to have all the kids in school, to have enough schools that these schools are accessible to the young children and their families, to ensure that there is quality teachers, as we were just hearing, maybe school feeding programs, definitely water, hygiene, electrification, digital access in the schools. This is what is needed, but it's beyond the budget. And so most finance ministers will say, Mr. Sachs, don't tell me all these wonderful dreams. I have to give a real budget with the money that we have. But I want to turn this upside down in a way, and I want to say dream, calculate what you need, and then let's go raise the incremental financing from the international system. Now, it sounds a little idealistic or naive, But this is what this Paris meeting is finally acknowledging. That it's not good enough for the IMF to say, well, Mr. Minister, you just have this much money, so learn to live with it. Okay, half your kids aren't in school, learn to live with it. You don't have health coverage in the northern areas, learn to live with it. No, what we need the IMF to do is to sit down with the finance minister and say, look, here is what you've shown us, your real needs. We've gone through it with our staff, and this looks very accurate, but you have a financing gap, quite a large one. We are going to work with you to close that financing gap. And I was just with the president of the African Development Bank a few minutes ago, Akim Adesina, and I've been saying, instead of the African Development Bank, for example, providing financing for maybe $5 billion a year right now for all of Africa, that should be $100 billion a year. He agrees. Of course, to get that would require paid-in capital, maybe of $20 billion a year from the owners of the bank. But that's feasible. That's not out of reach. We just need to scale up tremendously the level of financing that's needed. Now, my view is that if Uganda were to finance all kids in school, were to finance universal health coverage, were to build the urban infrastructure so that the cities are not flooded or suffering drought or without transport and utterly congested, or communities were lacking reliable electricity. But if all of those investments went ahead, my own view is that Uganda would grow economically at between 7 and 10% per year. I think the incremental investments would probably be about 20% of GDP extra, so maybe Uganda would invest 40% of GDP in new investments each year, like China did. And based on that, Uganda would achieve growth much faster than now. I'd say 7 to 10% per year. And if that's right, then borrowing on long-term loans at low interest rates would actually be quite feasible for Uganda, because even though the amount of borrowing would make the debt rise maybe to 200% of GDP or something, because of the rapid growth, by the time 2050 comes around, my God, Uganda is much more developed. By the time 2063 comes around, Uganda is a solid upper middle income country. And what looked like a lot of debt is not so big relative to the size of the economy. So what I'm saying to the IMF is work with the finance ministers for true SDG-based financing strategies. Bring out a macro model that doesn't just look at the next 5 years, but looks at the next 40 years, let's say, because Africa has a 2063 time horizon. Look at my assumption, and how realistic it is, but I think it is realistic, that Uganda would grow 7 to 10% per year consistently, like China did. And if you grow 7% per year, the economy doubles every 10 years. If you grow 10% per year, the economy doubles every 7 years. Do that out to 2050 or out to 2060, and then lo and behold, even borrowing for health, for education, for infrastructure is actually quite manageable, because what looms very large now on a relatively poor economy will look much smaller relative to a developed economy, which is utterly within reach, but over a 40-year period. This is not at all how the international system works. Right now, the international system works that the finance minister is told by the IMF and the World Bank, you need to keep your debt low. You need to keep your budget modest and realistic. You should not be borrowing a lot. If the result is that public investment is inadequate, Well, so be it. Maybe you'll develop gradually, longer term, 2080, 2100, never, who knows? But the advice is don't do what Professor Sachs is saying. Don't take on more debts and make higher levels of public investment. Of course, there is one element of truth in what the IMF is saying, which is I would not recommend borrowing 3-year loans for a 30-year investment program. The returns to the SDG investments are huge, but they will take 30 or 40 years to bring to full fruition. A child entering first grade today will take 20 years to finish education, perhaps, and then only then start in the workforce, and maybe another 10 years to really make an economic difference. So maybe the returns on education are 30 to 40 years. They're huge, but they take time. So I am saying to the IMF, to the World Bank, to this conference here in Paris, we need much, much larger lending, long-term, low interest. We need bold development strategies, not cautious development strategies, but big, bold investment programs. We need finance ministers to say what they really need, not what they have right now. We need education and health ministers and energy or power ministers to say, this is what we really need to accomplish these goals, and then to go work to raise the financing. Let me just finish by saying that, to my mind, China illustrates a high investment development trajectory, because over the past 40 years, China's invested roughly 40% of its GDP. It's invested very, very well. In some years, it was 50% of GDP, but it built roads, it built fast rail, it built a power grid, it built a 5G network, it educated all of the children. And the result is absolutely spectacular, which is growth of the economy by roughly 35 times since 1980. That's what I would like to see for Uganda. If it makes sense to you and sounds interesting, please count me in to give a hand to helping to shape the financing for Uganda to be able to achieve this strategy. Once again, thank you so much for letting me join you, and I am really grateful to be part of the conference.
Thank you very much, Professor Jeffrey Sachs. I think you have heard it all. Professor Jeffrey Sachs is, I think, the man with the bold ideas, asking that, yes, we borrow big and borrow for long and for many generations and many other issues. I think tomorrow when we talk about financing with the PSST here, we shall be able to interrogate some of those ideas. Right now, it's lunchtime, and we are only giving ourselves 30 minutes. I hear that somebody can eat a plate of food in 8 minutes and then relax for another 22. So with that, we will be starting again at a 2:15 o'clock. So we'll be here in the room and start with the official opening. And then after that, we continue with the last panel of the day. So you are all welcome for lunch. We will start on time, just to make sure that we don't lose a lot of time at the end of the day since people have to leave. So thank you and enjoy your lunch. Bon appétit. So the address for the lunch is Victoria Hall. So you get out of this tent and you go up, you will find Victoria Hall. There are ushers there who will be ushering you to Victoria Hall. So please make your way to Victoria Hall. Lunch will be waiting for you. I thank you very much. And there will be people to give you coupons along the way as you go. Thank you.
Hold me like the river Jordan, and I will then say to thee, you are my friend. Carry me like you are my brother. Love me like a mother. Will you be there? Weary, tell me will you hold
DJ Can Be.
You are in the mix with DJ Can Be.
The wild dogs cry out in the night as they grow restless, longing for some solitary company. I know that I must do what's right, sure as Kilimanjaro rises like Olympus above the Serengeti. I seek to cure what's deep inside, frightened of this thing that I've become. It's gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. I guess the rain's down in Africa. We're gonna take some time to do the things we never did. looking back over my shoulder. I can see that look in your eye, telling my heart over and over. I never wanted
My life will never be the same. 'Cause girl, you came and changed the way I walk, the way I talk. I cannot explain the things I feel for you. But girl, you know it's true. Stay with me, fulfill my dreams, and I'll be all you need. Feels so right, girl. Such the perfect love all my life. All my life. Feels like I found perfect love. That's fine now. Come on, girl. My world, you know you did everything that I wanted. We could find someone like you. Come find my world, you know you did everything that I wanted. We could find someone like you. Time I knew that love would bring this happiness to me. I tried to keep my sanity. I waited patiently. Girl, you know it seems life is so complete. I love this truth because of you. You're doing what you do. The perfect love, search for all my life.
Everything was dark, oh yeah, yeah. All of a sudden, on came the lights, and everything was feeling right. People started dancing. They called me over to join in. They said, JT, don't you feel good, man? Come on and join the reggae jam. I heard them singing, ooh la la la, hey, hey, hey. Let's go dancing, ooh la la la.
DJ can be.
Under the pale moon, for so many years I wondered who you are. How could a person like you bring me joy? Under the pale moon, where I see a lot of stars. It's enough, enough. I saw the sign, and it opened up my eyes. I saw the sign. Life is demanding without understanding. I saw the sign, and it opened up my eyes. I saw the sign. No one's gonna drag you up to get into the light for you. She leads a lonely life. She leads a lonely life. When she woke up late in the morning light, and the day had just begun, she opened up her eyes and thought, oh, what a morning. It's not a day for work, it's a day for catching time. Just lying on the beach and having fun. She's going to get you. All that she wants is another baby. She's gone tomorrow, boy. All that she wants is another baby. All that she wants is another baby. She's gone tomorrow, boy. All that she wants is another baby. So if you are inside and the day is right, she's a hunter, you're the fox. The gentle voice that talks to you won't talk forever. It is a night for passion, but the morning means goodbye. Beware of what is flashing in her eyes. She's going to get ya. All that she wants is another baby. She's gone tomorrow, but all that she wants is another baby. All that she wants is another baby. She's gone tomorrow, but all that she wants is another Put me up, put me down, put my feet back on the ground. Put me up, take my heart and make me happy. Put me up, put me down, put my feet back on the ground. Put me up, feel my heart and make me happy.
Here we go, getting smooth to the groove. Watching lovely ladies as I smooth as they move. Cause that's what they say, but I can't prove. So turn it up again and watch me move to the groove. As we get close, you whisper Coco. I hold you in my arms and you say Jumbo. Scream and shout, turn and say Colombo. Now I gotta go, so Coco.
Put me up, put me down, put my feet back on the ground. Put me up, take my heart and make me happy. Put me up, put me down, put my feet back on the ground. Put me up, feel my heart and make me happy.
That's the way I treat the girls, kinda smooth too, cause there's one man that you and that's me. See, so let me show you around while you sip your TG. But no coca loco boom while I take a peeling. When I hold my baby, she say I do it nice and I like my chicken with rice and lemonade. And that's what you get when she shouts that Jumbo. Now I gotta go, yo Coco.
Put me up, put me down, put my feet back on the ground. Put me up, take my heart and make me happy. Put me up, put me down, put my feet back on the ground. Put me up, feel my heart and make me happy. to play the part. If you let me be, I'll be all you need, all you need. I wanna be the only one to hold you, touch you from the right. I wanna be the only one to soothe you, erase all the pain. I wanna be the only one to love you over again. I wanna be the only one, the only one, the only one I am. Now you deserve a mansion. My Lord, you do. You can have the best of life. With all this, I'll give you a pure love that gold can't buy. If you take a chance, I'll be worth the chance, worth the chance. Oh, I wanna be the only one to hold you, touch you from the right. I wanna be the only one to soothe you, erase all the pain. I wanna be the only one to love you over again. I wanna be the only one, the only one. Last night I dreamt of San Pedro, just like I'd never gone. I knew the song, young girl with eyes like the desert. It all seems like yesterday, not far away. Tropical, the island breeze, all of nature wild and free. This is where I long to be, La Isla Bonita. And when the summer played, the sun would set so high, ring through my ears and sting my eyes. Your Spanish lullaby.
DJ Kenby.
I fell in love with San Pedro. Warm wind carried on the sea. He called to me, te dijo te amo. I prayed that the days would last. They went so fast. Tropical, the island breeze, all of nature wild and free. This is where I long to be, La Isla Bonita. And when the summer played, the sun would set so high, ring through my ears and sting my eyes. Your Spanish lullaby. Winter city sighs, crystal bits and snowflakes all around my head and in the wind.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start the afternoon session. As you all recall, we are going to be starting with the official ceremony for opening. So we would like to ask you to take your seats so that we can start the session. There will be a number of statements that will be read by different partners. For the NGOs, there is one statement that will be read by NGO Forum, the Interreligious Council, and then the United Nations, and then we shall also hear the key highlights from the outcome document on the regional SDG festivals. The speech of Professor Jeffrey Sachs is over, and then we shall get a statement from the Prime Minister who will invite the guest of honor. So ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start in the next few minutes. So please do take your seats so that we can kick off. Thank you very much.
share song. I'm allowed to carry my more than years, to reach secrets, to carry love, to carry children of our own. We used to get better so in love, fighting against all words. I now will be alright this time, and I'll be this all my heart. I'll be a girl, you'll be my man, and I see my future in your eyes. May you be mine, dancing in the dark with you between my hands, barefoot on the grass, listening to our favorite song. When I saw you in the dress, looking so beautiful, I don't deserve this. Only you look perfect tonight. Maybe I'm dancing in the dark with you between my arms, barefoot on the grass,
Right.
listening to the fragrant song.
I can't join the chorus because I don't have the type of voice, but thank you very much for your entertainment. We would like now to start, and in order for us to gain a bit of time, we will then start with the panel, and then after the panel, during the panel, we'll see how to proceed with the opening session when the Vice President arrives. But for now, I would like to find out if the panelists are here. The moderator I can see is here. Honorable Dr. Victoria Sechitoleko is here, the moderator of this panel. The panelists, the PS of ICT and National Guidance, Dr. Amina Zawede, I think we have also seen her. Welcome. Thank you very much for coming. Mr. Kimani Muturi, you are also welcome. Thank you very much for coming. We would like to have you come to the front so that we can kick off our panel. So Okay, so we'll start our session. Quick announcements. When we went to lunch, there were a bit of things that were moved from one table to the other. So if you have anything in front of you that's not yours, please alert us, our colleagues, so that we can. The minister had a folder which had some things that needs to be found, and also another person, I think, also lost something. So please, if you have anything that is in front of you that is not yours, you can help identify, and then we see how to use it. We would like to start the panel, and I want to invite the panelists to the front. We've been allowed to proceed with the discussion so that we don't lose any time. So you are welcome, our moderator, to come as they reorganize to ensure that you have all the elements that you need. The panelists, if you are here, please come to the front. The PS is here, so PS, Dr. Amina Zawede, please come to the front. Mr. Kimani, I think I also saw him somewhere. Please come to the front. Mr. Japheth Kawanguzi, if you are here, please come to the front. He is. Yes, please come to the front. We would like to start the panel. Dr. Wakabi Wairagala, please come, the Executive Director, CIPESA. And then we have our colleague from UNDP, Mr. Hariberto Tapia, from the Human Development Report Office, who will also be joining the panel. So we would like to hand over to the moderator, and then we kick off with the rest of the discussions. So you are welcome, and Honorable Secretary Leko, you are welcome to take over the panel for this afternoon. Thank you.
Dr. Victoria, we now welcome you to take on your panel. And probably for those who do not have our conference book, this panel is particularly looking at leveraging science, technology, and innovation for accelerated delivery on the SDGs and the Agenda 2063 of the African Union. So I think it's no wonder that the PS of the ministry is on this very panel. Let's have Dr. come through. I am going to request Professor Ariho, Alex, as well to come to the front because he will give us a keynote before Honorable Victoria Sech-Toleko takes up. But please, we are waiting for you, as I also invite Professor Ariho, Alex, who is going to be our keynote speaker, and I think we'll have him speak first before we engage the other panelists. So please, I am not the session moderator. Dr. Victoria Sech-Toleko is here to take up.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the Serena lunch, and I hope you are not feeling sleepy. So, if we can start, and I'll start by, first of all, welcoming you back. That is one. Two, I will also go on to say that for those of you who have actually been following the SDGs, this discussion took more than 20 years before it was agreed by the whole world that these are the Sustainable Development Goals. Sometimes when we go into abbreviations, we forget even what it is all about. Sustainable Development Goals were discussed for years. Then finally they were agreed by the whole world. Now what the whole world agreed is that we are definitely not at the same level. So our priorities are not going to be the same. But for me, coming from Uganda, when I look at the SDGs, with the first one being zero poverty, zero hunger, followed by health, to me it is still, that is the order I would like to see it in. I was joking with one of the LC5 chairs after listening to Professor Sachs, and you all saw and heard his priorities. So I was asking this LC5 lady if she went back and told the people of Butambala that what is most important now is digital. They will ask her if she left her mind back in Chabadaza or in Kampala. Because for us, zero poverty, zero hunger, followed by health, followed by education, then the water we are talking about. Because you cannot talk to a hungry person. That is one. Two, some people are so poor that they even have a problem believing that they are Ugandans. As you know, there are some Ugandans who do not own any land. You know, if you find them on the road, that is all. They are finished. They have no house, nothing. So, for us, looking at poverty, looking at hunger, looking at health, education, in that order. I have met and discussed with Professor Sachs before, and we agreed to disagree because he sees things through the American eyes. He told you he was in France. For me, I see things through Sede eyes, which is in Jinja, rural. So, I'm definitely sure there are many of you who are like me. But for now, we are here this afternoon to look at SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, through the eyes of science, technology, and innovations. Really, for me, whenever I talk to the press, I say what I've said in English, then they say, please, kogere mu Luganda. I don't know how I'm going to define science, technology, and innovation. Maybe ngedagamba nti okusayansa, okuyiya, something like that. Nga tukikozesa okuteeka mu nkola SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. So we are looking at how, using science, technology, and innovation, we can actually accelerate the implementation of the SDGs. So I'm very happy to inform you that we have got experts here. But among the experts, you know, among the bulls, there is normally the chief bull. Among the experts, I've got Professor Ariho, who is going to introduce himself, after which he will give us the keynote address so that he can position all of us for this afternoon. Professor Ariho, please. Thank you.
Thanks, our moderator of this session. Allow me to observe the protocol in house before I start my paper. She said I need to introduce myself once again. I'm Professor Alex Ariho. I'm the CEO of AIN. AIN is the African Agribusiness Incubators Network, one of the technical arms of the African Union, based in Accra, Ghana. Basically, we support the incubation activities in 55 member states, focusing on job and employment creation, looking at engaging, of course, research institutions, policy organizations, the private sector, and the regional economic communities to realize the African Union Agenda 2063 and other instruments, including Sustainable Development Goals. I'm Ugandan by nationality. and happy to be here today. And thanks for the organizers for inviting me to be part of this discussion. And I'm happy to see a number of people that I know in this house. But I'm going to be very brief and focus on the topic of today, which is about leveraging science, technology, and innovations for accelerated delivery. The moderator posed the question, the kind of science that I would like to discuss and talk about. But I want to simplify it and say we're going to focus on Sustainable Development Goal number 9, but which is looking at the science that brings food on table, money in your pocket, that ensures health, education, environment, and inclusivity. So that's the kind of science that I would like to talk about. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you that we're at midway of 2030 of the Sustainable Development Goals. But at the same time, the SDGs are in trouble, a very deep trouble, because you heard from the report today, 2022 report of UN indicates that 140 targets with data shows that about 12% are only on track. That's why I'm saying we're in trouble. Close 50% shows progress, but only 30% have either seen the movement or regressed. So that shows that there is a lot to do together, and that's the reason why I said I must be part of this discussion that can share experience, knowledge, and at the same time practices that can be done across the continent and Uganda as well. Where are we as Africa? We appreciate at continental level that Sustainable Development Goals continues to be a critical guiding instrument that is helping to forge the future, to provide the direction for the future of Africa and for the future of Uganda and the future of Africans in general and other parts of the world. But at the same time, the SDGs again provides a framework upon which national countries are developing their national development plans, and therefore it's a guide that is leading to private sector, the public sector, to commit resources to support the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. That is not enough. We see again the SDGs in Africa working as a fundamental tool to guide the collaboration, the partnerships that are able to gear the government, the civil society organizations, the private sector, the development partners, again, to commit resources that are geared towards the realization of Sustainable Development Goals. It is important that today we are all focusing on the aspect of leaving no one behind. This is a big challenge. It's a big challenge to me. It's a big challenge for you. And this is not something that we can attain individually. It requires collective responsibility, and therefore, we need to look at it holistically. And I'm happy with the presentation of Jeffrey Sachs. He highlighted a number of aspects that we need to look at, and that's the reason why we look at Sustainable Development Goals as a framework that provides the aspects that we need to attain, including poverty eradication, education, health, gender, clean energy, sustainable cities, and climate action. And I think he summarized that in his presentation, and he said, let's look at 6 major aspects. But again, he emphasized education, which is very, very important. So before we talk about science, it's important to understand and appreciate that when we talk about science, then it goes hand in hand with innovation. And when we talk about innovation, what are we looking at? We are looking at breaking the status quo in simple terms. What is it that we can do differently? I usually share with colleagues, and I must emphasize that if you plant yam, you don't expect to harvest cassava. Moderator, if we do things the same way, I don't expect different results. So it is one thing to talk about leaving nobody behind, but what are we doing collectively to ensure that we don't leave anybody behind? And therefore, the science and the innovation we are talking about calls for action of doing things differently. It must be informed by information, putting resources together, and definitely it requires that kind of unique approach of doing things, and that defines innovation. Indeed, if I would ask the public here, in terms of innovation, in the area of movement, then you would say that it would require a fast horse to make you run faster and reach where you're going. But that's not the case. It's about the systems, the approaches that should take us together to where we need to be as Africa, as Uganda, and therefore innovation calls us to look at that in that direction. And therefore the role of science is supposed to support the advancing of research and knowledge, promoting sustainable development, enhancing productivity and efficiency. Very, very, very important. So when you talk about science, we need to see productivity. We need to see improvement in terms of delivery, the turnaround of doing business. We need to strengthen the resilience in terms of our economies, in terms of our standards of living. How would we bridge the information gap? I'm happy the team from Makerere represented and indicated the role of labs and the business clinics. We must bridge the gap between research, academia, and the private sector. The universities in Africa and outside, including Uganda, there is a big gap. They have become ivory towers of knowledge with no connectivity with the community. It's high time that we bridge that gap. Research institutions are operating in isolation. This is the time to connect and foster innovation ecosystems. And therefore, the ecosystem we are talking about to drive science is the ecosystem that requires the contribution of each of us in this hall and the rest that are not here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at agriculture in Africa, the power of science and technology and innovation in Africa is playing a fundamental role. And this is happening in Uganda and happening in other countries in Africa. A case in point, look at the digital solutions that are in agriculture and providing jobs to young people. Some countries are able to deliver seed, they're able to collect seed, they're able to do irrigation, they're able to do monitoring using ICT innovations. Where are we? We still see vehicles, 10 vehicles going for monitoring and evaluation. Fuel is banned. Per diem is banned. And yet you can use that money to finance 2 enterprises. Why you are not applying technology? You can send a drone to do the monitoring and capture the data. We need to do things differently if we expect different results. And therefore, precision agriculture is very important. Agro-processing is very critical. We continue to look at our products, export them as raw material, and therefore we are promoting people to become poor. By poor meaning passing over opportunities repeatedly to other people. And then you talk about leaving nobody behind. No. We need to start adding value to our products if we expect different results, because once we add value, you create jobs for our people. It is important that we appreciate the context upon which the science, innovation, and technology is operating. And I'm happy to note within that context that the instruments at national level, a case of Uganda, we have got NP3, it provides that framework very well. If you look at African Union agenda, the context is clear. Look at SDGs, the context is clear. The Uganda Vision 2040, the context is clear. What is missing? What is missing is doing things differently to take advantage of the neighboring environment, the policy framework that will allow the utilization of science and innovation to create opportunities for young people, to create employment and wealth. I want to give an example and just look at Uganda's response. There are a lot of innovations. Take an example of what Uganda Industrial Research Institute is doing. I took that picture from the visit of the president to see some of the innovations that are being done at Uganda Industrial Research Institute. But very unfortunate, when I visited, I also discovered that the number of Ugandans just here People come from other countries to see what is just next door, but the majority of Ugandans have not visited similar facilities. There is no way we talk about transformation without accessing relevant innovations, technologies, and interacting with the same experts that are developing same technologies. Look at the Ministry of Trade. There is a strategy for strengthening SMEs. How would we make sure that the SMEs now in Uganda become competitive to take advantage of different markets across the region? I'm happy that Makerere University is responding now by coming up with what we call Makerere University Research and Innovation Fund. Africa in general, we have spent 50 years spending money on research for development, IR4D. When are we going to move to start investing in research for business development? We cannot continue to look at Africa as a pilot, as a lab. Anything you want to do, let's pilot and see how it will work. You write a proposal, I tell you, well, let's see, will it work? Africa and Uganda is not a pilot, it's not a lab. We must scale. We must move from a prototype mindset thinking of research and innovation to scalability of innovations that bring money, that will create employment for young people and create wealth for our people. And that is something that is possible as long as we do things differently. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we call innovation success drivers. Very, very, very important. But the value of an idea lies in using it. So many publications, so many strategies, frameworks, but how do we make sure that we use these frameworks to attain the Sustainable Development Goals? And therefore, innovation can only work if we're able to use the same innovations. How are we responding to the market? Very, very important to research, develop, but at the same time respond to the market demands. I was discussing with colleagues, we are now busy, there's a huge drive to do skilling. But at times people are skilled and produce products that are not demanded by the market. Ladies and gentlemen, we are recycling poverty. It is important to look at the market demands, skill such that we meet and address the needs of the society and the needs of the market. And that is critical for the success of innovation. Discovery is very important, but also innovations must solve community problems or societal problems. That is when we can say that's an innovation that is very relevant for society. I did mention about the importance of market investment-driven approaches. We need to start looking at the markets and respond. The Sustainable Development Goals provides an opportunity for us to look at development holistically. But as we do that, within the ecosystem of Sustainable Development Goals, new products come into force. And therefore, the knowledge economy remains to be fundamental. But if I talk about market response, what do I mean? Look around your table. A number of you are carrying Samsung phone. There is Samsung. For Samsung, they became very strategic. They say there is Samsung 1. Next year, Samsung 2. Why? They will have seen Dr. Calist. They know that his economy is increasing and he's economically becoming stable, and therefore they say his class is now for Samsung 3. But you ask Nokia, you ask BlackBerry, what happened? They failed to look at the market, and therefore they maintained what you call the status quo. These innovations, you must continue to change. We are working with a dynamic world. The youth are demanding different approaches, but you want to continue applying the 1960 approaches in addressing the problems of today. It's very unfortunate. We must change. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at history, innovation does not come just from giving incentives. It comes from creating environments where ideas can connect. I want to give you 1 minute to look around your table. I know some of you have been seated there the whole day, but you have not even greeted the person you are seated with. If I ask around, you'll start talking about business cards. It's not about the business card. It's not about the job you hold. It is the contact. It is the connectivity. Use the time to connect. And that's the power where we get innovations. How do you connect if you are not able to communicate? Imagine the whole day, since morning. I challenge you. We need to connect together. How do we take advantage of the ICT to maximize, boost our trade across Africa and create opportunities? Because Sustainable Development Goals realization is going to create definitely increased productivity. But where are these products going to go? We are now busy at the continent talking about the Continental Free Trade Area. I visited Mbarara 2 weeks back, and one of the young men was telling me, no, I'm now from Mbarara City. Don't say Mbarara, say Mbarara City. Then I posed the question. That's very good. But what is important is what we are going to do in the city. Ladies and gentlemen, even if the African Union provides free passports to all of you, without knowledge, without a product, you can't go anywhere. We must tell the young people and everybody in this room that we need two things. It is a service or a product. That's how we can become competitive. And therefore, we can trade, we can interact using ICT. It provides a great opportunity for us to boost trade, interconnection, exchange of technologies, commercialization of innovations and science. But again, how much budget are we allocating to science and technology? The other day I was discussing with the Minister of Local Government, and I said, look, in terms of retooling for our staff at the district level, we have got a district planner, we have got a commercial officer, the community development officer. The national planning authority, my colleague, brother, were discussing. I said, look, why don't we also provide a framework to recruit somebody in charge of research and innovation at the district level? Because this is where things are happening. It is not in the AC room. Transformation must take place down here, and we need to address that. Ladies and gentlemen, we must take advantage of our young population. Let's engage the youth, provide incentives, develop models and engagement frameworks that will allow young people to be part of the transformation, to be part of the delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals. I don't want to take a lot of your time, but what are the critical success factors for Sustainable Development Goals and looking at advantage of science and innovation? Innovative, positive mindset, very important. We need to look at that and agree that we are living in a dynamic world and we need to change the way we do things. Strategic partnership and collaboration is very, very, very important. And I'm happy the organizers, Dr. Albert, when you look around, you really, I confirm that no wonder you're holding that powerful position, because you can bring connectivity and look at Sustainable Development Goals holistically. And that will lead to a positive strategic partnership and collaboration. But people will continue to ask, what is in it for us? The benefits and incentives are very important to drive transformation and attainment of Sustainable Development Goals. If you continue to talk about paperwork, frameworks, systems, without incentives and benefits, people will not be able to put resources and time. And therefore, it is important to look at what is it that we're going to gain and attain together. There are limitations. Dr. Albert did mention about this. I'm not going to repeat. But what is important is collective responsibility to address the constraints. We'll never have enough resources to address the problems across the world. But it is important to use what we have in a sustainable way and in the most cost-effective way. And therefore, value for money is very, very important. The real work of social innovation is to fix unbroken human systems. And that's why people are talking about mutual accountability, value for money, the procurement system that you're talking about. How do we fix the unbroken, the broken human systems at different levels? The RDC, the RCC Mbarara, Robert, thank you so much. You're trying to fix issues at the ground level. When you visit his area, you realize that they are doing something. Call for action. We need to be committed to what we say and what we do. Strategic collaborative efforts are very, very important. And therefore, we need to pioneer. Some of the things are new. Some of us, we fear risks. Please get out of the norm. Pioneer. My sister from Ghana, you know very well, Elsie, that for Ghana, they went for one district, one factory, and now they had to attach an incubator to incubate businesses out of the ecosystem within a particular district. And they are moving. We need to learn from one another and take some action. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, looking into the future, I would like to recommend the following. One, deliberate effort and strategies to engage the youth and women is very important. Whether we like it or not, we need to do different things for us to engage young people. Increased financing is very important, and this is supposed to be done from local, regional, and national level. There is piecemeal support. We need to deliberately do that. We must also forge public-private sector partnership, and I'm happy to see a number of development partners here that are supporting the efforts of this country and the continent as a whole. We are grateful. We need to bridge the gap between academia, private sector, and the community and policymakers. We need to value the importance of skills, knowledge, and competencies towards the realization of sustainable development goals. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I'm sure you have heard it all. I'm not even going to attempt to summarize. All I'm going to do now is go back where I was. What have you understood? If you have an 8-year-old child or 8-year granddaughter like I do, what will you tell her today's meeting was about? That is one. Two, we are looking at the future. And we all know that the future belongs to the youth. So before I invite anybody else from my panel, I'm going to start with the youth to give us his take on the presentation in the morning, Dr. Sachs, what Professor Ariho has just said, but I want him to tell us how we can use, because he's from innovation, how it can be leveraged in order for us to accelerate the SDGs. Let me be specific. For me, because I've said the future belongs to the young, but the now belongs to us, the old people. You know, when we talk about innovation, science, and technology, what would make sense to me is something which applies to my life. And right now, those of you who know me know I've been talking about this for the last 1 month. Right now, as women from Eastern and Southern Africa, we have a problem which you, our young scientists and innovators, should help us solve. The whole of that region eats posho every single day, from Kenya all the way to South Africa. They have just had lunch and they ate posho. My grandmother mingled posho using a mingling stick in a pot. My mother did the same. I, former Minister of Agriculture, I'm still mingling posho with a stick. Can I ask if science, because we are talking about the food security, we are talking about energy saving, we are talking about water. Can you, the scientists, you, especially you, the youth, come up with some innovation which is relevant to us? Over to you, Mr. Kawanguzi, the youth.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I don't know if I'm much of a youth, but I represent a big segment of young people that I work with who are confidently youth. Allow me to observe the protocols that have already been observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, my name is Japheth Kawanguzi, and I lead an organization called Innovation Village. Innovation Village is a destination we believe that Uganda's brightest and boldest young people, the youth, come to build solutions for problems we face as a country, as businesses, and even government. We are located in 5 areas, regions in the country, in Gulu, where we established in one of the former biggest bars in town. We set up an innovation hub there where young entrepreneurs build solutions. In Barara, in Jinja, in Tinda, and Motive, which is a creative hub for innovators. Now, thinking of what message, especially in the context of the SDGs, for a young person, for us, it is really simple if I'm speaking to that 8-year-old young person innovator. I think for us, this is the best moment or time for us to be innovating and building solutions. Everything we do at Innovation Village hinges on SDG 9, industry, innovation, infrastructure. And we believe, or from everything we've observed, innovators are not able to build solutions that are sustainable without the relevant infrastructure for them to innovate. When I talk of infrastructure, looking at do they have the appropriate capital for them to build solutions? Do they have the appropriate policy for them to be able to start and grow and be incentivized as they build solution? You'll see that a lot of the approaches that have been deployed to support innovation and entrepreneurship mostly come from let's train them. So we're looking at a generation of overtrained, underfunded innovators who are not able to take the ideas they have to the next level. So when we set up the Innovation Village, we came from a context of we shall not identify as a typical incubation center, because you cannot establish one where the environment where typical innovation hubs exist is not. So we took a very deliberate effort to be able to engage government, to be able to engage stakeholders, partners, such that we can begin to unlock the opportunities or the environment that entrepreneurs need to exist in. And the very fact that I am here, for me, is a demonstration of the great milestones we've been able to take, especially working with the government. We're grateful to a lot of the opportunities and the environment that has been created. It's been a long journey to get to where we are, but at the moment we're able to list a series of partnerships and activities that we're doing with various government agencies. Of course, beginning with the Ministry of ICT, that we've worked to establish, especially around the policy environment. So from my context, looking at the work we're doing around SDG 9, we see technology not as the end, but technology being the means to the end. And we exist to champion the role entrepreneurs play in achieving the SDGs. We believe that entrepreneurs are that secret weapon, if I may say, that will enable us to accelerate opportunities for achievement of the SDGs. And the reason I say this is for every SDG that is out there, no hunger, education, I'm able to give you an example of an entrepreneur who's working in what we call 26 hours a day to solve that problem. So we are grateful for the support that has been rendered to create the environment, but I believe there's more work that can be done to accelerate the environment for entrepreneurs such that we can achieve the SDGs. But I think the greatest resource we have are the very young people who we are already working with. So it's important that we focus on accelerating the environment in which they are innovating, such that we can again accelerate the achievement of the SDGs. Thank you.
You have heard it all. I hope it is clearer than it was before. Now, I would like to call upon Mr. Kimani Muturi, who is an experienced entrepreneur, to share how all this brings it all home. Basically because he has been there, he has used it, he has done it, and he has used something which is very basic. We couldn't have gotten a better entrepreneur than Mr. Kimani. Over to you, Mr. Kimani.
Thank you so much, the moderator and protocol observed. Thank you so much. I'm going to share my experience of a journey I took as an innovator, and I hope that this journey will open up the minds of other innovators or people who would be sitting there, and they can be actually innovators without knowing. First of all, I want to pick it up from where Professor Alex left it, that SDGs can be used as a source of innovations and development. When you look at SDGs from the first one up to the last one, and you go deeper in them, then you can actually create a business. I encourage the people I work with, and specifically the youth, to look at everything as a source of, as a raw material for making something. And it sometimes disturbs me, because when you look around your home, what have you made? The matchstick that you use is not yours, you bought it. The saucepan you use, you bought it. The charcoal or the source of energy, you bought it. The food, actually, most of us in this city, we buy, okay? So basically, the clothing you're wearing, the phone you're wearing, the mattress you're using, the blanket you're using, everything is, you have actually bought them. You bought them from some people who are making them. Now, have you ever thought whether you can also make and also have other people consume your own product? Because I think we have a problem among youths. And this problem, I think, is what the government is trying to solve. And we're also trying to accelerate that through SDGs and trying to expand how these SDGs can help them. This country is well known of consuming bananas, production and consumption of bananas. We rate the best country in terms of banana consumption at a rate of 0.6 kg per person per day. I'm sure most of us have eaten matoke this lunch. I too have eaten matoke during lunch. And that tells me that there is a stem that is lying on the ground where that fruit was harvested. And if that stem is not used for mulching, that stem is wasted. And sometimes the seeds of this stem find their ways to the city, and we have seen them in the city markets. I picked a concern way before 2009, and I started trying to extract fibers from these waste stems. And I've taken over that journey for quite some time, and I've developed a number of products through that experience. The first one was the product. The first product was the fiber. Banana fiber is a product. It is now a product that has demand, and local handicraft makers are trying to source it to also add value and make products. So fiber is a product. Now that fiber, we have managed to spin it into a yarn. Yarn is a thread in textile term. Now that thread can be used for craft industry. It can make hats and can make so many other things. The third product is softening that fiber to the level of cotton, which we have also done. We want to develop a fabric for wear. We want to have a choice whether I want a cotton shirt or a banana fiber shirt. And that is the future of textile industry in this country. We have also used banana fibers to make carpets, and we are well known for making carpets. I work with a number of youths I work with smallholder farmers who extract these fibers, and then they send to Texfad, and then Texfad commercializes them, makes products and commercializes those products. We work with more than 30 youths who are at the center, and many others that we have trained across a few districts that produce bananas, including Barara and also Shema. We have also made hair extensions from banana fibers, and this is also being uptaken by a number of people in the country here who are now beginning to make those hair extensions. Now, this hair extension is biodegradable. So our ladies, once they wear them, they'll take them back to the garden and they'll be manure for bananas. And I think that is the future of hair extensions globally as we move on. We are trying to look for alternatives that are sustainable, alternatives that can support the source of the raw materials, the production through training and production practices by the youths, and then the marketing. We are busy making vegan leather. It is still work in progress. We have seen people making vegan leathers from plant-based materials, and we also believe that banana fiber is going to be one of the best materials for making vegan leather. This will be a leather alternative that is going to replace, not to replace really, but is going to contribute towards the usage of leather in the country and globally, and this leather is biodegradable. You can imagine where you wear a shoe and then that shoe can degrade in the environment and give actually more humus to the environment. We do this through partnerships. We don't do it alone. We have the thinking, the thoughts of what we can do, but we also build networks around us. We have worked with the UNDP in this, and I want to thank Elsie and her team for supporting our efforts to train the youths in Barara and extend these technologies to those youths so that they can also commercialize them and earn their livelihoods. We have worked with AIM, the organization where Professor Alex Ariho leads, and we have been able to commercialize a number of innovations actually to a number of African countries. We are busy working with Busitama University and URI, and we are trying to innovate wet wipes from banana fibers. We are also trying to innovate tea bags from banana fibers, and diapers, sanitary pads, and those paper-based or pulp-based products from banana fibers. Now, during extraction of these fibers, there is a lot of sap that flows out. This sap, we have also realized, when fermented, it becomes very good manure, fertilizer for vegetables. And we have a garden where we are testing this sap, and those vegetables are doing extremely well. We even tried it with maize, and it also did very well. Lastly, I have a friend who is whom we are helping actually, to design a coffin using banana fibers. When he approached us, we thought this was not a good idea. No, we Africans, we don't discuss death and how you'll be buried. But this man comes with an idea. He wants to make a coffin from banana fiber. And we told him, okay, so exactly what do you want to do? And he was like, yeah, can you imagine? He has a very good point, because how many trees die in this country because Ugandans are dying and they have to be buried with coffins made of wood? He has done all that calculations, and he's saying, look here, we need to biodegrade with biodegradable materials that are sustainably sourced. I think I'll stop there, and I'll be available for any other engagement. Thank you.
It is all coming together now. You have heard what innovators can do. Thank you very much, Mr. Kimani. I will now go to the United Nations. And Madam PS, for your information, you are the host, so you'll be wrapping it all up, because whatever they are suggesting and whatever they are asking, the buck stops with you. Okay, I will now call upon Mr. Heriberto Tapia, who is in charge of Research and Strategic Partnership Advisor at UNDP. As I said, it took years for the world to come to this conclusion of the SDGs, which are actually 17. And I hear they are increasing by the day. But the one organization which was at the top of this at all times was UNDP. So since this has been your baby from time immemorial, could you please give us your take on this topic? Thanks.
Thank you so much, Victoria. My name is Heriberto Tapia. I work in the Human Development Report Office, so we are the office that produces the Human Development Report. And this is part of UNDP. And I'm going to be talking about try to respond to the provocation of Professor Arijo. He was talking about that we are living in a world with lack of data, which makes it very difficult to achieve the goals of leaving no one behind. And also, he called us to think differently. So my provocation will be a response
Sorry,
to this.
Mr. Heriberto, I am kindly requesting that we're just going to hold because the VP is just around the corner. So, but we're going to continue with these because we just want to usher in the Vice President and then be able to do the opening ceremony. And thereafter, we will continue with this panel because we also need to interact based on what they've said. So I'm going to request Dr. Sechitoleko and the team to just move back as we do the opening ceremony. And then we will be back with this very panel to continue with it after the Vice President leaves. But ladies and gentlemen, we all rise to welcome the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Her Excellency Jessica Lupo, retired Major Jessica Lupo, who is joining us right here to do our opening ceremony before we get to close the first day of this very conversation about sustainable development goals. And of course, I'll request the technical team to be ready with the anthems because we will be shooting immediately that we get settled. Welcome. Welcome to our Vice President. Welcome, Your Excellency. Thank you for sparing time to be with us off your very, very busy schedule on this second annual Sustainable Development Goals Conference. And of course, as you came, we were having a panel discussion. I will be letting you in on the conversation so far, but without any further ado, I request the technical team plays the national anthem and the East African anthem in that order.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
I will request, although Bishop Lere will be speaking to us later on, we had a prayer at the start, but I will request together with Your Eminence to come and give us a very brief prayer once again. I don't think too much of prayer hurts, or there is anything like too much prayer. It never exists.
Father, we thank you so much this afternoon. Thank you so much for Her Excellency being with us this afternoon, the honorable ministers and the delegates from different organizations and locations. Bless our deliberations. Bless this official opening We ask, Lord, that everything that we'll discuss here will be in line with your will and purpose for the advancement of your people. In the name of Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen.
That was off guard, Bishop Lore. I apologize, but yes, there is nothing like too much prayer. Your Excellency, once again, thank you so much for sparing your time to be with us. All protocol observed. I will later on be letting you in on the different dignitaries who are with us. But just as you came in, the panel session that was led by Dr. Sechitoleko was speaking about leveraging science, technology, and innovation for accelerated delivery on the Sustainable Development Goals. But I think one of the most interesting requests from Dr. Sechitoleko is that there needs to be an innovation for mingling posho or kalo. So I think maybe the innovators should go and think about this because it's an idea to pay attention to. Your Excellency, just before we get into a video that will give us just a brief overview of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and how far we have gone, allow me invite a young lady, a young person, who is going to give us a beautiful song, because the key to the Sustainable Development Goals is leaving no one behind. And that is the conversation we've had from morning, and we will have it today entirely and tomorrow for this 2-day conference. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite Tayebo Anita Mjisha, who is going to give us a very brief song about the Sustainable Goals. Let's give her some energy with a round of applause. We are talking about young people and not leaving them behind at all.
Thank you so much. My name is Tayebo Anita Mugisha. I'm from Skylands International School, and I'm 12 years old in year 7. Today I'm going to sing a song about agriculture, and which is going to help us know more about what we do during our daily lives. Please be blessed as we get to know what agriculture means through singing. Thank you.
Agriculture is a backbone, the backbone of Uganda and Africa, the mother of the world. We thank you, Lord, for the soils and the climate we have, the pearl of Africa, Uganda, your name. Agriculture is a backbone of Uganda and Africa, the mother of the world. We thank you, Lord, for the soils and the climate we have, the pearl of Africa, Uganda, your place. When I compare the nations in Uganda, I praise the Lord. Your nature is amazing. Your fruits are natural and fresh for health. What a game agriculture in you. Agriculture is a backbone of Uganda and Africa, the mother of the world. We thank you, Lord, for the soils and the climate we have, the pearl of Africa, Uganda, your place. Agriculture is a backbone of Uganda and Africa, the mother of the world. We thank you, Lord, for the soils and the climate we have, the pearl of Africa, Uganda. Agriculture is a backbone.
Thank you.
Let's give Anita bigger love, more love than that. Someone once said in Uganda, it's the only place where you just get seeds and throw, and they will grow without you even doing anything. Am I lying? Am I lying? And someone said, probably we can even throw money somewhere in the soil, and the money grows. Or you get your buttons off and throw them somewhere, and tomorrow you'll find shirts in the shamba. But of course, Anita was speaking to how we still doubt that Uganda is agriculture is a backbone, yes, because of statistics, of contribution to GDP. But if up to now, since morning, we had kept you here without anything to eat, I don't think the level of attention would be the same as one that we have right now. So, Your Excellency, like I said earlier on, we had a discussion about leveraging science and technology, but there was a much earlier panel which spoke about leaving no one behind through SDG localization and partnerships. And I'm glad that the person who is sitting at your immediate right is the focal point minister for SDGs, and of course, Dr. Albert Byamgisha here, who heads the secretariat. And I'm glad to announce to you that we moved from position 143 out of 163 to now 136. And probably when we come for the third edition of the SDGs, we will be able to move into from 100 and go to those two-digit figures. That is what we'll be looking at. I will ask the technical team to now play us a video. And Your Excellency, this is just a video that is showing us how far we've gone with the implementation, the successes and the challenges still there, but also the future for SDG implementation in the country. Let's take our eyes to the screens.
In 2016, Uganda joined 193 UN member states in adopting the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Since then, the country has made significant strides in its journey towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. And with the numerous localization efforts, these SDGs have been integrated into national development plans and policies with a goal of ensuring that no one is left behind. Leave no one behind is a central and transformative promise of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its Sustainable Development Goals. It represents the unequivocal commitment of all UN member states to eradicate poverty in all its forms, end discrimination and exclusion, and reduce the inequalities and vulnerabilities that leave people behind and undermine the potential of individuals and of humanity as a whole. Uganda's inspiring journey towards sustainable development highlights various initiatives and efforts undertaken to uplift the lives of its people. It recognizes that sustainable development can only be achieved when every individual is included and empowered. Education is the foundation for a prosperous future. In Uganda, significant strides have been made to improve access to quality education through inclusive policies and investments. More children, especially girls and marginalized communities, now have the opportunity to learn, grow, and fulfill their potential.
Education is a shared responsibility. Government plays its role, and the family must play its role. That's when we will move together as a country.
A healthy population is essential for sustainable development. Uganda is dedicated to improving healthcare services, particularly in rural areas. Through the expansion of healthcare infrastructure, increased access to essential medicines, and community health programs, Uganda is working towards ensuring that every citizen can lead a healthy life.
We approach health with two strategies. Just, I imagine, as it is done in many countries. The two strategies for health are preventive health care on the one hand, and curative health care in case somebody gets sick. Prevention, number one, cure if you can't prevent. That's our strategy.
Gender equality is a cornerstone of Uganda's development agenda. Efforts to empower women and promote gender equality are evident across the country through initiatives such as promoting women's entrepreneurship, ensuring equal access to economic opportunities, and combating gender-based violence. Uganda is creating an environment where everyone can thrive.
The overreaching objective of the Paris Development Model is to increase household incomes
and improve the quality of life of Ugandans, with a specific focus on total transformation of the subsistence households into the money economy.
Uganda recognizes the importance of sustainable agriculture and environmental conservation for long-term development by promoting climate-smart agriculture techniques, supporting smallholder farmers, and preserving its rich biodiversity. Uganda aims to build resilience, protect natural resources, and mitigate the impacts of climate change. Ensuring access to clean, safe water and sanitation for all is crucial. This aims at providing access to safe and affordable drinking water, promoting proper sanitation practices, and improving water management systems. Reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all aims to address Uganda's issues on energy and climate change by promoting renewable energy sources, improving energy efficiency, and expanding access to electricity throughout the country. Building resilient infrastructure, promoting inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and fostering innovation aims at enhancing economic growth, productivity, and innovation in a sustainable manner. Uganda's goal is to invest in infrastructure, industries, and technological advancements to support sustainable development for all its people. Making cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, and sustainable addresses the challenges of rapid urbanization by promoting affordable housing, sustainable transport, access to green spaces, and inclusive urban planning. With these, Uganda can create livable cities and communities that provide opportunities for all while minimizing environmental impact. Achieving the SDGs requires collaborative efforts. Uganda has forged partnerships with various stakeholders, including government agencies, civil society organizations, and the private sector. These partnerships have played a crucial role in implementing innovative solutions, leveraging resources, and maximizing impact. In the next 7 years, Uganda aims at reducing income inequalities, promoting inclusive economic growth, and addressing governance issues. All these efforts demonstrate Uganda's determination to build a more inclusive, sustainable, and equitable future for its citizens.
And that all thanks to the Office of the Prime Minister, under which the SDG Secretariat sits, that is headed by Dr. Albert Byamgisha, as I mentioned earlier, and of course the focal point minister, the Right Honorable Justine Kasule Lumumba, who will later on as well be giving us more and more discussions about this. Of course, there is nothing that we can do without partnerships, Your Excellency, and that is one key aspect that has been emphasized in our conversations and in our statements. And even the achievement that I talked about earlier is because of the localization efforts. I said earlier on in the morning that sometimes when we meet in such beautiful hotels, we tend to forget about that rural woman, that rural man, who has to understand what these sustainable development goals mean, and that every action they do may impact one or many of the sustainable development goals. So that is one of the reasons why domestication is still being challenged in some countries, including Uganda. But in part of the partners, we cannot leave aside the non-governmental organizations. And I would like to invite, on behalf of the NGOs, Dr. Moses Isoba, who is the Executive Director of the Uganda National NGO Forum, to come us and give us a brief statement. Let's give Dr. Isoba a round of applause as he comes to speak to us.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, the Cabinet Ministers here present, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Denmark to Uganda, the UN Resident Rep, all protocol observed. My name is Dr. Moses Isoba, and I'm the Executive Director of the Uganda National NGO Forum. And it's my singular pleasure to make a statement on this second National SDG Conference on behalf of civil society in Uganda. a conference organized under the theme of promoting inclusive national and continental actions for accelerated delivery of SDGs and Agenda 2063. For those not familiar with the Uganda National NGO Forum, it's an umbrella organization that brings together NGOs in this country with a mandate to influence democracy and governance processes, and at the same time to improve and enhance the operating environment of NGOs. As a leading platform for civil society, CSOs in this country have continued to play a pivotal role in fostering sustainable development. We have coordinated and mobilized CSOs to actively engage in advocacy undertaken, capacity building, promoted collaboration among civil society actors, government institutions, and other stakeholders. Through our work, we have witnessed transformative power of partnerships and the collective efforts required to achieve the SDGs. We recall that SDGs were adopted in 2015. And now, 8 years down the road, we need to be taking stock of what the government and all key stakeholders have done in the realization of SDGs by 2030. Through civil society partnerships with the government, we have organized successful localization campaigns on SDGs, as the Tonde Kamabega campaign. We have worked also collaboratively with the government in 2016 and 2020, working on the voluntary national review reports. We've convened multi-stakeholder policy dialogues and the recent SDG festivals that we've hosted across the country in Jinja, in Mubende, in Lira, and in Mbarara. We recognize and applaud the government of Uganda through the Office of the Prime Minister, specifically the SDG Secretariat, for the commendable coordination. At the national level, you've been able to bring together different stakeholders: the government, civil society, development partners, the youth, and the private sector. We thank you. Since the adoption of SDGs in 2016, civil society organizations have been quite pivotal in the rollout process, and we made significant strides in the popularization and localization of SDGs. This has been done by providing a framework for citizen mobilization and engagement to ensure effective participation in the implementation of the localization agenda. Recently, CSOs, in partnership with the SDG Secretariat, implemented the SDG Joint Initiative that gave birth to the regional and national SDG festivals, as I said, took place in different cities across the country. The SDG festivals were aimed at creating mass awareness and localizing the sustainable development goals at the grassroots level so that citizens and their leaders can appreciate the SDGs and understand their contribution toward their realization. By mention of this, of course, I would immediately want to thank the Royal Dutch Embassy with their immense support and funding toward these SDG festivals, and the 23 SDG champions. They may be few in number, but they are having quite a huge trickle-down effect. We thank the Embassy for the continued support towards this work. We also acknowledge that much remains to be done to fully realize the SDGs in Uganda. As civil society, we therefore would like to highlight some key critical concerns which arose from the SDG festivals and forums that the government and stakeholders will need to focus on as we implement the decade of action for the SDGs. And these range not, of course, in any order of priority: the accessibility to PDM funds, the inaccessibility to quality education and healthcare services, of course, the limited understanding of what SDGs are, poor working conditions of both industrial workers and other forms of workers, and the poor infrastructure in different parts of the country. In order to fast-track the implementation of SDGs, our views are, one, that there is need and with urgency to establish multiple sources of financing for SDGs, since this remains limited. The NDP3 midterm review states that Uganda requires at least 14% to GDP in additional financing to meet SDGs by 2030. Therefore, the more need to effectively implement the public investment financing strategy, as this will enable the achievement of SDGs. We need to strengthen multi-stakeholder engagement since this is still limited. There is low understanding of the SDGs, especially at the local governments and different stakeholders at the national and local levels. And this, in one way or another, hinders the implementation of the SDGs. 8 years since the adoption of the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, Uganda has made commendable efforts toward the localization of this agenda. An SDG coordination framework to ensure a coherent and consistent SDG implementation process is in place. The framework clearly highlights the roles of the different stakeholders. Admittedly, civil society remains a critical pillar. But as they say, where you meet the king is where you worship him. And as before you, Your Excellency, the Vice President, as civil society organization, we continue to play a critical role, but at the same time, we definitely would be looking for a more conducive and facilitative environment to play our role as organizations. Many times we hear negative narratives about the civil society being pervaded, but we would like to offer our unequivocal commitment to work with government, to support government for the benefit of all Ugandans, for we are Ugandans. As we gather here for the next 2 days, let us reflect on how we can make Agenda 2030 more citizen-driven and participatory for all. Let's reflect on how to build strong partnerships across different stakeholders and how the government can actually become more accountable in relation to service delivery and SDGs. In conclusion, let me end by thanking the government of Uganda for demonstrating leadership and commitment to advance the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The Uganda National NGO Forum and, of course, all the civil society organizations in this country reaffirm our commitment to collaborating with the government and all stakeholders to achieve SDGs in this country. We firmly believe that while working together, we can overcome the challenges we face and create more equitable, sustainable, and prosperous future for all of us Ugandans. I thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Dr. Isova, and for all the efforts of the NGO Forum. And while we were still at it, Your Excellency, we were joined by Dr. Monica Msenero, who is the Minister of Science and Technology under the Office of the President. And we'll also be wrapping up the session, which existed a little bit earlier, that was moderated by Dr. Sechitoleko, which will be continuing after the opening session. Because of time, without any further ado, allow me invite a statement on behalf of the Interreligious Council, who are also very pivotal in leading conversations about sustainable development goals, and Bishop Joshua Lere, together with any other council presidents who would like to come with. And let's have the presentation from the Interreligious Council. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Bishop Joshua Lere. I'm standing here on behalf of the whole Council of Presidents of the Interreligious Council, our chair currently. His Grace, Dr. Kazimba Mugalu, is unable to be with us this evening. So I'm reading this statement on behalf of our colleagues, who are, some of whom are here, like Sheikh Waiswa, representing the Mufti of Uganda. Can you please stand up? He's representing the rest of the members of the council. He's the Deputy Mufti, the Reverend Kaiso, and our Secretary General, Mr. Joshua Chitakule, and the rest of the team is here with us. Can you please stand up, the rest of the team from Interreligious Council, so that people can see we are here in big number. Some of them had to leave because in the morning they were here. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Minister of General Duties and Focal Person for SDGs, and other honorable ministers here present, honorable members of Parliament, dignitaries from government and development partners, United Nations agencies, leaders from the academia, civil society, organizations, and all international delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Praise God from whom all blessings flow. On behalf of the Interreligious Council of Uganda, and in particular our congregants in our different denominations, we are very delighted and honored to participate in this annual SDG conference. We really want to thank you so much for involving us. We are very, very happy that you are involving us in critical discussions, especially, Your Excellency, and the minister responsible. Thank you so much for inviting us. The IRCU, briefly, is an indigenous national-based organization founded in 2001, uniting the efforts of 7 religious institutions jointly to address issues of common concern. IRCU's member organizations are the Roman Catholic Church, the Anglican Church, the Orthodox Church, the Muslim Supreme Council, the Seventh-day Adventist Union, Born Again Faith, and the Association of Pentecostals and Evangelicals, which I lead. Participating in this year's SDG conference presents us with the opportunity as a religious fraternity to reflect and reaffirm our role in the economic and development of our country. In 2014, the IRCU hosted the African Faith Leaders Summit. The objective of our summit was for the African faith leaders to agree on a common position and a statement on the post-2015 development agenda. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, graced the occasion and financially supported us. We were in Munyonyo at that time. We are grateful to His Excellency, the President and Government of Uganda, for the support. In 2015 conference, we noted the following gaps between policy and implementation. And these are a few of our notes. One was that African countries created institutions without adequate sourcing. As a result, many good resolutions are made at the African Union and other regional blocs, but they are either partially implemented or not at all. For example, while African institutions agreed to form NEPAD, that is New Partnership for Africa's Development, only 20 African countries have subscribed to the same. Further, the African regional bloc, including the East African Community, faces challenges, non-membership subscription by partner states. Number 2 of what we noted. The other issue was about the global relationship, which is shaped by the us and the they mentality. This mentality undermines our Ubuntu philosophy of finding fulfillment in the welfare of others. I am, therefore you are. You are, therefore I am. The poor and marginalized cannot be excluded because they are part and parcel of the equation of building a fair society. Number 3, the richer countries rarely met their promises of funding development. For example, the developed countries failed to meet their funding obligations to the developing countries for adaptation to the effects of climate change. Those and others were our key observations. Following that summit, the IRCU and our sister organizations in the continent committed to implement and support government and other agencies to ensure the realization of the SDGs, and since then, IRCU has especially focused on the following SDGs. SDG 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 13, 16, and 17. However, in our work, we have noted challenges and obstacles that continue to hinder the realization of the guiding philosophy of not leaving anyone behind, and we would like to share some of them with you at this conference. Your Excellency, as you are aware, many countries in Africa are oscillating between what they know needs to be done to improve the welfare of their people on one side, and the sacrifices that they need to make for this to happen. For example, we all know that agriculture is the backbone of our economy here in Uganda and employs over 80% of the population. Yet, surprisingly, our investment is very minimal in that sector. Your Excellency, as you are aware, most African countries are struggling with the issue of food security. One would imagine that the technocrats would be able to determine the quantity of food that each household needs every year. This would be calculated to establish the population's annual food needs and consumption. And with that figure in mind, the technocrats would be able to know the annual amount of food that is sufficient for the country and its cost. That would mean then that furthermore, the technocrats would be able to set annual food production targets for each sub-county, even to include the quantities for export. In this way, the food security challenge would be solved. In many ways, therefore, realizing the SDGs will require us to work smart and more methodically. We feel that is the way to go, and it's easy if we handle it that way. In Uganda, government, for example, provides health services at Health Center 3, at sub-county level, Health Center 4 at constituency level, and General Hospital at district level. Using the above methodology, we should be able to know the number of health workers we need per year for the next 5 years. This will guide our health training institutions to set targets in terms of human resource requirements. Then the deployment and remuneration would follow. Moreover, the extra health workers could then be planned to be exported in other countries. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, one of the objectives of this conference is to create space for the various actors to share information and experiences in the implementation of the SDGs and the best practices to have them replicated and fast-tracked. As IRCU, one of the critical pathways that should be considered is to create a national platform to take charge of issues of mutual accountability, the shared responsibility, and a common destiny. This is the spirit. It is in this spirit that IRCU is advocating for the implementation of the Uganda National Dialogue. We are very, very passionate on this issue, where we bring all Ugandans on the same table and we discuss issues of national importance together from every sector. The Uganda National Dialogue. We still pray and request that government will continually reconsider this, a major, major, major issue for us. Ladies and gentlemen, another critical aspect related to attaining the aspiration of the SDG is harnessing the demographic dividend on the young people. The young people and children in this country, and indeed on the African continent, represent the greatest human resource ever bestowed to Uganda and Africa at large. One of the critical challenges facing this group is mindset change and the skills gap. We are aware of the government effort in infusing the new secondary curriculum with the skill development and establishing presidential zonal regional youth skilling centers. However, we think there is need for a post-university tertiary national program for mindset change aimed at the closing of the information gap for fresh graduates. This should be a requirement for recruitment in the public service. What we used to have as students from HSC going to Chankwans before they join university, where we can really bring these young people to understanding and discussing some of these key issues together as future leaders. Your Excellency, as you're aware, SDG Goal 16 underlines the importance of promoting peaceful and inclusive societies, providing access to justice for all, and building effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. As religious leaders, we feel the need for more investment in addressing the growing level of marginalization, inequalities, and exclusivity in society. Mr. Gobi Ramadan, the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Finance, is quoted to have said, "As long as the poor are hungry, the rich will not sleep in the neighborhood." We see this manifested daily through the current robberies, murders, dispossession of people of their property, and so on. This is causing a lot of anxiety among the population and undermines the realization of SDGs. As a global agenda, attaining SDGs obligates the country to ensure that the 17 goals are delivered to each and every human being on the planet. The fire next door is fire in your compound. The gist of this African proverb is that the conflict in the neighboring countries may have ramifications of peace, stability, and development on Uganda. Therefore, the unending wars in DRC, South Sudan, Somalia are a costly burden in terms of military deployments, disruption of trade and commerce, and the constant influx of refugees in our country. Overall, this directly impacts on the realization of the number of SDG goals. We want to thank government, Your Excellency, and appreciate the efforts of government to ensure stability in DRC, Somalia, Sudan, and elsewhere. But we think these countries must be held accountable for their failure to find sustainable solutions to their governance challenges. That's what we think. Ladies and gentlemen, as a country, we have noted with concern that some of our farmers, due to economic pressure, sell gardens with crops that are not ready for harvest, and by harvest time, they have run out of the proceeds from the sales. This practice is rampant in areas like Busoga, Teso, Mbale, Ankole, and Masindi. Therefore, for the country to realize Sustainable Development Goal 2 of hunger, government should put in place enabling policies and regulations on food production, food storage, and marketing systems in Uganda. Besides, food security and household incomes are gravely affected by the effects of climate change, resulting from wanton destruction of the country's natural resources, namely forests, wetlands, water bodies, fisheries, wildlife, and biodiversity. Most significantly, Uganda's economy is largely nature-based. Therefore, a country unmindful of its sustainable stewardship of its environment and natural resources is destined to self-destruction. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, as Council, we wish once again to call upon government and other actors to collectively address the above issues that are undermining the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals. As a faith community, we continue to commit ourselves to further strengthen our structures, to build resilience to shocks and stresses, and enhance knowledge and skills of our congregations to effectively participate in all government programs aimed at realizing the SDGs. Notably, there is need to fast-track the SDGs that are still lagging behind, such as SDG 1, SDG 2, 5, 7, 10, 13, and 16. We also pledge to offer our national faith-based structures and systems to build partnerships with government and other development actors for social mobilization, mindset change, advocacy, and implementation of the SDGs. We thank government and specifically the President of the Republic of Uganda for his continued support for the Interreligious Council of Uganda. We also thank the SDG Secretariat for the continued partnership with the Interreligious Council of Uganda. For God and my country, I'm Bishop Joshua Rwele, General Overseer of the Association of Pentecostals and Evangelicals, on behalf of our chair, Dr. Kazimba Mugalu, the chairman, Council of Presidents of the Interreligious Council of Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bishop Were, for that communique there or statement that did come through. Now, ladies and gentlemen, earlier on we were talking about innovation, and one of the conversations that did come through from one of the panelists was the innovation through using banana fiber, and I loved that they've been supported by one of the UN agencies, which is UNDP, and they're thinking about now making for us, the ladies who love our hair extensions, making biodegradable hair extensions, and that they're actually already making. And Your Excellency, if you will have some time before you leave, we have an exhibition outside. You can be able to see part of that work, which is being done not only by them, but also other persons who are doing innovations. And the one we are waiting for that he talked about is a biodegradable coffin. He was also amazed at it because he said in Africa we don't talk about death too, but I think it will be a good option to pay attention to. Why I talked about them being supported by UNDP is because UN has played a pivotal role as a development partner to ensure that we localize the Sustainable Development Goals, but so many other efforts to ensuring that we achieve everything that the Interreligious Council was also looking at, especially the demographic dividend, which we chatted about with Honorable Mohanga, and I think Honorable Amos Lugolo will be talking about the idea of our exponential population growth. And we were asking ourselves, is it an advantage? Is it a disadvantage? Is it something to pay attention to? And when we went to the conversation of family planning, interestingly, all family planning efforts were geared to women. And I love that it came from Honorable Lugolo, who is the man himself. He said, we need to focus on those who deposit the product for birth, not those who actually who deal with the incubation of the children themselves. Allow me invite the United Nations Resident Coordinator to give us a statement on behalf of the United Nations, Ms. Susan Ngongi Namondo. Let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, honorable ministers here present, with a very special mention to the Right Honorable Minister in charge of General Duties and the SDGs. Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Denmark to Uganda, and all our development partners here present today, the Executive Director of the Uganda NGO Forum, and all our civil society partners, private sector representatives, academia, and standing on all the earlier established protocols. On behalf of my colleagues in the United Nations system, we are delighted to be a partner to this second Uganda Annual Sustainable Development Conference. In a special way, I wish to recognize and extend my appreciation to the Right Honorable Prime Minister and the Minister for General Duties for their continued commitment to the coordination of government and its partners in the domestication and implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and at the core of which are the 17 goals. Your Excellency, since the adoption of the SDGs in 2015, we have witnessed government's leadership and strengthening the policy and institutional coordination architecture for this agenda. Non-state actors are also working increasingly more closely with the government to support the implementation of SDGs in Uganda. The UN system is delighted to be associated with these efforts and the strong partnership that we have established with the government over the years. Our approach is premised on the strong belief that the UN member states and their people should be at the center of determining their development paths while we continue to play a facilitation role. This year's SDG conference has come at a time when there are more positive prospects for Uganda's growth and development trajectory, with the economic growth rate steadily returning to the pre-COVID-19 projections of 6 to 7% per year. Just last week, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development informed us that the economy is estimated to have expanded by 5.5% in 2022-23 and projected to grow by 6% in 2023-24. We are also seeing a strong recovery in the service sector as well as foreign direct investment. Despite government's commitment to implementing the 2030 agenda and the positive outlook, there remain challenges, of course, and risks to Uganda's journey to sustainable development. We cannot confidently state that the country is fully cushioned from the impacts of the global and regional conflicts, violent extremism, disease outbreaks, climate change, and environmental disasters. The unfortunate incident in Kasese, where innocent school children lost their lives and others were abducted at the hands of a suspected terrorist group, is a reminder that the risk of insecurity and violence is real and has far-reaching consequences on our development progress. The positive economic growth rate also remains somewhat elusive to the ordinary Ugandan, as this is not always felt in everybody's pockets. Certain groups, and we heard this from Dr. Albert earlier today, certain groups such as people with disabilities, women and girls, orphans, vulnerable children, indigenous people, refugees, among others, continue to face varying social and economic exclusion. In the midterm review of the third National Development Plan, the National Planning Authority revealed that only 17% of the targeted results have been achieved thus far. This conference presents a great opportunity to reflect on our journey and renew Uganda's efforts to accelerate the achievements of these SDGs. Fortunately, we have Vision 2040, the National Development Plans, and other national policy and legal frameworks through which SDGs are implemented. There is no separate implementation architecture for the SDGs besides the national policy and institutional provisions. This conference also comes at an opportune moment when the global community is preparing for the SDG Summit that will be convened 18 to 19 September 2023 as part of the United Nations General Assembly. During the summit, heads of state and governments will carry out a comprehensive review of the state of the SDGs and their implementation, and provide high-level political guidance on transformative and accelerated actions to realize it by 2030. These deliberations will also engage the thought leaders from government, international organizations, the private sector, civil society, and other stakeholders through a series of high-level meetings with the decision makers. The outcomes of the SDG conference and the associated engagements of the Office of the Prime Minister that the Office of the Prime Minister has led at the subnational level will therefore inform Uganda's contribution to the discussions at the SDG Summit. Whereas the country faces challenges and risks in its pursuit to sustainable development as outlined by earlier speakers, I wish to acknowledge that many of these are not unique to Uganda at all. Other developing countries and the world's most vulnerable people are bearing similar consequences of slowed transformation. The UN Secretary General, in his report on the status of the progress of the SDGs, has identified several issues, and I will pick a few of those. Firstly, only 12% of the SDG indicators are on track. Close to half are moderately or severely off track, and 30% have either seen no movement or regressed below the 2015 baseline. If the current trends on SDGs are maintained, only about 1/3 of countries will meet the target to halve national poverty levels. Here in Uganda, the national poverty headcount has remained higher, with the 19.7% registered in 2012-2013. The Secretary General also notes that the world is back to hunger levels not seen since 2005, and food prices remain higher in more countries than in the period of 2015-2019. We are also very far from winning the battle against inequality, moving at a pace that will take the world 286 years to close gender gaps in legal protection and removing discriminatory laws. With the mixed picture on our progress and the multiple uncertainties that we are faced with, there is need for accelerated efforts by all stakeholders. And if you allow me, let me offer a few ideas that could be important in our reflection in this dialogue, as well as in the upcoming discussions on the 4th National Development Plan. I think first and foremost, as most will agree, government really is our driver in everything that we do, either directly or indirectly. And it is commendable that the most critical policy and planning instruments and institutions have been put in these. However, for several reasons, that we still have gaps in implementation, and that was discussed also earlier today. Public institutions have not been fully equipped with the necessary human resources and appropriate infrastructure that can meet today's dynamics. Even with the clear evidence of the potential of digital systems to transform the effectiveness of the public sector, uptake has been slow. Institutions need to be equipped to steer and leverage digital technologies in an inclusive manner to advance development. There's also need for government to lead partners in putting in place an even more effective development partnership architecture that promotes regular dialogue, accountability, and trust between the public sector and other supportive development actors. Private sector. We all know that the private sector is a critical driver of innovation, productivity, employment, and economic growth. We must take advantage of the opportunity that world over, business leaders are gradually recognizing the significance and urgency of integrating sustainability into their business practices and strategies to achieve long-term success. However, achieving full alignment to sustainability requires that government policies and regulations must provide a more enabling environment that motivates and facilitates sustainable practices. Private sector engagement might also benefit from a more structure and engagement. Financing. Development financing remains one of the major constraints on how fast we can implement and achieve the SDGs. And I really wish to commend the efforts of the Ministry of Finance and its partners towards improving domestic revenue mobilization. The other source has been concessional and non-concessional borrowing. However, it should also be acknowledged that traditional sources of financing will, in the short term anyways, not be adequate to address today's development needs and challenges. The public investment financing strategy that the government has recently produced has already outlined a diverse range of development financing options that could complement these traditional sources to fund development priorities while reducing the risk of debt distress. This strategy could go a long way in transforming Uganda's development financing architecture, but its implementation, well, the strategy was just released, but we're looking forward to the implementation. In line with the Secretary General's rescue plan, and that's rescue plan globally, but here in Uganda, the UN remains committed to supporting government to implement this strategy. And a need to reap the data dividend. Access to timely and high-quality disaggregated data is essential for monitoring, follow-up, and review for more efficient and effective policy and decision-making. As you've heard from UBOS earlier today and from the findings of the joint recent UN-UBOS status review of data and statistics, data availability has improved, but we are not quite where we need to be yet. There are significant challenges on the enabling legal and policy environment. inadequate capacity for data production, slow adoption of advanced technologies in the data value chain, and inadequate use for data for decision making. To reach the target of securing data for at least 90% of the SDG targets in each country by 2027. It will therefore require us embracing new and innovative data sources and approaches, as well as adopting data governance and protection policies to address the risks. We must also increase domestic financing for data and statistics by 50% from current levels by 2030. I'm pleased to inform you that UGAND'S and the UN system in Uganda have already started on this journey through a US $42 million joint program for data and statistics that has been developed to consolidate support for the national statistics system. And lastly, the need for renewed efforts to protect the environment. Our quality of life will greatly depend on how best we protect the environment, which is the foundation for our well-being. Therefore, we have no choice but to guard against degradation of ecosystems, pollution, climate change, biodiversity loss. The potential consequences of environmental destruction, such as hunger, poverty, conflict, natural disasters, and public health emergencies, are unbearable for us not to act. So those are just some ideas from the UN family, and of course, Your Excellency, I'm speaking on behalf of the 29 UN agencies that are here in Uganda. I think we're very pleased about this second National SDG conference. We look forward to really being part of the conversation. We look forward to continuing that work in the implementation. And it is my hope that we will all find ideas that we can work on to speed on acceleration of the progress that we're all seeking. And on that note, I thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Susan Ngongi Namondo, who is the UN RC here in Uganda, and like she said, she's representing quite a number, and part of the team I know is here, and I will later on be letting you in, but I can see many of the lead reps of the various UN agencies right here with us. She of course spoke about the gender gap and that we can't even talk about more than 200 years to close that, and it was made worse by COVID-19. The effects of COVID-19, which we're still feeling right now, have been made worse, and that gender gap has been made worse and widened more. But also on the environment, I love to say one statement, that we can't live without the environment, but the environment can live without us. We can all die and the environment will stay, but we can't live without it. Without any further ado, allow me invite our next speaker, who also in the capacity of the Prime Minister will be inviting our chief guest tonight. But she is not just here as the Minister of General Duties under the Office of the Prime Minister, but she's the focal point minister of the Sustainable Development Goals. And Uganda was one of the first countries to actually go ahead and do something like that, that you have a minister who focuses on Sustainable Development Goals. There is a secretariat that is headed by Dr. Albert Byomgisha right here. Ladies and gentlemen, with a thunderous applause, allow me invite the Right Honorable Justin Kasule Lumumba to speak to us, and later invite the chief guest. That wasn't big enough. Let's give her a much bigger one, because it's for our efforts that we are here today.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mildred. Your Excellency Jessica Alupo Epere Rose, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, who is representing His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda. My colleagues, ministers, Honorable Monica Msenero, the Minister for Science and Technology, Honorable Margaret Muhanga, Annette Mugisa, the Minister for State for Health. Why are you shaking your head? I know you. The Head of Public Service and Secretary to Cabinet, the Head of Public Service and Deputy Secretary to Cabinet, the UN Resident Coordinator and the UN Family, Your Excellency, the Danish ambassador, and all those representing the different embassies, our development partners, heads of missions and agencies, governors and leaders from local governments, representatives from the private sector, media, civil society, academia, the young, the mature, the elders, the old, most importantly, our leaders from the Interreligious Council. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you apologies from Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, who has not been able to make it, because when we made adjustments in our program, she had to go and do other engagements in other places. And here I am to represent her, but also at the same time as the focal point minister in charge of the SDGs. Your Excellency, allow me inform you of the team that is with you here today. In addition to those who are online, Your Excellency, you have ministers present here, permanent secretaries, technical officers from ministries, departments, and agencies. We have development partners. We have UN agencies, especially the UN family. We have the representatives from the different embassies and heads of missions, Interreligious Council, local government representatives, where we have the LC5 chairpersons, who prefer these days to be called governors, chief administrative officers, resident district commissioners, the executive director and team from the NGO Bureau and World Civil Society Organization, the private sector, the youth, the young people, and we, the elders. We're also here amongst the teams here with you. Welcome, everybody. Can we welcome everybody? On behalf of the Prime Minister and the Office of the Prime Minister, and the teams that have worked on this year's process, led by the SDG Secretariat under Dr. Albert Byamugisha. Where is Dr. Albert Byamugisha? Can you stand up so that the Vice President can see you? He's our coordinator in this effort and works with the team. Members from the SDG Secretariat, wherever you are, can you wave? Even those who are outside, can you wave? I want to thank you. We are greatly honored that you have taken time off your busy schedules to join us for this important conference. In line with our annual practice of consulting and ensuring that nobody is left behind, this conference was preceded by consultations in 4 regional centers of Uganda: Mubende in central Uganda, Lira in northern Uganda, Mbarara in western Uganda, Jinja in eastern Uganda. Your Excellency, before, in the first session where we had panelists and questions were put to them, one member raised that, why did you go to Lira? Why didn't you go to Karamoja? Why didn't you go to West Nile? Last year we were in Gulu. This year we are in Lira. Next year, the Muslims will say, Inshallah. We will either be in West Nile or Karamoja for northern Uganda. But when we have the regional consultative meetings and discussions, yes, we were in Lira, but we had leaders from the whole, all the parts, all the sub-regions, all the districts from in northern Uganda, the same to the other areas. Last year in eastern Uganda, we were in Mbale. This year we were in Jinja. Next year we'll have to go to either Soroti or Kapcholwa, because we have to keep moving to different parts of the country. And also the same to other parts. Last year we were in Hoima, this year we were in Mbarara. So we move. So I want to inform my mother who raised it that next year we shall be in another place, and invite other leaders from other sub-regions to also come to that particular city or center to be able to discuss with us. In each of the regions, several events were held. Activities were undertaken to popularize and localize the SDGs. These include the youth skilling event, a people's baraza, public processions, among others. I would like to thank the government of Denmark for supporting this work, and the SDG champions under the Uganda National NGO Forum in collaboration with the SDG Secretariat for taking the lead in this activity. The regional events were crowned with the convening of the Stakeholders Forum, which brought together local leaders from the surrounding districts in each of the regions. We spent a day deliberating on the ways in which we could accelerate the attainment of SDGs through various government programs that government is undertaking. In all the meetings, participants recognized that as a country and the world, we are confronted with a challenging reality. We are at the midpoint of the 2030 agenda, and yet some of the SDGs are off track. 7 years to go for us to go and register our success or failure at the global platform. But as the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has said, world leaders need to come together at the 2023 SDG Summit in September to deliver a rescue plan for people and the planet. In Uganda, the parish development model is our rescue plan. We recognize that while eradicating poverty is related to SDG 1, we also know that through the 7 pillars of the parish development model, we shall be able to target the several SDGs, moreover at household level. Your Excellency, during the regional consultation, several issues were raised and are contained in outcome document that my team has put together. These include related issues relating to service delivery, specifically accessibility and quality of service, such as education and health. Poverty was also another issue raised during the People's SDG Festival in Imbarara, Mubende, Lira, and Jinja cities. But participants acknowledge the government efforts to address poverty through infrastructure development and agricultural extension programs like Myoga, the financial inclusion pillar under the parish development model. Participants were able to tell us where we have been able to register success so far, were able to tell us what is not going on well, and giving us solutions that are applicable to their particular areas. We've compiled this report, and for the good of all of us, for the good of the success of the implementation of the parish development model that is intended to bring the 38 into the money economy, this will be shared, Your Excellency, with your permission, even at cabinet level. Some of the proposed solutions that stakeholders raised included increased investments, especially in education, targeting interventions to address economic barriers, most especially in the area of technical education. We need, as government, to come up and sensitize our community to appreciate skilling and technical education in this country. Because government has put up structures, but community has not utilized these structures. The majority of the community members prefer to go for university education, leaving this technical education where people will come out skilled, ready to employ themselves and even employ others. All cities in the 3 regions emphasized that urban planning is a crucial aspect of state development that ensures organized growth and sustainable use of resources within the city. An essential part of this process involves regulating land development. All land development, including construction projects, zoning changes, and modifications of land use, we are going through challenges. The community has not appreciated this, and in some of the areas, some of the leaders themselves have not realized the importance. This gives us challenges, especially having organized settlement. On vulnerable groups, participants in northern and central regions emphasize the importance of supporting vulnerable groups, such as people with disabilities, women, and children. Recognizing the unique challenges faced by these groups, there was a call for specific objectives, projects, and initiatives to address their needs and promote their rights further, in addition to what is happening now, so that they are not left behind. Children stressed the importance of protecting and promoting the rights of children. They called for initiatives that ensure access to quality education, health care, and safe environment for children to grow and thrive. Special mention was made on issues like child labor, child marriage, and child abuse. Teenage pregnancies are still rampant, and these were exacerbated by the COVID-19. Participants advocated for more child-friendly policies in addition to the existing policies, and also for in-depth discussion, creating awareness and community-based programs that promote child welfare and development. More investments in education and science, technology, and innovation-driven skills revolutions ensure sustainable and inclusive economic growth, manufacturing, and industrialization. We were challenged that we need to speed up and expedite the process of establishing the regional industrial parks that we promised in our NRM manifesto during the last campaigns. And they said we should put more emphasis on value addition, though this has already been mentioned in the budget speech, to make sure that whatever will be coming out from the parish development model is received and is value addition, so that we're able to fetch more money with what we have. Appreciation goes to all development partners, the United Nations family, through the UN Resident Coordinator's Office and the UN systems in Uganda, all other development partners, civil society organizations, the Uganda National NGO Forum, World Vision, Interreligious Council, that have supported us. But I want to report to you, Your Excellency, we have done our part, we have done our work, but we still have more work to do. In addition to the challenges that we are still faced with as a country, we still have to work with more other groups to be brought on board. We've worked with Parliament, we've worked with Judiciary, but we are yet to have a roundtable discussion with the security agencies in this country to also make sure we bring them on board on issues of SDGs. What they do enables us to do work and achieve all of the other SDGs. But what we need is just to bring it to their attention and make them aware that they are also part of the teams that are working hard to make sure we achieve the SDGs. As you may know, the NRM government, under the leadership of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, we have made significant strides in the journey to achieve the SDGs. But what we need now is to simplify for the ordinary person. Because whatever you do every day in your life, in your home, wherever you wake up, to make sure that you offer the best to yourself as an individual, to offer the best to your family, you are scoring into the SDG goals. So, in addition, in 2018, the government put in place the National Teachers Policy to facilitate the training of teachers who are competent to deliver quality education and programs such as the Universal Primary Education, which has since 1997 been one of Uganda's policy tools for reducing poverty. And this has been part of the reasons why the poverty we have been able to solve and remain with only the 38 to bring in the money economy. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, in pursuing the Sustainable Development Agenda, the government is guided by the principle of inclusion, leaving no one behind, and reaching the farthest first. That is why our dear President has so far put up 16 presidential industrial scaling hubs to equip Ugandans with or without formal education, with vocational skills free of charge, and support them in creating their own jobs and also employing others. The parish development model is one which is targeting everybody, and that we must work day and night to make sure we bring everybody in the money economy. Once we achieve SDG number 1, no poverty, it will be easy to achieve the rest. The challenges are being addressed through the operationalization of SDG localization guidelines and voluntary local reviews at the lower and upper local government levels, as well as voluntary reviews that we must do every year as a country. I'm confident that the outcomes of this second annual SDG conference will be transformative, address challenges we face, and create new opportunities towards the attainment of the SDGs. I want to thank those who are online. I've been seeing your comments. Thank you for being very active. We appreciate your support and your participation. With these few words, it is my pleasure to invite Her Excellency Jessica Alupo Rose Epel, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, who is representing the President of Uganda, to come and address us and declare this conference open. Your Excellency, you are welcome. Can we please clap? Let me do the usual one. 1, 2, 3, start.
The Honorable Justin Kasule Lumumba, the Minister, the General Duties in charge of SDGs in the Office of the Prime Minister, and colleagues, ministers present, Honorable Members of Parliament present, Excellencies, the Ambassadors, namely Excellency the Ambassador of Denmark to Uganda, the civil society, who were ably represented here by the ED NGO Bureau, the religious leaders, Bishop Dr. Joshua Luere, and the whole team, the UN family, distinguished participants, senior government officials, the local government leaders, ladies and gentlemen. As you have already been told, I am here to read to you the message of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda. But before I read it, allow me to appreciate your flexibility, because this session was supposed to have taken place early morning today, but apparently I got the assignment when I was already in the countryside doing other equally very important responsibilities. But when I requested that we handle the session in the evening, the organizers of the conference responded to me on the affirmative. So I thank you very sincerely. Let me also bring you warm greetings from His Excellency the President, who you prayed so hard for God to heal a few days ago. And you all know that he's now COVID-free. So he greeted you very emphatically. And I also bring you warm greetings from Mama Janet, the Minister of Education and Sports, who is the First Lady. I have a very short message to read or to present to you. But before I read it, let me thank Bishop Luere for your comments about the issues and the concerns of the religious leaders about SDGs. and promise that when the Honorable Justin Lumumba concludes with you, she will share all these issues with members of cabinet. We shall discuss and make responses where I will again call upon all of you to participate in the interventions of the challenges that you have raised across the country. I would also like to thank the ED of the NGO Bureau. Thank you very much for your comments. And having come from the village this morning, I want to remind all of you that government appreciates the role and responsibility that you play. All of you and the religious leaders and the UN family. You will find civil society officers or field officers deep in villages with motorcycles, with mud in their feet, when they are trying to do advocacy for all the people across the country to embrace programs of government, but also to embrace the interventions that are being extended to them by civil society and also the religious leaders. So we sincerely appreciate the effort. You reach every corner of the country. And of course, the existence of the religious leaders in all corners of Uganda cannot be overemphasized. You are in every village, you are in every parish, you are in every sub-county. I would like to thank the message of the Right Honorable Kasule Lumumba, especially the fact that she has underscored a point of one of the pillars of parish development model, that is financial inclusion, which was a point of focus almost all the leaders who have spoken here. I will have a plea to make to the religious leaders and also the civil society, but also the LC 5 chairpersons. The government, as you may wish to note, is rolling out that very important parish development model with a view of capturing all those 39% households which are outside the money economy. But I have personally picked very key challenges which we can all tackle when we are interfacing with members of the community. One of them is that the people in the villages are fearing to borrow this credit or to participate in the parish development model because they think that when they fail to pay, their land will be taken. I think that is a very simple point which religious leaders, civil society can explain even in one day, and everyone should be able to understand that it is not meant to take their land, but it's meant to uplift them economically. But secondly, also, the people still think that when they borrow this money, after 1 month, government will be asking them to pay in their parish circles. So a clarification still needs to be given to them that they can only pay this money, begin paying this money after 2 years, a maximum period of 2 years. And then they can even pay in installments until the 3rd year ends. Many in villages are not aware about that. So I would like, at an appropriate time, the stakeholders here, the Honorable Lumumba, also to have those key highlights on what they can remind the members of the community when they are at the pulpit, when they are in villages doing some work of their programs, as we have all witnessed, the civil society. So for now, let me read to you the message from His Excellency, the President. I salute you all for taking part in the 2nd Uganda Annual Sustainable Development Goals Conference. Uganda remains on course to achieve all the SDGs in partnership with our development partners. Government supports the SDGs because They represent the global aspirations of guaranteeing a decent and prosperous life for all the inhabitants of the earth. The NRM strategy for accelerating the progress towards achieving the SDGs and Agenda 2063 is to trigger the socio-economic transformation of society. We in Uganda and most parts of Africa have been struggling with the problem of the backward nature of our societies. This backwardness is on the account of preserving the subsistence modes of production. You cannot achieve the SDGs if the society remains backward. That's why we in the NRM talk of socio-economic transformation, which aims at triggering change from mainly peasant societies to middle-income, middle-class, and skilled societies, like those in Europe and the United States of America. If a society does not evolve from the lower modes of social organization, it cannot develop and prosper. Parochial societies, such as the hunter-gatherer societies and the peasant societies, have narrow interests. All their efforts are geared towards getting food. They work only for food. They do not know about the importance of schools, hospitals, roads, electricity, the railway, markets, etc. Therefore, we must work to eliminate social backwardness, which is responsible for underdevelopment. Since 1986, the NRM government has been working towards expanding the monetization of the economy so that the whole society goes to the money economy to produce for the stomach and for the pocket. We have managed to mobilize and support Ugandans to select enterprises where they can participate in order to earn incomes to feed their families, but also to deal with non-money needs. Build a better house, have better clothes, have electricity in their houses, have piped water, education, etc. The four sectors for the creation of wealth and jobs are commercial, agriculture, manufacturing, industry, services, and ICT. Therefore, the qualitative and quantitative growth of society are the preconditions for achieving all the Sustainable Development Goals. I thank you all and wish you fruitful deliberations at the second Uganda Sustainable Development Goals Conference. The second Uganda Annual Sustainable Development Goals Conference 2023 is officially open. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Your Excellency. We actually had a panel that was halfway done by the time that you came in. And as you finished speaking to Right Honorable Kasule, I would only seek your indulgence, if you will allow, to give us probably an extra just 20 minutes with us to be able to conclude this before we officially say bye. But if that is not possible, I'll be able to get it from you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency has actually given us a go-ahead for the next few minutes. The panel was actually halfway, so it will be wrapping up. And allow me invite Dr. Sechitoleko once again to allow her panel back to wind up with the conversation. Dr. Victoria, back to you. Dr. Amina Zawede and the panelists, please. I'm going to request that we all step up once again together with Professor Ariho, who gave the keynote address for the panel.
Thank you. Can I please get my panel back? Your Excellency, the Vice President, Madam Alupo, the Minister from the Prime Minister's Office, all the ministers, members of Parliament, and all protocol observed. Your Excellency, before you came in, Professor Aruho, who is a professor in technology, and actually his job is to incubate others, had given the keynote address. Then he was followed by Mr. Kawanguzi, the youth, basically because we are here to discuss the future, and the future belongs to the youth. Then we heard from Mr. Kimani, who was talking about using what you have, innovating and coming up with things like renewable hair extensions, you know. I know you don't wear those threads on your head, but there are many women, Ugandan women who like their hair, and Mr. Kimani there is going to save us money from importing fiber and getting it from the fiber here. So it is quite interesting. The stage at which you came in, I had just called upon Mr. Hibato Tapia, who is from UNDP, and now that the UNDP RC has spoken, you know what I was talking about. It is UNDP which normally coordinates the whole of UN. So even during that time when these SDGs were being developed, UNDP was in the lead, but all the UN agencies rallied behind UNDP. So now we would like to listen to Mr. Hibato, who is actually a partnership advisor at UNDP. Over to you, Mr. Hibato.
Thank you, Victoria, Your Excellency. So I was saying that in the provocations by Professor Arijo, he was saying that we are facing a context in which we have very limited data, and this poses difficulties to implement the agenda and leaving no one behind. So he was also pushing us to think in a different way. So my response is, let's imagine that eventually we are not in a situation of data scarcity, and we are in a situation of data abundance. And this is important because probably we are entering into this stage, and this is going to force us also to innovate not only in terms of data, but also in terms of the policies that we are going to be implementing. So I'm going to give you a couple of examples of this is possible, and we have prepared some slides. So this is a platform that we have launched just a few months ago. It's called Human Climate Horizons, and intends to reflect what are the effects of climate change on people. And this platform comprises data for the whole world, for small locations, and it gives projections for the effects of climate change on people from now to the end of the century. So now we have an approximation of how we're going to be affected by climate change in every part of the world. So let me give you an example of the type of conclusion that we have from this. So in terms of mortality, the mortality that is caused only by the effect of temperatures, we have that mortality rates are expected to rise in many parts of the world, in Arab states, South Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, very considerably. But in other parts of the world, these changes are not going to be as big. And actually, in the case of developed countries, there would be a reduction in mortality rates because of climate change. We are calling this an inequality bomb that is going to be produced by climate change. However, we can act upon this. This chart shows what is the payoff of doing mitigation. And you can see again that in sub-Saharan Africa, we can have the biggest payoff in terms of avoiding the loss of deaths. And this is, again, something very important to trigger international negotiations. But what happens within country? This platform gives us information about the situation in every locality of the world. Here you can see the situation in Uganda. So in the parts of the countries in blue, we see that the effects are going to be actually negative. So meaning climate change is going to cause a reduction in mortalities. But in the parts in orange, we see the opposite. There will be increases in mortality because of changes in temperatures. So this is going to force all of us to think differently about how we tackle the effects of climate change. This data is already available. You can access it. Our plan is to keep adding new layers of information. We plan to launch in the next few months information about what's going to happen with agriculture. We already have information what's going to happen with energy consumption, what's happening with labor productivity. Second example. Until now, our office, the Human Development Report Office, has been producing the Human Development Index. We produce this for every country, 191 countries. Now, using satellite images and artificial intelligence, we can expand the localization of the Human Development Index. So we can go to province level, more than 1,700 units in the world. We can go to the municipality level, more than 60,000 units in the world. And we can go to even grid level, more than 800,000 units in the world. So this is really revolutionary. So the message that I want to leave with you is that increasingly there is a possibility of going into a situation of abundance of data, but this is just the beginning, because now we need to think what we do with it, and this is the call that I leave to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hibato. Yeah, it is now my honor to invite Dr. Wakabi Wairagala, Executive Director, the Collaboration on International ICT Policy for East and Southern Africa. Madam Vice President, I've told these people that for me, I'm old. So when I see things like this, I want something tangible. So I'm asking, out of these SDGs, what can we old women get? And I made a very simple request. Can somebody come up with some technology where you can sit there and press a button in your house and the Porsche starts mingling itself? Thank you. Over to you. It's not there? Oh, that one will be for tomorrow. So for now, it is my pleasure actually to put that question to the right person, who is Dr. Amina Zawede. And I will also ask her the question I asked earlier. When we get out of here, we shall be asked what exactly has been happening here, which is leveraging science, technology, and innovation for accelerated delivery of SDGs and Agenda 2063. I tried to say it in Uganda and I failed, but she is a Muganda and she is from ICT. Can you please gonza mu bitukwatirako wa, what is in it for us? Thank you. Over to you, Madam Zawede.
Thank you very much, Moderator. Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, the honorable ministers present here today, the diplomatic corps, all protocol observed riding from the previous protocol that was given. Good evening to you all. I have always prayed for this opportunity to discuss digitization when we have the political leadership, when we have the technical people, development partners, academia, religious leaders, it doesn't come easy, or it never happens. So many times they say, you know, that is a technical people's thing. But today I am here, Dr. Sechitoleko, to inform this audience that, you know, when we talk about digitalization, when we talk about technology and science, it is not a technical affair, but it is an affair for everybody. In Uganda, I think Uganda has been known for being innovative. When we were still children, or whoever has been a child in Uganda has grown up seeing children in the villages make a football out of banana fiber, make toy cars out of wires, and they play games and enjoy. But just imagine if all that effort had been, you know, nurtured and developed to come up with, you know, to manufacture products that we can use that are very cheap, will create employment opportunities for our youth, and then we'll get everybody engaged. When we talk about digital, people think it is for the young people. Well, it partly is because the majority of our population in Uganda today are young people, and therefore we have to get solutions for them, or to create an environment where they can thrive. This environment can only be nurtured by the political leadership. The speeches we have had today have spoken to and emphasized the importance of digitization, the importance of us creating an environment that supports and nurtures innovations, and this, and also the importance of investing in this environment has also been emphasized. The good thing is that as a country, we know and have prioritized digitization. But now I want to step aside and speak like the audience, the public, the old people out there, the young people. How much have we invested in government to commensurate with the importance we are attaching to digitization? I don't think it is heavy enough to test the significance. That is the reality. If we make a reality check. Last week, I had an opportunity to visit the Philippines. The Philippines is a country that is the second biggest in generating revenue out of what we call business process outsourcing. The president of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, knows that if we strengthen the opportunities within business process outsourcing, we can create employment opportunities for our people. What does business process outsourcing mean? It is, I'm going to use the acronym BPO going forward. Now, this is where, as if you have a business, we all have homes. We are mothers, we are fathers. As mothers, we can cook. As fathers, we can slash the compound. But because of our busy schedules, because you have to go and look for maybe fees for the children, you outsource this function and bring a gardener. You bring a house help to help you do that so that you concentrate on what you have to do to bring money into the home. So even business process outsourcing is the same. When you have an organization, there are some core functions that you need to do, so you don't waste time on small things that you can outsource to other businesses. It is a global opportunity that has been embraced by so many people, so many governments, so many companies. Now, the Philippines, I think when you go to the Middle East, where we are sending young children to go and do, the casual jobs, you find so many Philippines there. But they are not only doing it for casual jobs, they are also exporting their services to the US as nurses. They are doing so for accounting, for finance and administration, etc. So Uganda has a lot of potential in doing this. We have very many young people, they are skilled and educated. They speak good English, and most of the globe, I think, uses English as an international language. So we can easily fit into these spaces. But the disadvantage we have is that we have not we have not created an environment to attract people enough to be able to support this program. Government has to create incentives. You know, there is a lot, aside from BPO, there is a lot that government can do to nurture the innovators. Even giving internet for free is one thing. You know, reducing the cost of devices, of computers, is another thing, because if you have the computers, if you have the smartphone, if you have access to cheap data, then you can do a lot of things online. Dr. Sechoiko said, you know, what would the young people go out of here knowing? Maybe they could go out of here knowing that if we have that environment where we can do anything we want to do cheaply, then we can be able to do it better. One of my professors used to say that, you know, when you want milk from a cow, you have to give it healthy grass. But if the grass comes at a cost, then that you will get limited milk from that cow. So what sometimes governments do is that they try to tax everything. They tax the devices, they tax the data, they tax, you know, at the end of the day, you find very few people going online. You find very few people can use these devices because they are not affordable. So my question, plea to the political leadership, Your Excellency, the Vice President and the ministers in cabinet as you discuss, please let us have an intentional drive as government to create an enabling environment for our young people to develop the innovations, to nurture them. They cannot do it if they can't afford a phone. They can't do it if they can't afford a laptop. They can't do it if data is expensive. But if they do, then we'll get so many, you know, a lot of jobs created online, a lot of services developed. Then you go and tax those ones. We shall get a lot of money. What the Philippines has done, I think it's earning about 50 million per year towards that business process outsourcing, leveraging on ICT, because they have taken a deliberate effort to put up even structures or buildings where people go and sit and do, you know, this kind of work. When we get investors here, many of them are not interested in maybe setting up putting up the buildings because they're expensive. But if they find ready facilities, and of course, government has to work together with the private sector, with development partners, academia to make this happen. They come to me saying, you know, we want to support you, but if the direction is not clear, if the support is not pronounced, then it becomes difficult, because I'll go and market and say we have incentives, and then Free Zones Authority tells me, that incentive you promised is actually not on record. So that is the plea that I make and give to our political leadership. We have taken great strides in digitization as a country, and I would like to paint a picture with statistics. As a country, Uganda's, they call it the GovTech Maturity Index. The Governance Technology Maturity Index value has risen from 0.639 in 2020 to 0.858 in 2022. And Uganda has moved from Group B to Group A under the GovTech Leaders World Bank Maturity Index report of 2022. Many times we say Uganda is not doing well, but you know, in those global reports, we are actually doing a good job. And therefore, if the environment is made more favorable, we'll find ourselves grow bigger. Mobile subscriptions of phones have increased from 22.37 million in 2016 to now 31.26. That means everyone has, you know, many people have mobile phones, but what are they using them for? You know, they are doing WhatsApping, rumor mongering, all these other kind of things. But if they put, you know, if we have a structured environment and intended purpose on what they can use these gadgets for, we can get a lot out of this. Internet penetration has also increased from 25.03% in 2016 to 55% in 2022. Then we have what we call the broadband coverage, where you get 2G internet or 3G, 5G. This one, we're not yet at 5G. I don't want to be misquoted. But yeah, this one is at now, the coverage is at 89%. Although these statistics look so good, we have taken our strides, we should clap for ourselves, please. Although we have taken these strides in the digital journey, we still have a lot to be done in order for us to realize our Vision 2040 and for us to realize our Digital Uganda vision. Our targets are really optimistic or ambitious. We are saying that by 2030, we want to have 90% broadband coverage. We want to have 85% of government services online, and not only online, but speaking to each other, so that you don't have to give your personal records to every office that you walk to. We want to have 70% of industry skills requirements addressed. There was one of the speakers we had who said, you know, we have so many skilled people, but the skills don't speak to what industry demands. So we have to work on that as well. And then we want to have 60% utilization of local ICT products and services, as well as innovations. So the mingling technology we are talking about has to come in these 60%. We have talked about the need of utilization of data. In that regard, the Ministry of ICT, together with UGANDA'S, we have developed the Parish Development Management Information System. And that system has been developed by our own Ugandans. We are collecting data and registering each and every household. We are profiling parishes to get to know what infrastructure is there, so that you know what facilities or services are there, so that at the end of the day, when Cabinet is planning and discussing, they come up with informed decisions based on the data that we have. Just imagine one day by a click of a button, you know that, you know, next year we plan to build 10 schools or 50 schools. This is exactly where we are going to put them because the data shows so. Or we are going to set up regional hubs. This is exactly where we are going to put them because we have the data. Right now it is a struggle, so you find that that is the reason why I have engaged with development partners when we are developing what we call the digital transformation roadmap. Thank you, UNDP has supported us on that. I will talk a little bit about it. I was saying that, you know, development partners, you have supported us in several initiatives to support the digital agenda. But because we are not structured, you find that the support is duplicated. You go in some sectors where you find 3 development partners are funding the same project. Why? Because we don't have data or information to let us know that, you know, so some individuals, because some projects are done by individuals. They know some individuals thought about this project and they are running the same project over these people. But if we have a structured place and we bring all of you in one room and say, development partners, these are our challenges, then we'll be able to run faster in the digital transformation agenda. So what the Ministry of ICT has done is that we have come up with a roadmap for digital transformation. And this roadmap, with the support of UNDP and other development partners, together with the input of various stakeholders, academia, industry, government, civil society, we are saying that our key focus areas as a country to digitization include digital infrastructure and connectivity. They include digital services, because we have to take services online, both for government and the private sector. We have to do, as we set up these systems and services, they have to be secure. So we also have to develop competence in cybersecurity and privacy. Then we have to do digital skilling, and then we also have to focus on innovations, entrepreneurship, and research. So when we have our categories clear, then the development partners will come and say, you know, as a team, we are interested in this, you know, one or a team are interested in a particular sector, and we all work together towards achieving that. And before we know it, we'll see that Uganda will run faster than we are saying that we need to get to 2030, to what we have to achieve in 2030. We shall get there faster than we would have if we move in a structured manner. So, ladies and gentlemen, we strongly believe that once implemented in coherency, and collaboration, the digital transformation roadmap and agenda shall help us to achieve the aspirations and targets of our digital Uganda visions as well as the sustainable development goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amina Zawede, Permanent Secretary ICT. I'm sure she has done a very good service. Your Excellency, the Vice President, allow me to make just 2 comments which are from me, then take 2 questions, then Madam Senator will sum up. My first question, which is actually a request, is about a public announcement which goes out every single day on most of the radios and televisions about vitamin A. The announcement says, if you take your child who is less than 5 years old for immunization, we shall give her vitamin A. When we were growing up, our grandparents used to give everybody, old, young, and pregnant, vitamin A. Since when did we change so that vitamin A is given as a tablet? And how sustainable is it? Okay, when you give the 5-year-old the vitamin A, who is going to give me the 70-year-old? Could you, madam, make that announcement a bit more sustainable, since we are talking about SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals? Could you tell Ugandans what to eat every single day so that they can have this vitamin A? Because the carrots are there. I mean, you see them, everybody sees them. The pumpkins are there. All that yellow stuff is vitamin A. But here we are importing tablets. For how long are we going to import tablets? That is one comment. My second comment is about duplication, which nearly everybody has talked about here. There are several technical colleges in Uganda. I come from Nakawa. In Nakawa, we have got the most beautiful, well-equipped technical colleges. Nakawa College, the Vocational College. There are 4 of them within walking distance from Nakawa Market. But then now we have something at Ndere Troop, which is temporary, and it is called the Presidential Skilling Center. Why can't we put these resources in those colleges which are there? Because some time back, I understood that government of Uganda had a policy where we are going to have a technical college in every sub-county. Now, while that is being implemented, we hear of these 17 skilling centers. Is it possible to stop duplication and instead equip those colleges, make sure that they are really equipped with the right human resources, that the technology which is there is used? Because if you go to Kabasanda and you find all those new machines just sitting there, you go to Namtumba, Basoga and Sadu Technical College, and you find less than 100 students there. Then you go and set up a skilling center. To me, it doesn't make sense. So now that I've got this opportunity, I have brought this to you, and I will leave it there. For now, I'm opening up the... Why do I talk when I'm standing up? When you are over 40, it is not good to sit down for a long time if you don't want to get old. So, I'm now opening up for comments and questions. I'm very strict with time. You stand up to talk, tell us your name, where you come from. You spend exactly 2 minutes introducing yourself and putting your question. Who has a question? If there is no question, I'll call. Oh, please, go ahead. Where is the microphone?
Thank you so much, Dr. Sechtoreko. I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the SDG Secretariat for organizing this amazing second conference on SDGs. My name is Caroline Kembabas, and I'm Assistant Private Secretary to the President. And I'm here because I'm in a line of fighting poverty in this country. And SDG #1 is fighting no poverty. So I think I'm in the right place. So I want to appreciate Dr. Amina Zawede, and I want to make one comment that you are trying to help our youth in innovation lines, but so many people are yearning to know where are these opportunities. The platforms are not known. For example, in UN, there is a time when we started 1 million SDG solutions. And I want to thank Madam Elsie Atafua for extending a hand to some of young people, because I believe the president also become relieved when you come on board and take up these young people. Sincerely speaking, young people are yearning for opportunities. So I would call upon the Ministry of ICT, together with your development partners, to at least give us those platforms. At least if you can use either your Twitter accounts, or if you can use your online platforms, it would be better for us to get to you, because we are not reaching you. Not everyone will get opportunity to come here and listen. But if you say there is a desk at UNDP who is receiving everyone's innovation, it will be the better. So my sincere appreciation to everyone who has attended. Thank you, Excellency, for giving us time. May God bless you for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Caroline. I gave her 2 minutes. She used 5, so time is up. I apologize for that. She's from President's office. There is very little I could have done. So along those lines, please allow me to invite Honorable Msenero to come and wrap it all up. And please try and tell the press in local language what they will report today. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of Uganda, colleague ministers, allow me to follow the protocol because of time. I want to appreciate being here today, to be invited to say something to wrap up. I apologize that I missed part of the panel to capture many of the things because I was given a sudden assignment today. I would like to, therefore, just wrap up what science is doing towards the SDGs. Now, frequently, many people confuse the Ministry of ICT with science, technology, and innovation. There are 2 ministries. There are 2 different entities. So Science, Technology, and Innovation is a secretariat under the Office of the President, and I'm the minister in charge. My accounting officer is the State House Comptroller. I would like to, but the subject of science for me is not a job, it's a passion. And over the past so many years, the government of Uganda, especially led by His Excellency, the Vice President, has taken very deliberate efforts to make science work for us. Why? Because it is known and strongly documented that no country develops without developing their science, technology, and innovation. Because we are given everything in a raw material form. And we have 3 categories of raw materials. We have the ones that come from nature. Energy, we have the soil, we have the sun, we have so many things all around us. Those materials are given to us in a raw form. And the value a nation benefits from those resources depends on how they apply knowledge. And knowledge is science. Technology. Technology are the tools that come from the knowledge of science. And then innovation. Innovation is how you combine that knowledge with the tools you have to solve the problems that you have. So those are the 3 aspects that science, technology, and innovation. So we apply science, the knowledge, the technology, and the innovation to nature so that we can add value. How valuable what we sell depends on the quality and quantity of that technology. If you apply very little, you still sell raw materials. For example, we have very fertile soils. If I just grow matoke and sell, the value is there, but very little. Those nations that apply more and more and more, they'll sell you matoke and you don't even know that you are eating matoke. And the value of one finger of a banana, you are buying it at a greater value than a bunch. The other resource we have is the human resource. And the third resource is time. Because science, technology, those three help us to amplify. How does science, technology, and innovation help a country to develop and therefore attain the SDGs? Among the SDGs, we have one which focuses on this particular aspect, SDG 9. It focuses on development of industry, innovation, and infrastructure. That's where we are encapsulated. But now they touch, actually, STI touches every SDG because it is the amplifier. It's the one that is, if you talk about number one, you're talking about poverty. How are you going to remove poverty? You're talking about hunger. How are you going to deal with hunger? Unless you apply science. So I would like to just say that in terms of Uganda, and maybe representing Africa and many of the underdeveloped countries, that difference between developed countries and underdeveloped countries can be redefined as countries that have not yet harnessed science and those which have harnessed science. When we talk about development, we are just talking about how countries have been able to harness science, technology, and innovation to create wealth in their countries. And the underdeveloped ones are the ones that have not yet been able to do it. And for me, once we came to that recognition, then we were able to define what science, technology, and innovation should be doing for Uganda. Two things: address our challenges of poverty and the mperekezi. Mperekezi are the escorts which go hunger, disease. If we can harness science to address the challenge of poverty. And then the second one is to address underdevelopment. And then we were able to go back and begin to see, how does this happen? How do we, because I found science, we have invested quite a lot, but the alignment for it to address these problems was still premature. It was not young, it was not mature. And I would just like to spend just a few minutes to share with us some of the things that we have been doing. The first challenge was coordination. The science touches every sector because our PS here has spoken. Now there is science in ICT, there is science in agriculture, there is science in health, there is science in engineering, in Ministry of Works, everywhere. And the coordination of that to align priorities for us as a nation was very, very critical. And we have moved quite a long way in making sure that we are well coordinated and we have a national agenda. And although it is disseminated, it is working very, very coordinated. And for that, His Excellency, the President, came up and summed the areas of focus that science should be giving us and should be focusing on. And that is, there are 8 areas. We have what we call the pathogen economy. Pathogen economy focuses on our ability to develop solutions which deal with health challenges, human health, animal health, and plant health. Till recently, we looked at those things as issues where we need to borrow money and import. However, Now we are focusing on developing them. And as I look through the SDGs, we want to see how do we harness our environment and produce medicine. So we have an established pathogen economy now, which we are building. It is still baby, but we are building. The second one is mobility. Everybody came here in a vehicle. And I can safely say 100% of them are imported. Yet this is one of the countries with a lot of resources which go into the vehicle. Actually, when you tabulate the minerals that go into the vehicle, possibly Uganda has 90% of them. But we didn't. I said it comes from looking at your environment. So we have developed our mobility industry. We now have our first substantive automotive industry. We are finishing the factory. It should be ready for commissioning. November, December, we are installing the equipment, and we have some of our vehicles made here at home. Now we are working on making sure that we get those resources in the nature, the resources we have, the ones for making batteries, the iron ore, making sure we have used the knowledge and technology to add value to it, and we use it for manufacturing these vehicles. We have made a lot of progress. Some of our buses, you've seen them, the Kayola buses, and we are also working on the environment from that approach, sustainable energy. The focus is moving from the current fuel vehicles to moving to electric vehicles, especially in the urban centers. We also have a specific area we call infrastructure innovations that focuses on making sure that we have the knowledge and we have the tools and we have the applications to harnessing minerals, to harnessing. Now, once we develop the technology, we hand it to the Ministry of Energy so that they can apply it, because we found, okay, we need to use our lithium to develop batteries. And the whole issue is, do we know how to? Are we able to? We are now institutionalized that capacity. We are institutionalizing that capacity so that we can now take these things which God has given us and add value. I tell you, selling lithium inside a Kayola bus is more valuable than selling lithium as a raw material. So we are building that capacity. The other area that we are working on is space science. It is known really for most countries, if you don't have eyes in the space, then other people know more about you than you do. And somebody comes and says, I want that area, and you don't know what is there because they have looked at you and you don't know. So last year we launched our first satellite, and we are working on this year on developing a lot of the infrastructure that will enable our science. We have refurbished Impoma satellite station. I apologize, I should have brought some pictures to show you. It's when you pass there, you don't remember it is what it was. The other area that we are working on is, we call it productivity acceleration. Our people, the rate of production is low. How do we make these households? So in partnership with Parish Development Model, we accelerate the knowledge of the farmers. We accelerate what they are applying. We are working on the local development of fertilizers. We are working on developing processes from knowledge and coming up with tools that help people produce a lot from very small pieces of land, but also adding value. Adding value. The president has been talking about coffee. As an example, you sell coffee beans, you get $2 per kilo. You add value, you get $25. And sometimes we would look at these processes and think, but for us, we cannot manage. I think one of the things we have done now is to really get the courage and to get the confidence that we can do this. And we are going to do it, and we are doing it. We actually found we have innovated some products that can even make you earn $100, not just the 25. So we've got the courage, and our institutions are working, our scientists are working. The other area that we are working on is import substitution, looking at things that we import, so that people don't buy imported products because they have no choice. But they may maybe have something, but we want to produce better tomato sauce for you, so that you see the supermarket is full of different varieties of Ugandan tomato sauce. And then you will see American Garden and also that one from Dubai, and you can choose, but we'll give you advantage to support the farmers, because our farmers grow things, we export them as raw materials, we pay them very little. That's why they are trapped in poverty, despite their hard work. And then we have the import substitution, the export of value-added goods. And we are working not across the value chain to make sure that we are not only doing the science, but we are also developing the market, and we are working to make sure. So in collaboration, working together with PASAID and private sector foundation, we are working together to explore what do those markets want. So we'll be opening our first trade hub in Serbia in early next month. And I've already sent to my officers what is it that they want, which we can make for them. Value added, not raw material, value added, which since we have the raw materials here. So we are making very, very deliberate efforts. In the SDG, they focus on this area only on two things. There are many focus areas, but they only talk about, I can sum them up as infrastructure. So this is one of the areas that the government has now focused on. We are developing infrastructure. And Mama, I want to assure you that we are not duplicating. The population of Uganda is so big, and we have a lot of children who need those infrastructures. The opening up of the presidential hubs does not preclude us making these other vocational institutions very, very functional. The challenge is that they meet, most of those official institutions leave out most of the Ugandans. They are very selective, they are very picky, and sometimes very academic. And when we send somebody to these presidential hubs, within a short time, they have the skill to make a living. But actually, we have too many children. When you look at how many enroll in P1 and how many are in O-level, all those children need skills. So actually, we should even have more facilities and make them functional. Make them functional, because we cannot leave, isn't it this about leaving no one behind? Yes, we cannot leave them behind. Actually, we are even innovating and hoping to share the innovations with the Minister of Education. We are figuring out how do you pick these dropouts and develop them even though they've dropped out of the formal education system. The other thing we are doing is mindset change. We found that science and technology and innovation, despite a lot of investment in the country, now it's not the same commensurate with the developed countries, but still, especially with the push of His Excellency, we found that the results were not aligning with the investments done. And the biggest issue we had is mindset. Mindset in our academic institutions, and this has been an issue of alignment, because our academic institutions strive to be at par with the world. So they fly up and leave the nation down. They operate like they are outside. So you find a lot of research and innovation, but it cannot be applied here because we just don't have the other fundamentals. So the mindset change that science, technology, and innovation should first and foremost be about harnessing what is in your environment, not about sounding very exotic. And so we have innovated what we call the science that works, the science that works development. The science that works development, because most of the science we have had could not help us to develop. It results in publishing. I found statements like a publish or perish. I don't know when my vice president reads the paper published in a high impact journal in London so that she can be able to make policy here. So the information coming out of the universities was not available for us. It's not relevant to us. So we have now spoken. We have talked over the past 2 years. And now we've changed the mantra. The intermediate was product or perish. But now it's enterprise or perish. And Your Excellency, you are going to see a lot of universities, a lot of institutions coming up with commercial wings because now they need to start industries. They need to have incubations because that's now the push which has come. So mindset change. For mindset change. So that's the only, it has moved a long way. It has actually pushed. So mindset change, infrastructure development, we are now developing a lot of infrastructure. Those of you who take the road to Mbarara, there is a big facility you've seen there. That's our prototype. And after Liantonde there is a big infrastructure there. That's the Technology Development Center. We are also working on developing bioscience centers and agro-industrial parks, such that we have the infrastructure we need. Over the past 2 years, we have multiplied the infrastructure for research in universities and academic and other research institutions over 100 times. This is state of the art. The last thing we have done is to develop a program to reach Juakali. We discovered that the Juakali have hands-on skills. Some of them didn't go to school, but they imagine things, they do them, but because of the way they do them, those things don't make it to the formal market. Now, on the other side, we have a lot of academicians who have a lot of science, but they cannot convert their science into tools. We have brought these two together. And soon we shall unveil some of the products which are coming out of this. We are going to start to unveil, but we want to formalize the program. How do you make the Juakali? At first it was very difficult because these ones speak very sophisticated scientific language. These ones speak theirs over the street. But now actually we have produced our first engine, motor vehicle engine, designed in Uganda as a product of this. And we are integrating it in a Ugandan-made vehicle. So this is a prototype, and I hope to see this accelerated. The challenge that we still have, one, not many people in the country, especially the policymakers and those who control resources, have understood what science can do for the country. And communication has been our challenge. Scientists don't know how to speak. We write our scientific papers, but we are innovating. We are innovation now. We need to solve that problem. The second thing is what we talked about, what Madam Amina talked about. There's so much fragmentation. So much fragmentation. And sometimes when you trace the impact of this investment, for example, I don't know how many entrepreneurship training programs that we have. It's not that being many is difficult, but they are just not coordinated. They just don't speak to each other. And for the development partners, we found a category of people in the country. We call them grantpreneurs. Grantpreneurs. Grantpreneurs they have something, they have a small business or a small innovation, and they will move from development partner to development partner, and they get all the grants, they win grants, but their business never grows. You'll find they have a grant from Science Technology, they have a grant from UNDP, they have a grant from NNSSF, they have a grant from everywhere, but the business doesn't grow. And when they go to everybody, they tell them the same sad story of how they don't have funding. Now, coordination is going to help us. The resources put in science and innovation in the country are quite significant when we combine what government puts in and what development partners. So we really, really pray to the development partners as we move the SDGs, we now have a very good understanding of how science moves and develops a nation. And we are ready now for investment in science. And we are asking that you support us. And Honorable Lumumba, my report didn't make it. I wanted to come to this meeting with a report of how we have actually moved with these SDGs, but I will pass it to your office when it is ready, fully aligned to all these aspirations and what we are doing and the journey and the gaps. I want to thank you all for listening to me. I have been requested that I close now. I feel funny closing in the presence of my boss. Can you guide us? Can she have a microphone?
Thank you so much, Honorable Dr. Musenero, and thank you, panelists. Your Excellency, we invited her because we wanted her to tell this audience what she's doing. Yes, she came in late, we have given her little time, but I want to make two requests. One, I want you to, and I beg for your indulgence, for our own good and for the people we serve. Dr. Musenero, together with the universities, you have a program that I want you to explain at least in some 3 minutes. The program where you have you get the graduates, take graduates from our universities, especially those in the science-biased courses, you take them into what I would call a lab, and now give them practical skills, so that when they leave, they are able to go out there, employ themselves and employ others, so that we stop having scientists also on the streets looking for jobs. The issue you brought out when you were explaining to us, teaching them even how to make molds. And then when they make the molds, they're even able to help our community in the manufacturing sector to stop importing molds but have them made here, and also saving us taking out that money to the outside world. It is something that I appreciated when you explained to us, and I think it would also help us also moving forward, even bringing people of arts into this, because this is practical skill. You don't need science. I would really request within 3 minutes you do explain, so that these people go out to tell our children who are on the streets the opportunities, and if possible, the link of how they can get to you. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry the time was short. Actually, I had a written speech with a lot of details, but Her Excellency has been traveling and I didn't want to take a lot of time. But what she has requested, the comprehensive program, we have called it the STI Foundry. A foundry is a place where you melt metals and then mold them into something that you want. So this program has multiple arms. So in the engineering part is what we have come up, that facility I mentioned on the way to Lyantonde is the prototype. We are praying that with support, we can replicate those programs in the region. We call it the Engineering Development Center. So it's being set up. It's going to be launched, handed over to us, completed. The contractors are finishing the work, most of it. Installation of equipment should be done by December, and we open it. Now, in this, individuals come, and first the university students. Most university students studying engineering, when they complete, they don't have sufficient experience with the actual machines they have learned. Most of them, they learn theoretically. So they will go there and get hands-on. It's set up on what we call a flexible industry model. So it is learning by manufacturing. It's learning by doing. So by the time you come out of there, on your CV, you have, and in your hands and in your mind, you translate your knowledge now into skills. Right now, it's not known, but most of our engineering students, when they finish university, they take a minimum about 3 years before they are allowed to touch equipment, because they go without sufficient skills, sufficient expertise. But this facility we also have for diplomas, for certificates, even for those who are Juakali, but they don't have, they have not had the refined. It's part of what is blending the Juakali with the advanced knowledge, but this time with equipment, a state of the art. When we have learned from this facility, we hope to replicate them in the different regions because we want to gain the experiences. We are working together with DIT to make sure that they can certify those skills. We also have some other programs, like we are converting our drivers from taxis and what. We are taking them through a mindset and skills program, because when we introduce our electric vehicles, we are going to convert the same drivers who are driving taxis, but do not have that behavior, which they have now. So we take a number of them to Chira Motors, and they spend about 3 months there learning, and so we have even changed their names from being drivers to being motor vehicle operators. They are motor vehicle operators. So then we also have what we call the incubation centers. Incubation centers are for those who want to work on something very specific. So you come and you sit there, the equipment is there, what you can use, and then you work on your innovation. So we have a number of those. One is Yuri, but we have also working on a number of them. What we want is to accelerate this. And science can accelerate employment. In 2000, when we started to work on pathogen economy, we could hardly find 100 people employed in the line of diagnostics, and were mostly linked to research outside and vaccines and what. I want to report here that in 1 year, since then, in just 2 years, we made that number more than 2,000. These were young people who have trained through universities. They had no jobs. There is a category of people here in the country which they have been training for a long time. They call them industrial chemists. They go through a very rigorous training program, and they're just hanging all over the country. They have no jobs. So we are going to create employment for them. And we hope, I will be providing the statistics now, how many actually jobs we have created. I suspect it's more than 10,000 already over the past 3 years. But as we begin to make the innovations now, employ more people, we hope to accelerate this. But we do not want to leave anybody behind. Anybody with a skill, a willingness, we can give them the skill. And through those presidential innovation, those presidential hubs, they pick the basics, then we take them to these finishing centers so that when we put up a textile industry, they will produce better clothes than the ones that you are wearing from China. Thank you. So we will see how to share most of this information, but we have a lot that has been done and that is being done. We want to thank you for listening. I know you've been here for a long time. Your Excellency, want to appreciate your patience and being with us. Honorable Lumumba, we want to thank you for the day. And all our presenters, we want to thank you. And with these many words, I would like to close today's session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Msenero. Thank you very much, Dr. Victoria Sechitoloko. A round of applause to our panel. We need to bring this to a close. I know that, Your Excellency, it's been a long day for you, and we need to be letting you go. I want to say a special thank you to our partners. UN Family, of course, the UN resident coordinator did speak to us, and she coordinates a number of agencies. But a special thanks to UNDP, which has been mentioned severally because it has done tremendously to see that this comes to pass. And the resident rep of UNDP, Ms. Elsie Yatafwa, if you could just wave to us, is right there with us. We have the UN Women also who has done tremendously to see that this comes to pass, and the World Health Organization. But the UN family is huge and supports various other aspects of development. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask that we now stand and take the national anthems. And Your Excellency, as you go out on that board outside, I will request the ministers and our development partners together with the religious leaders to just take a picture before you exit. But I will ask the technical team, we do the East African anthem and Uganda anthem in that order before we depart.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I will allow that you can take some rest. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back here tomorrow, and our session starts at exactly 9 a.m. We'll have 2 panel sessions as well, and before we get to close this off officially. As Her Excellency takes a group photo picture, we still have the exhibition open, ladies and gentlemen. Please feel free to pass by the exhibition. There's some products, there's some ideas that you can pick. But also, please, we have tea that is being served by Kampala Serena Hotel. So please make sure that you do not leave us with this